even gave them the password, he still wouldn't be able to be charged based on the absence of the messages. If he'd only gone and given police the password, he might still be free to walk the streets. One of the prosecutors, a Mr. Montague, the personal side, the human side, as we have a 13-year-old child that has been murdered under ferocious circumstances. And for me, it's somewhat frustrating that Facebook seems so unwilling to help with our investigation by recovering closely with the investigating officers, but that they agree that this legal process can be far too slow. We have actively lobbied for reforms to EU, US, and UK laws to allow us and others to directly and more quickly provide information to UK law enforcement authorities. Despite the slow process, police have been able to build a case against an extremely narcissistic, self-centered, violent predator who had torn apart a family kind enough to put a roof over his head when they could have easily turned him away. Fell on him. He killed her. But at no point could he have expected that something as seemingly insignificant as his Facebook password would actually be the thing to put him behind bars.
I was on Snapchat for like 20 seconds when all of my friends had already reposted these really weird messages saying that a senior had then threatened to shoot up the school. The message by the guy had said,
"Mothers will mourn. Siblings will to kill someone this week. God help me."
Then there was a video of him shooting an AR-15. I was understandably totally creeped out. I started calling my mom and dad, crying and begging for them not to make me go to school. Me and my sister didn't have to go to school. There were about 3 kids that ended up being arrested for the plot of the threat, and nothing actually happened that day. I don't know what happened to the guy who said that, but all I know is that I hope he got the help that he needs. And if he would have succeeded. I've been trying to have more of a social life. I spend most of my days off from work at home and in bed. It's gotten so bad and I always have to leave. I've even downloaded a few apps that are strictly for platonic relationships, and because of this interaction, I'll definitely be uninstalling them. It doesn't really take much for me to be friends with someone, if there are any. I met someone that I used to work with in the same building, and we both thought, wow, who would have guessed that we'd cross paths? Then boom, instantly became friends. Let's call him Josh. Interaction, but I brushed it off and I told him that I only wanted a friend, and he seemed to be okay with that. One thing that really stood out to me was how easy it was to talk to him. We talked every day constantly for about a week via Snapchat, and I made to want to hang out with them. Last night I got out of work a little earlier than expected, so I thought that I'd go to a bar since it was still happy hour. I had a good day and I really wanted a beer. One beer turned into like 8, and I pulled out my phone and then started looking through my contact list for anyone to invite. I messaged Josh and sure enough, he was down. He requested an Uber and within about 10 minutes, he showed up. Alcohol flowing through me made it really easy. He wasn't really interested in doing any drinking, so I closed my tab and I had a really brilliant plan. "Let's freaking go to Walmart," I exclaimed. I don't really know why I wanted to. Josh happily agreed though, so we walked to Walmart. When we got there, Josh had told me that he had to use the bathroom, so while he did that, I walked around the store waiting for him. A lot of time passed, so I decided to message him and ask what's up.
bathroom to jerk off.
When I asked him why he told me that and why he told me he had a boner, it was really awkward and he said that he was trying to get rid of it. I don't really know what exactly was going through my head at the time, but I remember muttering, "What the hell?" to myself. After, he messaged me a bunch asking me to help him, saying that it was because of me, telling me just how much that he really wanted to screw me and how he was really close to coming out of the bathroom and kissing me. Just really gross stuff. I started hyperventilating right out of my chest. My flight or fight mode then kicked in and I just started running out of that Walmart. I ran back to the bar I was at and got another beer. I also told the bartender everything that happened just in case he decided to come back. Sober now, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it all. I actually decided to go back and read our messages, and I was way too freaking nice about it. I just kept saying to him that it's okay, I'm just a bit uncomfortable, and also apologizing afterward. An hour ago, I wanted to let him know that his behavior was not okay, and that I screenshot the messages. He apparently shops pretty frequently at the store that I work at, so I know that I'll eventually have to face him again, and it really sends shivers down my... When I was 13 years old, my mom had a breakdown and she couldn't work for over a year. This caused us some economic issues and we lost a lot of things in our house. Our car was the main problem. To fix it, so all she could really do was get rid of it. Without a car, we all started taking the bus and train pretty much everywhere. Me and my brother took the bus to school, and our school was actually kind enough to get us taxis to drive us home. Breakdown. I was waiting outside for my taxi to come. The taxi usually comes out about 15 minutes after I end the last lesson, but on that day in particular, it was about 50 minutes late. Then when it finally came, I jumped inside. Almost an hour, but I didn't really complain since I was really just happy to finally be on my way home. Now, since I took the taxi home pretty much every single day of school, I had started recognizing the drivers. The driver on that day was pretty... had a full beard and an AC/DC cap on. The first thing he did after he drove off was apologizing for being so late. I told him it was okay and he started up a conversation. He asked me if I wanted him to put on some music, and I said sure. Of music is me, so I felt right at home. No real worries at all yet. About a week or so later, I was waiting outside for the taxi. I realized the taxi was then late yet again, and a thought came to my mind that maybe it was that since he had been so friendly and really talkative. But I hadn't really seen him since that one time. And just as quick as that thought came to my mind, the taxi arrived, and surprise, surprise, it was him. I decided to sit at the front this time. I remember his phone's notification tone. I thought it was funny, so I laughed a little, and that started up a new conversation about how he found himself to be funnier than most guys out there. He asked me if I agreed, and that's when all of the red flags started going. Everyone says weird things sometimes. It's okay, right? After a bit of talking, he then asked me about my age. Really just viewing it as an innocent question, I then answered him that I had just turned 15. He asked me a question.
Do you have Snapchat?
I kind of got silent for a while. The alarm bells were wailing like crazy, and I just knew this was wrong. He was like 30 years old, and I was 15, and he was my taxi driver. I was so scared to turn him down, though. I really didn't know what he would do if I turned him down. It's not like he was forcing it on me or that he was trying to be intimidating, but I just didn't trust that it would turn out alright if I turned him down. So I said yes, I came home that afternoon, I felt really guilty about it. It just didn't feel right. I got into the house, got into my room, then sat down on my bed with my phone right in front of me and just stared at it. I was really terrified that he was gonna username and that he would probably question me about it the next time he picked me up. And then after about 10 minutes, I got a notification. He added me. He had sent me a hey. I tried pulling myself together and then started. Then of course, it started getting weird. For everything I said, he would come up with a way to compliment me or try and be flirty. Example. So where do you live? I asked. Since he knew where I lived, I
live in a small town right outside of yours. Why? Do you want to come visit sometime?
He said. What do you do in your spare time?
I like to go fishing. It's a guilty pleasure of mine.
Oh wow, I've
Together sometime.
And then came the creepiest question. I had started catching on what he was after, so I then started to question him about it. Why did you even add me?
What? I thought you liked older men.
He had apparently thought that since I liked having a conversation with him, that I liked him or something. So the very next day afterwards, I was absolutely terrified that he was gonna pick me up. I thought about blocking him or telling him to stop talking to me. Like 30-year-old grown man. What if he got mad at me? God knows what he would do to me the next time he picked me up if he was in a sour mood. To my absolute relief, the taxi that picked me up that day was a different driver, and as quick as I got to tell his boss or whatever to maybe reassign him so that I wouldn't have to see him. But luckily the boss was a lot smarter than that. The next day afterwards, the driver had told me that the man was fired and he was never going to drive another taxi for the rest of his life. Apparently he had been preying on a lot of other young girls too, but none of them had spoken out about it. I blocked him on Snapchat, and I haven't seen or heard from him since.
Eve to me is basically do whatever you want. You can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy. Or you could be on the edge of your seat, shaking, making split-second decisions. Eve. You know, it's a crazy universe where anything can happen, and however you want to do it, go for it.
Thank the Lord.
A couple years ago, when I was 15, I was really big into Snapchat. Friends and accept random requests to do so. It was pretty weird, I know, but being that young, my Snap score was a number that mattered to me for whatever reason. Now, a lot of my friends from school and I have this group chat. I remember it was a Saturday when one of them wanted to as well, but realized I didn't have a ride. So I posted it on my story if anyone was able to pick me up and take me. I was more so expecting someone I knew to respond, like my cousin or something. But I got a Snapchat back from this guy I'd never had. But either way, I didn't know who it was. It said he was my friend on Snapchat, but we had never had a single conversation or even shared any pictures back and forth before. He texted me something about how he was bored and had nothing better to do. I remember responding to him. Turns out he did, but the town he said he lived in was at least a 2-hour drive from me. I told him not to worry about it, and I didn't want him to drive 2 hours just to take me to the mall. But he quickly responded saying why not. At this point, the whole conversation felt off to me, but I told him he could come pick me up, but only if he was willing to send me a picture of himself. I was just trying to be cautious. A couple minutes later, he sent me a snap. I opened it, just to see some 30-year-old guy looking back at me. The guy had on a really dirty missing. The caption on the snap said he was on his way. I sat there for a second thinking it over in my head. How did the guy know where to pick me up? He didn't even ask for my address. That's when my heart dropped, realizing I had my snap map on. I panicked and quickly responded to the guy apologizing, saying I actually had a closer friend willing to take me. Now, obviously that wasn't true, but the fact that this guy was willing to drive 2 hours to pick someone up he had never even met before, just from their location on the snap, insanely creepy. Definitely not someone I'd feel comfortable being around. The guy opened the snap a couple minutes later, but never responded. As far as I know, he never showed up. Though, I live in a cul-de-sac, and usually we wouldn't get any. For at least the next few days, there was this same black SUV that would constantly drive by. Whether that was related or not, I don't know. Though, about a month later, I was on Facebook scrolling through my feed. I passed a news story that had one of those I always scroll past those things, but I couldn't help but stop for this one. There, on my Facebook feed, I could clearly see a picture of that guy from Snapchat. There was no doubt in my mind it was the same guy. The headline of the news story read that he was arrested for attempt. I dodged a major bullet by trusting my gut and not accepting a ride from the guy. The whole situation shook me up for a while, and nowadays I try to be a lot smarter and only allow people I trust to see me on the snap map. I'm a female, and when I was a sophomore in high school, I took a lot of different classes. One of them I don't think I'll ever forget. It was a history class, and the regular teacher for the class had another job to get a substitute teacher for the class. It was always the same guy. I would say he was at least in his mid-50s. Nothing ever struck me as odd about him, since if I'm being honest, I rarely even ever paid attention in that class. That was until one. But every time I looked up from my paper, he was just staring at me. Every time I would look at him, he wouldn't even break eye contact and try to play it off either. One of the times I looked up, I noticed he had his phone pointed in my direction. It looked like he was taking pictures of me. I guess I was wrong. Anyway, a few weeks later, somehow, which I still don't know how to this day, the guy found my Snapchat username and added me. I knew it was him too, as he had his full name on the account. I didn't know what to do, but I still regret. I ended up adding him back. A few minutes later, he sent me a snap saying hey. He had his face in it and everything. At this point, I knew something wasn't right. I took a screenshot of the snap and left him on read. He quickly followed up with another snap. I again left him on read and forgot about the whole situation. Over the next few weeks, there were multiple occasions where I would check the snap map just to see him not far away. And this would happen anywhere too, not just at school. I would be at the mall with my or even sometimes at school, when I knew for a fact he didn't work that day. Though, overall, for a solid month, nothing but those supposed coincidences took place regarding the whole situation. But of course, a few days later, and not a regular snap. I opened it, and I was absolutely horrified. He sent around 50 pictures of me in pretty much any situation. Some were of me at school, but others confirming my suspicion about him following me on the snap. Obviously, I left him on read, screenshotted everything, and blocked him. I instantly told my parents, and they notified both the school and the police. It's been 2 years since the situation. I'm a senior now, and ever since I can only assume he was fired, as we actually got another substitute teacher who was really nice. Overall, the whole situation was really disturbing. The fact that I had someone following me around and taking pictures of me just based on my location on the Snap Map for a good month of my life. Snapchat shortly after the whole experience, and like I said, I haven't seen the guy since, so I'm not entirely sure whatever ended up happening to him.
In high school, I was walking home alone, and I think it was starting to get close to daylight savings. It was around 5 p.m. and it was starting to get dark. I was making my way past downtown since I live nearby. To either drive or walk through it to get back to the neighborhoods. So as I was walking back, I was minding my own business and started listening to a podcast. I think that I might have been crossing a street or a stoplight when I then laughed at whatever I was listening to, and this weird and just kept walking down the street, assuming that he wasn't going to bother me since he seemed to be going in a different direction than me. I was about 2 blocks down when I see the same guy now jogging up to me, and I was really put off by him since he was some older guy, maybe.
Girl, I just ran a mile to come talk to you.
I kind of just rolled my eyes at him and then said, "You ran like 2 blocks.
I guess I was just exaggerating. Anyways, I just wanted to tell you that you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen."
Minor. Well, this didn't stop him.
Oh, so you're younger. I really dig that in a relationship.
At this point, I really wanted to tell him to screw off, but there was nobody around since I was on the edges of downtown. I wanted so that I could leave, and he asked me for my number. I felt like it was the safest option to give him what he wanted, but instead I punched in my Snapchat. He let me leave after this, and we both went on our ways. At this point, I didn't give up. Not even 2 hours later, this dude actually messages me about 3 times asking to take me out to a bar and drink, and I then felt disgust boil up inside of me. I reminded him that I'm a minor and that I couldn't really do that. Telling me I was hot and how he wanted to mess around with me. I was starting to get really pissed off, but instead of blocking his number, I really wanted to give him a piece of my mind. So I told him he was gross and that he shouldn't even be talking to me since I was a minor. Then he said,
Oh damn. I really love that you're so fiery and sassy. I hope our babies are just like that in the future. You're gonna be a really great mother to my kids. Let me pick you up from your high school so we can mess around.
Instantly blocked his Snapchat. I never actually told him that I was even in high school or what high school I was going to. For a while, I always made sure not to walk that same way home, and I always watched out for him, but I never saw his car. I'm guessing to go prey on some other young girls. I really just want to warn other young girls of this predatory behavior, and if you think you're in danger or that someone might come onto you, always make sure you have some form of self-defense. Issue and get out of there as quickly as possible. Before anyone asks me why I have a stranger on my Snapchat in the first place, I'm going to clarify that whenever people add me, whether it's for my Instagram or just quick add, I don't remember adding this guy back. So basically, this started yesterday when me and my cousin just got home from a party around 10 p.m. We were sitting in my living room for a while, just watching Netflix, and nothing seemed really weird during that time. Because we really like to mess with each other like that. However, this time she was pretty sure that she actually saw something in the window actually move behind her. Not really thinking anything of it, I just figured she was trying to scare me back, and pretty much just forgot about it. ran to the front door, and then started barking really aggressively. We kept trying to yell at her, trying to get her to stop, but she didn't leave it alone for at least another 3 minutes. I thought that maybe she could have just heard a noise from the TV or something that scared her, but the movie silence on our phones. Keep in mind, all of this happened around 12 a.m. After this happened, I was kind of nervous and pretty confused, but my dog had done this a few times before, so once again, I just tried to ignore it. All around 1 a.m. when me and my cousin decided to go upstairs and start getting ready for bed. I was laying down and on my phone checking out Snapchat when I decided to open Snap Maps. Then I saw it. Someone was at my house with me. Of who would be that close to me. This guy's name was Sebastian. At this point, I was really confused and starting to get worried because I don't even know a Sebastian. And like I stated at the very beginning of this story, I don't ever even remember adding back a Sebastian to check and make sure that all of the doors were locked. In my house, we have an alarm system where every time you open a door, it will chime to let you know. For some reason though, it was unplugged, meaning if any of the doors were being opened, whether it would be the shed door, backyard gate, our house would be notified. I had asked my cousin if she was the one that unplugged it, and she didn't even know we had it. I was genuinely worried now, because when I checked the Snap Map, it said that he was last seen an hour ago. And that very same hour ago was the same. For no reason. The more that I thought about everything, the more that it seemed connected, but there was really nothing I could do, as I had already checked downstairs and already locked all of the doors. I actually do have multiple cameras around my house, and for my mom anyway. It's currently the afternoon now, and I'm still waiting to check the cameras, but nothing really weird has happened since last night. Although when I last checked Snap Maps, it said that he was last seen 11 minutes ago and still at my house. Who are you? And he just replied back with,
Who am I? Who are you?
so I didn't answer. His Snapchat score is 28,000, so it isn't really likely that this is a fake account. I won't know anything. Definitely insert pictures and screenshots of the chat and Snap Map if necessary. I'm not really sure what to do because I don't really have any proof that I could bring to the cops. It just really seems like everything is just some weird coincidence, and I'm really creeped out. I'll let you know if I find anything. Alright guys, so I have an update. Okay, so today has literally been crazy. Me and my cousin both have been really freaked out. I'll start with last night. I even thought that I heard people talking outside my house around 2 a.m. Also, for everyone that keeps telling me to call the police, we actually did that today. But the reason we didn't do it last night or the night before is because at the time, we thought that we were... Sebastian wasn't on the Snap Map at all last night, so we both figured that he wouldn't be anywhere near us, and like I said, we were just getting paranoid. However, we were really wrong. We finally got the password to check the cameras, and fortunately, then we checked the footage that was from last night around 2 a.m. The camera picked up a figure, and I have multiple pictures you guys can look at. The figure looks white, but I think it was actually all black, and the camera inverted it, but I don't really know. It's on the map. Anyway, for those of you who kept telling us to call the police, we did.
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. Asana AI can spot roadblocks and assign work to it's handled. Visit us at asana.com.
They came this morning and they checked the footage. They also looked around our house just to make sure that nobody was still lurking around. They said that they would patrol around our neighborhood. They made a report on the man trespassing, and we gave them as much information as we could, and hopefully they can find him. We both feel a little bit better now, but it's really unnerving to know that somebody was actually lurking around our house last night. He looked like he was just walking around, but like I said, we really have no clue what he wanted. Anyway, sorry for not updating sooner, but I couldn't get into the camera footage sooner, and I was really just worried and didn't really want to think too much about it. So to all of you that keep telling me to turn off my Snapchat map of myself, well, it was never on. I have no idea how he got my address in the first place, or even if he knew it was my house. And I definitely don't know anyone named Sebastian. Me, my cousin, and the rest of my family. I'm still very shaken up and really worried that he may return with worse intentions. But I really hope that doesn't happen. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Just after noon on Thursday, May 14th of 2020, the 72-year-old Long Island man, Dwight Powers, was participating in a Zoom call with around 20 other people. They were all part of the local chapter of Alcoholics Anonymous. Were attempting an old system around new and frightening conditions. It wasn't like Dwight to miss a meeting. His long-held sobriety was precious to him, and his own slight technophobia wasn't going to stand in the way of that. On Dixon Avenue in Amityville, and warmly chatted with those in attendance before they noticed something moving in the background of Dwight's video feed. To their horror, they saw a figure walk into the room, slowly approaching Dwight from behind. Conversation unfolding on screen, Dwight was completely unaware that anyone was creeping up on him, and the first he knew of the intruder's presence was when they began viciously beating him about the face and neck. Other users in the call gasped as they saw inflicted by a man who turned out to be completely naked. When the figure finished hitting Dwight and turned to leave the room, other callers asked if he was okay, but Dwight could barely respond. He was bleeding from a busted lip. Him. But to his viewers' horror, the attack wasn't over. The figure returned to the room holding something in each of his hands, things that glinted in the light of an overhead lamp, and in full view of almost 20 other Zoom callers. Over and over and over again. Those watching could do nothing but call 911 as they watched Dwight gargle blood before falling off of his chair. But even this was a fruitless task, since no one actually knew Dwight's home. The attacker went down with him, plunging the large kitchen knives into Dwight's fallen body in a frenzied and bloody assault, until all people could hear over his computer's microphone were his dying breaths. The callers managed to give a vividly detailed webcam, but when the police honed in on a man fitting that description, who also happened to have Dwight's blood all over his change of clothes, they discovered something horrifying. That Dwight Powers' murderer was none other than Dwight's own son. In a statement given to homicide detectives shortly after his arrest, Thomas Scully Powers admitted stabbing his own father around 20 to 25 times. He told them he returned to the kitchen at one point to change knives because the small and to fully decapitate his own father in a horrendous, unprovoked attack. Thomas had to use a bread knife to saw through the dense bone and cartilage of his father's spine. Suffolk County District Attorney Tim Seeney said, in admission, he brutally stabbed his own father repeatedly until he was certain he was dead. The investigation into this horrific murder is still ongoing, but rest assured we will obtain justice for the victim. Shockingly, when Thomas Scully Powers was to enter a plea, he insisted he was not guilty by reason of insanity. However, a psychiatric exam showed Thomas to be quite lucid, and in light of this, the judge ordered that he be held at the Riverhead Correctional Facility. 5 years to life should be handed down should Thomas be found guilty. In the run-up to the trial, Thomas's defense attorney insisted that he would be exploring Mr. Powers' mental health and capacity in relation to this incident. It seemed, as I'm sure neither they nor the general public could comprehend any sane reason why a man would just murder his own father out of the blue. The prosecution argued that Thomas had murdered his father when he was completely lucid, owing to the fact he knew what he had done was wrong, and had attempted to hide the evidence of his crime by mopping up the blood and disposing of a bloody bedsheet in a trash bag. On top of that, when the cops arrived at the assisted living facility that Dwight Powers called home, despite being injured in the fall, Thomas ran across a busy highway and into a corner store where he attempted to use Dr. Pepper, of all things, to wash the blood from his clothes. Obviously, he was quickly spotted by the store Thomas shortly afterward. In a statement to local media outlets, Suffolk County Police Department said that although they had yet to determine a motive for the stabbing, they could safely rule out any tensions stemming from father and son being quarantined together, saying Thomas had mentioned during his police interview that his father had tried to slit his wrist with a knife, but they had a physical inspection that revealed what they characterized as only a slight mark on Thomas's wrist, and dismissed the claim of self-marker motive. Two neighbors of Dwight Powers, Steve and Mary Englert, said they had been close friends of his family for the majority of the 40 years they'd spent living side by side. They said he was very close to his family, but although he talked about his wayward son, with a euphemism that seemed to hide something much more sinister, Mary Englert told reporters that Thomas had struggles and would move in with his father during tough stretches. Dwight never hesitated to take time. A very devoted father. When his sons needed him, he was there, Mary told reporters with a glint of melancholy in her eye. As it turned out, Mary actually grew up with Dwight in the small town of Levittown, New York State, and said that he had death. At first, she simply refused to believe it was true, insisting it must have been some terrible mix-up, although the Englerts had been unable to call over at Dwight's house due to the pandemic. They made a point of calling him on his cell phone weeks prior. How could we have known that was the last time we'd ever talked to him? Mary said. It just didn't seem real that he was gone. Dwight loved his family so much. They were everything to him. I just can't imagine why it all happened. He had served as a rifleman in the United States Marine Corps and had a tour of Vietnam under his belt. When Dwight left the Marines, he got himself a job as a customs agent, opting for a quiet life in the suburbs where he could keep his family safe and happy. In his closet, he was just too much of a goof. He was 50 years old when he joined a rock band that played charity shows for children's foundations. Then when he was 60, Dwight grew a passion for the environment and began volunteering with Habitat for Humanity. He could often be found watching reruns of The Three Stooges, laughing his butt off at wholesome slapstick humor. There have been plenty of suggestions that Dwight wasn't the family man he made himself out to be, and that a dark and sordid history in some kind of psychotic frenzy. But every attempt to paint Dwight as some kind of abusive, smiling sociopath has either been based on circumstantial evidence or downright lies. But the question remains, will we ever find Or was a good man just unlucky enough to have a son who was violently and criminally deranged? Maybe people just want to find a rational excuse as to why a young man would murder his own loving father while completely in the buff. A world where those we shower with love, support, and affection can just snap one day, leaving us choking in a pool of our own blood, with the digital audience just having watched us die. On the morning of August 12, 2020, the young daughter of 32-year-old Maribel Rosado Morales was logging onto her computer for her first day of Zoom classes. Her home state of Florida had been one of the hardest hit by the pandemic, and like many of her meant she was forced to participate in one of the great educational experiments of our time, one in which millions of children all over the world would be educated remotely using a piece of conference call software called Zoom. This new ad hoc scores of teachers reported difficulties in remote education almost immediately, but the teacher that morning must have had no idea what kind of horror she was about to face, a horror she would be unable to hide from young, innocent eyes. Around 8 a.m., 30 other children, when her teacher began to hear something in the background of her audio. It sounded like voices, hushed but strained, and as the minutes passed, the voices coming from the feed of Maribel Morales' daughter grew louder. Argument seemed to be breaking out in the home, and by the time profanity began to be used, the teacher realized that some kind of potentially violent domestic altercation was on hand. Then, the teacher, along with 30 other young children, off camera, then quickly covered her ears with a terrified look on her face. A series of loud pops could be heard, sounding strange and tinny when picked up by the laptop's cheap microphone. Many of the children asked what they were. Girls' mics so they couldn't hear what came next. The last the teacher and class saw of Maribel Morales' daughter was just before her screen suddenly went black, as a bullet fired from a 9mm handgun smashed into the computer's motherboard. Arrived at the Morales' residence just minutes later, but they were too late. Lying on the floor, surrounded by screaming, terrified children, Maribel Rosado Morales had been shot to death in front of 4 of her own kids and 2 young cousins and bicycle. Just a few hours later, police received a phone call from a city bus driver saying he and his passengers had been taken hostage by a man armed with a pistol. The man had ordered the driver to take him to a destination off of the bus's route. Many passengers, thus giving him an opportunity to call. He didn't seem to have made any demands, but he was armed and extremely
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
Go ahead, make your commute a little more comfortable. Add some extra legroom for the kids, or just make an upgrade. Whether it's can help you navigate the buying process with affordable rates and flexible terms that fit your life. Plus, you can use convenient digital banking to monitor your payments and manage your accounts 24/7. Getting your new or new-to-you ride has never been easier. So let's get going. Apply for a
agitated. It was a painfully volatile situation, but by some insane stroke of luck, a police SWAT team happened to be on a training exercise in the general vicinity. Once the bus was cornered, fired. As he was being cuffed, the hostage-taker made a shocking confession. He told the heavily armed policeman that his name was Donald Williams, and that he had shot and killed his ex-girlfriend just a few hours before. And as it turned out, 32-year-old Maribel Rosado Morales. Donald was subsequently charged with first-degree murder as well as several other felony charges, including being a convicted felon in possession of a gun. The local sheriff's department said that there would obviously be additional penalties due to the presence of children during such a horrific killing. In the aftermath, the Florida Department of Children and Families was faced with the heartbreaking task of finding new homes for poor children who had been orphaned during the shooting rocked the local community, especially given that some of their own children had witnessed a life being taken, all thanks to advances in communications technology. Warfield Elementary and the Martin County School District go out to the victim's family, including children present in the home who were witnesses to this heartbreaking and senseless tragedy. We have our grief team deployed to assist students and staff who will undoubtedly feel the impact of this horrible incident. But no amount of grief counseling will really put a dent into the immense trauma suffered by so many children that morning. Not to mention their teacher, who for a few grim moments must have thought that she'd witnessed the death. Such an incident proves that as much as advancements in technology have the capacity to enrich our lives, allowing us to stay in touch with people we're otherwise unable to see, it also has the capacity to darken them, too. Quarantine first started, and everyone was using Zoom for everything from work meetings to virtual birthday parties. Let me tell you, a lot of people weren't using passwords on their rooms, and if they were, the number of times that it was a 123 or a password. I broke into a whole lot of Zoom calls last summer, mostly with hilarious results. I hacked my way into some regional management meeting and told the exec he was fired. I got into what I figured was a remote learning session for a middle school where I successfully. I also caught some grandpa waiting for a call from a relative and almost convinced the guy that I was his grandson. The guy had to squint at the screen before telling me to go F myself. Okay, it was super obnoxious of me, and I know I'm a jerk for doing it. Not my comeuppance, that I got what I deserved for sticking my dumb head where it didn't belong. I bet you are, even if it's just a little. But let's just see if that changes by the end of this story. So right after I had gotten into some afternoon Life Jane's speech from Come Dine With Me, I figured I'd peaked. There was nowhere to go, no more mountains to climb. So I gave Zoom sniping a rest for a bit until the cravings returned to me later that evening. And the fun thing about Zoom sniping at night, you would in the daytime. For example, I once got into a Zoom call between a few girls having a virtual sleepover in various states of undress. I'm not saying I stayed longer than a few seconds. I'm not that much of a perv, but you get my point. To bring up potential sniping targets, I accidentally hit a punctuation mark and happened across a room with a very distinctive name. Most are just called like Andy's Room or Queens Park Regional Subway Managers Meeting, boring stuff like that. A series of punctuation that made up a kind of shape, like a kind of curve or wave shape. Usually I had a plan of what I was going to do before I got into a call. A goof or a bit that I had in mind. But that time I didn't. On in it. But you know what they say about curiosity, right? instant regret. When I loaded into the call and saw what was happening on 2 of the 4 panels, I immediately exited the call. It was like a gut burned by something. Like I legit shouted, "Whoa," and backed up from the keyboard before my hand jumped to the mouse. Then I just sat there kind of dumbstruck, just processing what I'd seen. I don't want to go into what it was. I don't think I have detail regarding what I saw that night. But put it this way. Imagine the sweetest, most innocent-looking child you've ever seen. Now imagine the worst possible thing you could do to them. The worst thing you could ever possibly conceive of. Kid than what I actually saw for real. It absolutely positively fried my brain for about 30 minutes, because that's about how long it took for me to realize I should have called the cops. As much as the concept filled me with dread, I to at least try to jot down some details, backgrounds, physical descriptions, anything that I'd be able to hand over to the police to aid them in arresting the scumbags responsible for what I can only describe as ritualistic abuse. I wasn't even sure which. You can bet I tried every single one in my attempt to find that godforsaken room again. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find it. I wasn't even sure what I could do at that point. I didn't think I could just call the police. Messed with online, but I have 0 details. But apparently that's exactly what you're supposed to do. From what I found out over the next few days, after talking to a few Greater Manchester police officers, just telling the police what platform perpetrating the abuse. I didn't mean for this to turn into some internet safety infomercial. There was just so much I didn't know about how the police track down and remove that kind of indecent online material. We hear about stuff like that, and it all seems far, far away. But seeing it online like that, hiding in plain sight, it made me realize how kids are suffering like that every single day, all over the world, and we're not doing nearly enough as a society to stop it. Just be careful when you're snooping around online. You might just bite off considerably more than you can chew. That, and if you do see something, always report it. It might seem pointless, but in the world of dangerous predators. It all started with a Zoom call. At least, I only became aware it was happening because of a Zoom call. The day of the second post-lockdown work meeting was the first time I noticed it. We're in the middle of a pretty tedious brainstorming session with a few members of marketing when a coworker interrupts whoever's talking to address me by name. It actually made me jump. My name brought me right back around again. I respond, "Huh? Yep, I was listening." When I notice the person who addressed me is now closely studying their own laptop screen. I don't mean to alarm you. Window behind you. I know exactly which window he's talking about, so I turn, a bit nervous at the idea of discovering he's right, only to see that there's no one there. I'm more relieved than anything, to be honest. Off during the meeting, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't maybe deserve it a little bit. "Very funny," I said, and a few of the other callers had a little titter at the impromptu prank. "I'm sorry, but did no one else see that? I'm so sure." You're probably just seeing things." Someone else chimed in, and within a few minutes, the whole thing was completely forgotten. A smudge on the screen, a bit of lag on the call, eyes playing tricks. Truth was literally unthinkable at that stage. A short while later, the exact same thing happens. The same guy interrupts, only far more urgently this time, saying, Look, look, it's right there. I'm not imagining it. You can all see it. Only I don't turn around immediately. I look at my own webcam feed to see what he was talking about. And right when I see it, what's clearly the silhouette of a head in the window behind me, I hear one of the other callers say like, "Oh, wow." Time to catch the quick blur of whoever was watching me, ducking out of view. I'm actually really creeped out at this point because it obviously wasn't just somebody walking past my ground floor bedroom. Someone had actually stopped to stare inside. My window is you have to actually go out of your way to find it. Now, I'm only 5'3" and I'm 8 stone, which for any Americans reading this means I'm tiny. And I had to make sure if someone was actually creeping on me, they weren't just hiding out and waiting until I was vulnerable. And kitchen knife in the other, I tell the Zoom call that I'll be right back and then head out to make sure that everything is kosher. It's peak lockdown during all of this, so the streets are pretty much deserted, so I think I'd have noticed anyone wandering around. So I guessed, or rather hoped, that it was just some neighbor kids messing around, maybe looking for a wayward ball or something. About a week goes by and the whole window face incident has been at the back of my mind the whole time. Targeted where we're most vulnerable is frankly terrifying. So the prospect of that nightmare coming to life just didn't bear thinking about. I'm not saying I was on edge the whole time or that I lose sleep over it or anything, but let's just say my apartment block is on. But anyway, at one point I head out to the grocery store to pick up food and I ended up caught in one of those super long COVID lines that you're stuck in for like 40 minutes before you're allowed into the store to buy your stuff. One-way system in the aisles in an attempt to stop the spread. My point is, a trip that would have normally taken like half hour ends up taking more like 90 minutes, and an annoying amount of my day has been completely wasted. Only to find that the front door has been bashed in. Apparently, there had been a break-in while I was out. If only criminals could work from home. It seemed obvious that it was a burglary at first. All my stuff had been strewn around. The TV was still there, along with my PlayStation, but most break-ins just go for jewelry and phones, I heard. Anything small that they can pawn easily. Obviously, I called the cops like there and then, who arrived within a half hour or so. They advised me to valuable electronics and whatnot, but I told them I already looked and that nothing obvious seemed to have been taken. My bedroom looked like it had been hit by a bomb. Clothes had been strewn all over the place. Whole drawers had been pulled out and flipped. One of the cops spent some time looking around in there before he called out to his partner. "Hey, we need forensics up in here," is what he actually said. I asked him what the deal was, if he'd found something that I should know about. Till that point, but when I asked him why forensics was needed, one of them told me not to worry about it and to stay out of my bedroom for the time being. It was no big deal at first. I was just grateful that they showed up so fast, even if they did wear masks. So by the time forensics team showed up, I'm out front of my apartment building talking to my mom on the phone. Only when I see what they're actually doing in my apartment, it triggers what I can only describe as a mini freakout. Guys got bullets of my underwear into bags, sealing them, then taking them out to the truck outside. And then it dawns on me, whoever broke into my apartment had left DNA on my underwear. Now, I probably don't need to tell you how exactly for me to actually type it. But the thing that really got to me was if I'd actually been home that afternoon, there's no telling what would have happened if some violent perv had actually gotten their dirty hands on me. But anyway, thankfully a happy ending, because they had this guy's DNA. Police were able to match it on their database with a guy who'd had multiple run-ins with the law for public exposure, among other things. He was arrested, and he's now looking at 3 years like that. But the whole thing came full circle for me in an interview with some detective who'd mentioned that this guy liked casing his victims' places before he struck. Over the past month or so, have you seen anyone hanging around your apartment window? He said it. He literally said it. It was him, that day when I was in the Zoom call. It was him that had been looking through my window. He'd been stalking me for God knows how long. Only by the grace of God was I lucky enough to have been out grocery shopping.
Parents of children who play Roblox. If your child was sexually exploited, abused, or pressured to share explicit content by someone they met on Roblox, estimated compensation varies depending on what happened and how it affected your child. For cases involving exposure to sexual materials, estimated compensation may range from $25,000 to $50,000. Content and is receiving ongoing mental health treatment, estimated compensation may range from $50,000 to $300,000. And in more serious cases, such as physical abuse, attempted rape, sexual assault, or trafficking, $1,000 to over $1 million. Filing a claim is free, confidential, and takes just 2 to 3 minutes.
Dying Light, The Beast, 20% off. Buy now.
Otherwise, it doesn't bear thinking about what might have happened. Omegle. I was really shy back when I was a junior in high school. I had lots of anxiety and not so many friends. Not through any fault of my own, though. My parents used to move around a lot for work, so every so often, we'd just pick up absolute havoc on my social development for a while, and by the time I joined this new school during my junior year, I not only couldn't find the confidence to speak to people, I just didn't want to either. Like, what was the point when I was probably just going to move? I also craved social interaction. I wanted it so bad, but just had no idea how to get it in any way that didn't turn me into a nervous wreck. And that's when I found Omegle. At first, I only ever used the text option. Total stranger to see. I talked to random internet people about politics, video games, pretty much anything, and after a while, I really started to feel myself kind of coming out of my shell. And it wasn't just text chatting with people online. Every so often on Omegle, someone would get bored and just ghost me. Maybe they didn't like the conversation, maybe they didn't like me. Whatever it was, they'd just up and disappear. First few times it happened after a decent amount of conversation brought out some really cruel sides to people, but it somehow also brought out the best in them too. I'd have some real heart-to-hearts with complete and utter strangers, work out complex issues I had with myself. Together we'd set the world to rights. I'd never talk to them again. I ended up talking to a handful of girls on Omegle too. At least, they told me they were girls. Either way, I got a flutter of excitement the first few times. A couple of them asked if I wanted to not being proficient in it. Like I wanted to, but I just couldn't. Anyway, I kinda got over the novelty of it after a while. Hearing that someone was female became kind of a non-issue for me. It was pointless to freeze up if we ever met in person. But it did happen once more for me. That kind of butterflies in your tummy feeling after talking to some random stranger for like an hour and a half one night. We didn't talk about one particular thing. We talked about everything. As intelligent as it was amusing. I was actually pretty sure the person was a guy given some of the hobbies they claimed to have, so you can imagine how surprised I was when they said they were a girl. I was kind of speechless. Only once had I had info so we could keep the conversation going, and that person had ghosted as soon as I asked. I wasn't about to risk any more of my pride like that again, especially when I was certain that this girl in particular would make all the rejection pain come flooding back all anew. Get excited, but choose to basically ignore it. Not only was I sticking to my never fully believe someone online is a girl until you hear their voice or see a verification picture or video rule, but I really could feel myself getting overly excited that she was like my dream girl, and that wasn't something I thought I could face right then, as weird as that might sound. So I keep the conversation going like it had been, and suddenly I find myself actually kind of flirting. I was probably doing it really bad, but it was something that actually felt sort of natural. The whole thing was going so well that after we happened to both name Ernest Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls as our favorite book, I just thought, screw it, and asked if she wanted to talk over. She wasn't who she said she was, then fine, I'd cut my losses. But if she was, we tried to line up a little text countdown to us flicking on our webcams, which ended up being goofy and incredibly inaccurate, but it was still kind of cute. And when I saw her, wow, she was gorgeous. Legit one of the prettiest girls I'd ever seen to this day. And after some initial blushing and awkwardness, we carried on our conversation like it was the most natural thing in the world. Never crushed on a girl as hard as her ever. We spent like another 2 hours just chatting like that, and the whole time I was terrified of getting disconnected or something. But I was still way too scared to ask for like a phone number or email or something, so summon up the courage. She was a senior who lived a few states away, but that didn't bother me, so I tried to push the conversation towards relationships and whatnot, which gave me a way into asking her if she's single. She replies that she is single, but obviously I'm kind of disappointed to hear that, and I tell her I think whoever he is, he's a lucky guy. She starts laughing and says, "I was talking about you, idiot." And I think if I'd blushed any harder, I've gotten a full... By the time I regain my composure, I know the time is right to ask for her number. So, I think of a smooth way to ask her, one that's witty but genuine, then work up to nailing the delivery. When I think I see something in the window behind her, I exactly see what it is. I ask if she lives with her parents. She confirms she does. Then I ask if it's on a ground floor apartment, and she says no, that it was a 2-story and that her bedroom was on the 1st floor. And that's floor. Why did I think I could see what looked like a face just hovering in her window like that? And how do you even tell someone that, oh, we're having this awesome conversation and I'm just going to be a jerk by telling you there's a face in your window, even though I'm not 100% staring at the dark shape for a second or two, trying to make sure it's not just my eyes or my monitor playing tricks on me. Emily obviously noticed my change in expression and asked me if everything is okay. I'm like, sure. Looks blatantly at the window and then tells me there's nothing there. Probably just a smudge on my monitor or something. I look again. It's just black, so I put it down to all the adrenaline going through me and just assume I made it. Then the same thing happens. I'm so sure that I see movement in the window behind her that I actually do just sort of snap and say, "Yeah, I think there's something outside your window." She looks outside again. Yeah, we have a tree in our front yard, and it's windy all the time. It's probably just that. We laugh, and it breaks the tension, but it also sidetracks my move to ask for her number, so I decide to work up to it again. "So, what's your phone number?" I see movement yet again, just over her shoulder. Only this time, it's really obviously the window behind her opening. Like I could see the white bars shifting really slowly, and that my eyes were definitely not playing tricks on me. That time I wasn't chill or suggestive about it. I just straight up shouted, "Emily, the window!" She then spins around to see exactly what I can see. Open window. The webcam on her laptop was super low resolution, so I couldn't see much apart from Emily just disappearing from the camera as she screamed and ran out of the room, only to be followed by this dark figure chasing her at speed. And shouting sounds I've ever heard. She was home alone at the time, so there was just one set of female screams and occasionally this rough bark of the guy who was chasing her. Then all of a sudden, there was a really high-pitched wail before everything. Phone and called 911 frantically, not even thinking that I had absolutely nothing to tell the dispatcher other than, I think I'm witnessing a home invasion." I didn't know where Emily lived other than that she was in New Hampshire. I had no last name, no In the end, I got so frustrated that I hung up. There was nothing I could do. I just stared at the webcam images of her empty bedroom, praying she was okay. I'm not sure how long I was sat there, so I couldn't tell if the cops. They did show up. I knew because I heard the sirens before I saw the flashing lights from the window of Emily's room. I heard them break into the house. Then I heard them shouting stuff like, "Police, show me your hands," and other garbled stuff. And I actually heard gunshots. It's hard to say for certain, but it was a lot. I actually stayed on camera until I could get a cop's attention and told them that I'd seen the guy breaking in. This ended up with me getting a call from a New Hampshire detective, but once I told him that I only seen one, he pretty much lost interest. Then I asked if Emily was okay. He sighed, and I could hear him putting on his professional voice before he even really spoke. "I'm sorry to have to tell you this one, kid. I'm deeply sorry for your loss, but be safe in the knowledge that any information you give me will go towards catching the guy who did this to her." Not exactly what he said, but you get the idea. I figured it was just loss of valuables, but he killed her. The guy did things to her, and then he killed her. He didn't even run once he'd done it either. He stuck around to carry on doing things to her until the cops showed up to shoot him when a weapon. For days afterwards, I searched the internet for articles about a New Hampshire murder and home invasion, and God help me, I found one. And that's why I know so much about the details of what had happened, and how this was about 6 or 7 years ago. I do have hope, as must her family, because guys are getting caught years later when the cops get a lucky DNA match or something. But given how much I got so attached to Emily in that short period of time, knowing that there was so much special spark, that's been something that's messed with me for years, and I still take anti-anxiety medication all this time later. I think my time using Omegle was like the golden years of my social life because now I'm back to just not getting close. This time it's because I just don't have it in me to form meaningful attachments. But I know just how easily people can be taken away from us. Y'all remember that thing, Omegle? I don't know if it's still as popular as it used to be, or if there's just another version of it that people use, but for those that don't know, it's a website that puts you in a completely random, one-to-one chat room with people. It was in my final year of high school. Me and my buddies thought it was like the greatest thing ever after we talked 3 rando girls into flashing us one night. So as thirsty as it sounds, that's all we did for like a whole summer. Just chilling in one of our friend's mom's basement. It got to the point where I'd go on Omegle sometimes when I got bored at home. Not to talk to girls as such, just to kind of mess around and see who was online. But I don't go anywhere near that site anymore. Not after seeing the most messed up thing of my life. It's still a pretty dark place sometimes, and that sometimes you can just happen across something seriously messed up, just on accident. So I have my webcam on, and I'm on a roll of just closing chat after chat. Everyone on that weirdo or someone legit mentally deficient, and I was just about to close that browser window out of sheer boredom when I see something that catches my eye. It's a girl, kneeling in a room lit solely with red lights. My first thought was in for a little bit of a show, but then I saw the plastic sheet underneath her. Now, as crazy as it sounds, I had seen something like that before, when this older woman in a mask had a plastic sheet down and was urinating on whatever the strange that one, but it was obvious that the idea was to make us laugh at that time or some other strange interests. But what I ran into that night was most definitely not designed to be humorous. I'm still watching it. Basically, completely uncovered. Whatever was about to happen, though, she sure seemed nervous about it, like she was visibly shaking and trying her best to hide her face, not that she was doing a good job of it. It seems really dumb in retrospect, but my dumb, horny brain has me still thinking that this is some kind of weird fetish, and for some reason, when this masked dude appears on screen, that just cemented it for me. Some kind of weird BDSM thing was about to go down. Person to get to watch it. The dude walks up to the girl and puts a black bag over her head. She squirms a little, but other than that, I think she's still just nervous. Or maybe she was acting like that as a show for the audience. I mean, heck. The dude then disappears from view before reappearing with a cordless drill. He makes a show of this, having a finger on the tip of the drill like a magician would all, "This is a real blade" type thing. Only then do I start to realize that this isn't quite what I thought it was, and that maybe, just maybe, I should close the freaking chat before I see something I end up regretting. But there was something about the whole scene, something about the way the guy seemed like a setup, like it was designed to freak someone out. Even the red lights were sus, like I remember reading about how old Italian horror movies would tactically use red lights on set to disguise how terrible their fake blood looked. Something about it meta. I was watching as this hulking, bare-chested dude grabs the girl by the head. She's tiny too, and the size difference means his hand is basically wrapped around her entire skull. He then fires the drill up twice to ensure it's working properly. So coincidentally, the moment I started to panic too. Either this girl was doing a very good physical acting job, or Her fear was real. And if her fear was real, it meant the whole thing was real too. She had to lock a knee into the small of her back to keep her still. The way they fell, you could basically only see her head and her legs kicking behind them both. Like I said, I was almost certain the whole thing was fake, but legs when the guy started to push the whirring, spinning drill into the back of her head. First of all, there was the noise. It was absolutely stomach-churning. The sound of what could easily have been metal on bone just grinding against each other. There was this horrible mix of screaming and the drill's motor whirring, and the girl grunting as the pain started to hit. But again, could all be acting at the end of the day. What I'm almost certain you can't fake is the way this girl's legs started to into her brain. They moved in a way that I don't think I've ever seen before, almost like people act in cartoons when they're being electrocuted. I got this sick feeling in my stomach, and I immediately closed the chat window before I saw anything else. Everyone I've explained what I saw to says they think it was faked too. But then again, I'm almost certain that's because I feed them so much info on how it could have been fake and not really on all the reasons why I think it could have been real. Freaking out. You fell for some elaborate prank that'll end up on the internet elsewhere. Because the alternative is just way too messed up for me to quantify. And a part of me still does think that I actually did watch a live snuff film that afternoon. The body with a drill hole in the back of the head, or even that I read somewhere that it was just a prank, or even like a weird kind of viral marketing campaign or something. But the truth of the matter is, I just don't know. I never heard anyone else talk about that site again, so I didn't give myself a chance to catch a repeat performance, so to speak. I just try and tell myself that what I saw wasn't real, and that it was just an elaborate show to scare random internet strangers when I'm reminded of it. And that's what helps me get to sleep at night. For a few years there, Omegle and chat roulette were like the best things ever. I know it sounds dumb, but it terrified me at first. I wasn't the most confident of people when I was younger, and believe it or not, using stuff like Omegle actually helped me come out of my shell a little and learn how to talk to people. And naturally, like anyone who's spent a lot of time on Omegle, encounters I've had on there. I mean, I've had some pretty amazing ones. I met one of my long-term gaming buddies on Omegle, and you'd be surprised at the number of girls who just want to show themselves off, so to speak, every once in a while. But I've also had my share of growth too. And what I'm about to tell you is by far the most disturbing. And it's not some dumb creepypasta either. Every word of this is true. So I just gotten home from this terrible part-time job I was working in 2012. My stepdad's beers from the garage and see how palpable the mental illness was on Omegle that afternoon. I was actually having a good run at one point. I had a guy singing that Call Me Maybe song, another dude who did a magic trick, and a handful of something. So all in all, I was in a pretty good mood by the time I hit end and knew for what turned out to be the final time of that night. Because when I do, I just see this dude sitting at his desk, staring blankly into the webcam. Most people are looking at their screens to see who you are and not straight up staring into the camera. I said hey, what's up? Or something. But the dude didn't reply, so I figured that there was just something wrong with around this time that I'd just end a chat and start a new one. If the person on the other end seemed too weird or like they wouldn't be much fun, I just skipped them entirely. So as you can imagine, coupled with all the other weird stuff you're likely to see. But something about this dude really got my attention. At first, when I saw him, he looked like he might be in his early to mid-teens, dark hair and eyes, kind of a baby face with scrawny shoulders. But the more I looked, the old bags under his eyes, pretty sure he had flecks of gray at his temples too. Like if he was as young as I thought he was, then he must have had the most brutal paper route in history. So for some reason, at a time I'd normally just ghost him, I said,
Domain from Squarespace. Not just a website, but you're not most people, because now you know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like velvetchords.com for your music studio, or kidchords.com for your middle school band camp. Squarespace is how you make it happen, all under one roof. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you okay, dude? Can you hear? And it hit me that this might be another case of someone browsing Omegle while they're high. It might sound a little mean or whatever, but I figured that I'd just mess with him just a little bit. Maybe see if I could guess what kind of drug he was taking. I start talking real slow to him, but he barely reacts. And it's then that I realize that he hasn't looked at his screen or monitor. The whole time, he was literally just staring at this little lens on his webcam. I break from the play acting and just ask him straight up. He just shakes his head. So I ask him if he means he isn't on any drugs at all, and to that he nods. Now I'm torn between laughing because of what could have been a blatant lie and kind of freaking out because if he wasn't lying, real creepy guy. And then out of nowhere, this guy reaches up towards his mouth like he's about to take out some gum or something. At first, I think he's going to show me some weird root he's been chewing on that made him look all sleepy. I know people can get some pretty weird South American plants and stuff from shady websites. But then it becomes obvious that he has hold of his own tooth. His front tooth, I think. Like in the grip of his thumb and forefinger. And then he's... Dude, what are you doing? All calm at first. And then he starts really getting a grip on his tooth. Pulling it and twisting it. And I respond, stop. What are you thinking, man? Cracking sound coming from this guy's mic. He twists the tooth free from his gum as blood starts to pour out of his mouth, then holds it up to the camera like he's all proud of himself. I am full-on squealing at the computer at this point, and not being able to look away because of what this guy is even doing. I asked him in like 100 different ways, why did you do that? Was it rotten? Can't you go to the dentist? He doesn't say a word. Gap-toothed grin, mopping at the blood on his chin and holding up the tooth in front of the webcam. Then he disappears and I'm left on the new chat screen, just shell-shocked. Nothing has ever topped that for me. I have so many unanswered questions about that guy, and each time I think I get close to figuring it out, it just opens me up to 100 other questions. I mean, he would have had to have been on drugs to be able to pull his own tooth out like that. I don't think anyone can. It's also the whole idea that it wasn't his first time doing it. As crazy as it sounds, he seemed to just know what he was doing. That he had to twist it and wrench it. He knew exactly how to grip it. And then the sense of pride at the end. That kind of thing before. I didn't see anything else that ever made me react so strongly, and after that, all the random guys just sort of playing with their junk that you'd see didn't seem to faze me at all. Like as long as there wasn't any tooth pulling. So, I guess I have something to thank Mr. Tooth Puller for, although saying that it's not something I want to see again. In fact, I hope I never meet Mr. Tooth Puller online, or in real life, ever again. I used to work at a Starbucks here in Cardiff, and I've got to be honest, it's one of the better jobs I've ever had. The manager was brilliant, the other staff were nice and looked out for each other, so for a minimum-ish wage, shifts to work were the first halves of Monday and Tuesday mornings, as the pre-work rush meant people were often at their absolute worst. I mean, don't get me wrong, people could be complete jerks at other times of the day or week, but the high, without a shadow of a doubt. But rude customers aren't scary. Annoying and frustrating, yes. Chillingly cruel and calculating, not as much. Which is why this particular incident has stayed with me for so long, and I always beings can be to each other. So, it's a Monday morning, and we're just coming to the end of the rush at around 9 a.m. 30 minutes more and the caffeine fiends will start to thin out, and we can get some coffee and make a smoke break. Like, she was only just trying to get a handle on what had been pure harpy screeches just moments before. Some woman was on her phone, ranting away and not looking where she was going as she tries to find the back of the queue. And doing informs her that she's queue jumping. I don't know if she actually didn't hear him or was just tactically ignoring him, but either way, this bloke has to tap her on the shoulder before saying, "Excuse me, I believe I was ahead of you." The woman just too busy to listen to you. I remember the look of anger on the guy's face as she gently but firmly grabs the strap of her handbag and tugs her out of the queue before taking her place. I'm a bit torn about the whole thing. Like, yeah, it was righteous, but laying hands on the issue. But it wasn't like the guy had picked her up and thrown her, and due to the size difference, that was definitely a possibility. Anyway, she reacts like this had been the case, like him actually standing up to her was some horrific incident of assault. Was on the phone and simply refused to hang up. A couple of staff members and customers managed to calm the situation down, and we get the guy his coffee before one of my colleagues serves the angry woman. I didn't serve her, but when she got her order, she turned. Isn't as hot as I asked for. No, I know better than to just argue with customers and especially absolute whoppers like her. So I do as I'm asked and heat the coffee up a little bit more for her. I hand it back. She dips a finger in it. Now bearing in mind, she just watched me run some steam through it, but again, I do as I'm asked and give her back some literally steaming hot coffee that she proceeds to absolutely overload with sugar. No wonder she was in such a stinking mood. Crash, hence why she was such an unbearable person to be around. But little did I realize, that coffee wasn't for her, and on her way out of the store, she took the lid off of her scalding hot syrupy coffee and threw it in the guy's face as he sat. That guy screaming was absolutely horrific. Like I didn't actually see the woman throw her coffee in the guy's face, so I thought someone had broken a leg or something. That's the only time I've heard someone scream in pain like that. When my old skating buddy absolutely But what followed in the coffee shop was pure chaos. People were pouring bottles of water onto this guy's face, ambulance staff and police turning up. I think the woman legged it as soon as she threw the coffee because, to my knowledge, no one was around. Suffered life-changing injuries. From what another colleague told me, the gross amount of sugar in the coffee meant that some of it actually stuck to his face like a kind of molten hot glue. He'd been left with terrible scarring for the rest of his life. Monster in the queue that morning. That's what I find really scary. That some people out there are so unhinged that a seemingly normal interaction with them could end up with you suffering injuries you'll carry with you for the rest of your life. Enough moment, and boom, you're going to look at a very different version of yourself in the mirror for the rest of your natural life. For the past few years or so, I've lived here in Redwood City, California. Back in 2008, some of you might remember that a Philadelphia branch of Starbucks asked two African Americans to leave because they hadn't bought anything. They were accused of racism. That it would no longer ask anyone to leave their stores as long as they weren't causing a disturbance. From what I heard, this prompted a bunch of trouble with homeless people hanging around Starbucks outlets and generally making a nuisance of themselves, but I can't really. My local Starbucks was Steve. Steve was about as far from the stereotypical idea of a homeless person as you can imagine. I remember seeing him in relatively clean clothes, tapping away on a smartphone that was charging from a nearby power outlet. Got my coffee and carried on my way to work. The next morning, Steve is there again, paper in front of him, tapping away on his smartphone. Only this time, as I'm in line waiting to give my order, I see him reaching for a grubby look. It dawned on me that he didn't have a coffee in front of him, and when I thought about it, he didn't have one that day before either. And that's when I realized that Steve was in fact homeless. And it was then that I actually noticed how tired he looked, how the meals in his time. Steve was obviously taking advantage of Starbucks' new policy in order to get indoors and charge his phone, and although he was technically taking up the space of a paying customer, none who got an inkling of his living situation ever seemed to complain. Into some kind of confrontation with the customer. I think maybe one of his bag straps was lying in the way of someone because I only looked up in time after hearing someone apologize. This big guy in a bad suit scoffed as he "Be here," the big guy said. I thought it was quite an obnoxious comment, but I'm far too much of an introvert to say anything about it. Steve tried to apologize again, but the guy started going off on him, telling him he shouldn't be there if he wasn't a paying customer with me for the rest of my life. The guy at the head of the line bought Steve a coffee and a red berry cheese Danish. There, now he has something, so mind your business. It wasn't one of those, and then everyone clapped, moments. Shouting match at that time in the morning, especially not me. So after the fat guy was shamed into silence, he just sort of wrapped his double-smoked bacon and walked out, avoiding eye contact as he went. That's when I found out his name was Steve. I'd always say hi and asked if he wanted a coffee or a red berry cheese. Some mornings he'd accept, some he'd decline, and I came to learn that he used the charger and the free Wi-Fi to look for a job. He wasn't a drug addict, he was slowly building himself back up and putting his life back together. Learning that is how me and a handful of other Starbucks regulars developed a great deal of affection for Steve after a while, but our regular cheery encounters with him somehow made it easy every night, and I guess assuring ourselves that Steve would be okay meant we could just walk away and not worry about it. Because one Monday morning when I walked into the Starbucks and saw Steve's seat empty, I automatically assumed it was good news. Maybe he'd struck gold in his job search. and I found myself asking the barista if they'd heard anything from Steve over the weekend. To my absolute delight, he told me Steve had an interview at a local car wash. He wasn't sure exactly what day before departing the store. So, that was the end of seeing Steve on my morning Starbucks runs. I hoped that he might show up again, buying his own coffee, looking healthier and happier, but he didn't, and I'd have been lying if I said I didn't kind of miss him. Like I might have mentioned, I'm a card-carrying introvert, but I do enjoy a sense of community. I still enjoy the comfort of familiar faces, so anyone who makes me comfortable enough to come out of my shell. So after a few weeks of not seeing Steve at all, I decided to take a walk down to some of the local car washes to see if I could spot Steve. First place I asked hadn't heard of him, neither had the second place. But the third car wash I tried could give them the answers. You see, the third place I tried was indeed the same place Steve had an interview scheduled, but it was an interview he hadn't shown up for. I asked if he'd called ahead to cancel or anything, and the car wash boss said no, and that he just ghosted. My concern for Steve's well-being grew to the point where I began to entertain the idea of going down to the Redwood Junction to look for him. I hope I don't sound too prejudiced when I say I found it an intimidating prospect. Like, as much as I appreciate that a lot of homeless hard times, I know that there are some people in the streets who are so broken that they do actually pose a danger to the general public. But as I said, my concern grew and grew until I didn't give good care if the sight of homeless people camp would upset me. I needed to act. I wasn't sure I'd be able to live with myself otherwise. That was how I ended up cycling down to the junction one Saturday afternoon, where I began nervously giving descriptions of Steve and asking if people had seen him. People mostly shook. I guess having visitors to the camp wasn't exactly a common occurrence. Time and time again, I was met with the same response. A shrug, a shake of the head, complete indifference. At least until I spoke to one much grimy old fatigue jacket. This guy seemed a little bit more with it than some of the other homeless folks, and although he had a distinct smell of marijuana about him, he was lucid enough to get a straight answer from. After confirming we were talking about the but that he hadn't been around the junction in a few days. When I pressed him for where Steve might have gone, the vet shrugged, but
working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana AI can spot roadblocks and assign work in a snap, so everything and everyone stays on track. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com.
Told me Steve had left behind a bunch of his belongings. According to him, this could be a good thing just as much as a bad thing. When some homeless folks find a way off the street, they're moving back behind all their stuff. Some just don't need it anymore. A tent and a sleeping bag are useless when you have a room and a bed. But others find that the stuff they had on the street just reminds them of a time they'd rather just forget about. But sometimes it meant something bad had happened. I could see the worry just etched into the vet's face, and he seemed to be racking his brain for a moment before an idea struck him. He mentioned that Steve used to bring food to a girl who stayed on the other. Up until talking to that girl, my time at the camp had been unexpectedly uplifting. Sure, seeing people living like that was upsetting, but seeing how nice some of them were, how they hadn't let their hardships break them down, seeing them purely as the human beings they are. Yet the visit to the girl's tent was the point at which the trip became more terrifying than I ever imagined it could be. As we approached the girl's tent, the vet greeted someone nearby and asked if a person called Mouse was home. They nodded, but I wasn't sure what they meant by that. But on seeing this mouse girl curled up in a fetal position in her tent, I was almost certain it was drug-related. The vet gently shook the girl awake, and I'm pretty sure she was high from the way she lazily opened her eyes and how in Steve's name, the girl shoots wide open, and she gives him this terrified look before saying, I told him not to go. I told him not to, but he didn't listen. Now he's gone. The vet asks her where. She replies with, the cemetery, before bursting into tears. The last question we could get her to answer was what happened at the cemetery for Steve to be gone. She replied with, it took him. It. Hearing that word used like that caused this sinking feeling in my stomach. Not so much because of what it entailed, but because this girl was so messed up over what happened, and that obviously meant bad news for Steve. I had my own idea of which one she was referring to. I just wanted to see if he had the same answer, and he did. He'd said he'd bet his last dime that she was talking about the historic Union Cemetery on Woodside Road, and I agreed. From the hand car wash where Steve was scheduled to have his interview. I took all this information to the police, telling them I was a friend of Steve's before I had them file a missing persons report. I made sure to record the reference number I was giving, as I'd be able to use the case, I assumed. I tried all throughout that next week to get the relevant cops on the phone, but it seemed to take forever before the case was properly assigned. In the meantime, I thought I'd take a ride down to the cemetery to see if anything caught my eye. About being a detective, but at the same time, I couldn't just sit on my butt and do nothing. So, for those of you that don't know, Redwood City's historic Union Cemetery isn't really a cemetery. It did actually function as one until about 1919. Memorial. From what I can remember, some Civil War soldiers are buried there along with a few famous pioneers, so it's more for tourists and sightseers than grieving families or funeral processions. While walking up and down the gravel, that when the girl said, like, Steve is in the cemetery, it might have been her way of telling us that he was dead. There was every chance we just totally misinterpreted that, and I was in that cemetery on a complete fool's errand, wasting my time looking. What I found and saw next is completely irrelevant, and is naturally to be disregarded. But, and a big but here, if it is connected to the Steve disappearance, it raises questions that honestly don't bear thinking about. Walking down this gravel path, and a handful of people I see are just all checking out the statues, taking pictures, and all that other stuff. Only, I see this one guy, all by his lonesome, and he's walking with purpose, with a plastic bag. Purpose, I mean, like, he wasn't there just to hang around and check out the memorials. He was walking fast, like he wanted in and out in as short a time as possible. Just the sight of him filled me with curiosity, but it's not like if I rushed after him, he wouldn't freak. He slipped away from my view almost as quickly as he had appeared. Only he'd left something behind, the white plastic bag having just dumped it behind one of the bleach-white tombstones, apparently in the hopes that it would remain hidden from public view. In a graveyard or whatever. But I went to check out what the bag contained. It just looked like a bunch of organ meat. Like I 100% saw something dark enough to be liver in there, and some of the other pieces looked like chunks of white fat. It smelled real bad before he'd left it there, To this day, it's probably one of the weirdest things to ever happen to me. Finding a bag of meat like that, just abandoned in the middle of a ceremonial cemetery. And like I said, whether or not it's even remotely connected to Steve's disappearance, he treated me like I was crazy when I brought it up with them in the weeks that followed. They'd sent some beat cops out to the cemetery and they hadn't found a thing. But I also know they seemed totally clueless in their investigation, like they either didn't care about it or just couldn't get a lead. I get in touch every so often, only to be told the investigator hadn't progressed anywhere. It didn't help that it had taken weeks for anyone to report him missing, and the fact that it was me that should have acted earlier gave me this horrendous sense of guilt for the longest time. I didn't know anything about him. The best I could do was share the few slivers of info I had with the cops, then just hope it came to something. But it came to nothing. And now Steve is just one more name on the missing persons register. A missing persons register that stretches missing around Redwood City is considerably higher than the surrounding areas, and given how difficult it is to conduct any kind of census or research among the homeless, that figure could be even higher than the numbers suggest. The trouble is, people just don't care. Are content to focus their attentions on ridiculous niche topics when homeless people are dying and disappearing on the streets of California every single day. I don't know what's going on out here. Whether or not it's just fentanyl killing people off, some kind of... Something is killing homeless people at a totally disproportionate rate, and all kinds of other weird stuff is going on to boot. I just pray that whatever it is can be identified and stopped before more people like Steve are lost. People who try so hard. The waves. At around 5:15 a.m. on the morning of July 6, 1997, a Starbucks employee arrived at work to open up the Wisconsin Avenue Northwest branch of the world-famous coffee company, situated just north. There was a lot of work to be done before the morning rush, and the employee in question had yet to imbibe their morning espresso to really kick them into gear. So, by their own admission, they were pretty groggy by the time they headed out back to one of the freezer units. Morning. But when the overtired staff member cracked open the freezer unit, they saw something that made their heart race. Inside was the frozen, lifeless corpse of 25-year-old night manager Mary 18-year-olds Emery Allen Evans and Aaron David Goodrich. Although they weren't always on the same shift pattern, the employees knew his slain coworkers well, and the horror of witnessing their frozen, discolored cadavers was almost too much to bear. A bus driver who was only just beginning his morning route, and given how they could have just called 911 from the on-site telephone, running to find the comfort of another living person is very telling of this person's distraught state of mind. Within 5 minutes, and taking stock of the situation, all three employees had obviously been herded into the rear freezer units before being shot, execution style. But what initially confused the investigation was that not a single cent was missing from the Starbucks. It looked a lot like a brutally well-executed targeted killing. But why on earth would someone ambush and murder 3 coffee shop employees during their routine night shift? What made the murders all the more shocking was that Georgetown has been traditionally... Local district council member Jack Evans saying, to have a triple homicide anywhere in the District of Columbia is an unusual event, but to have a triple homicide in Georgetown is extraordinary, and this has never been a place where crime has been a problem. Scores of blue-uniformed officials made their way to the scene to look for evidence outside the split-level brown brick store. Homicide detectives and forensic technicians alike pored over the scene for hours on end after the bodies were found, working in... They dusted doors for fingerprints, searched the store and took statements from local residents in the hopes of piecing together what had happened. But it was only when Mary Mahoney's car was examined that further evidence was found, evidence which indicated that the car was spotless, save for what looked like signs that Mahoney had recently spent time playing with a pet: a dirty tennis ball, a plastic chew toy, a dog's brush, and a red towel. The only possible indication that something had gone awry was evidence that her attacker had made provisions to prevent her from fleeing. Mary was special, her mother later said. She had an enormous heart. She probably would have compassion for the person who killed her. When she moved to Washington several years break, never worrying about being attacked or assaulted. She adored animals, particularly horses, and even took in Marlou, her sister Molly's toothless black and white alley cat. She attended various New York colleges before graduating and was a loyal and active Democrat, interning for Bill Clinton when he was first elected. Yet, according to her mother, it was her managerial job at Starbucks that really excited Mary. She had been employed by the company for 2 years and enjoyed being the sidewalk in front of the store, and obviously took pride in her store. What she didn't enjoy, though, was disciplining employees, particularly one that Mary had recently dismissed for allegedly stealing several $100s. Her mother said, and for a long time, this became homicide detectives' main theory regarding the Starbucks shootings. Yet despite their hard work and determination, they came up short at every turn, eventually turning to the televisual law. After picking the case up, America's Most Wanted staged a thorough recreation of the murders and detailed many of the theories that police were toying with. They also advertised the number of an anonymous hotline, pleading with those with any information to come of the public, who called in with not only a frightening piece of information, but also a rather courageous proposal. In the hours following the broadcast of the Starbucks shootings, a woman called into America's Most Wanted hotline to inform firsthand. This mystery person had confessed, even boasted, of committing the murders, and on more than one occasion. The couple had initially taken the man's word as pure bluster, but after seeing the Starbucks shooting edition of America, must be telling the truth. The woman then left her name and numbers so she could be contacted by DC police, and when they did so, she actually agreed to wear a wire for them, in the hopes that she could catch a confession on tape. It was D. Cooper. Cooper lived in Prince George's County near Baltimore City and just on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. itself. He was the son of a church deacon who lived with his wife and son, but at the time, he lived anything but the Starbucks shooting. Cooper was being charged with attempted murder in a 1996 shooting of an off-duty police officer in Prince George County. As for his family's complicity in his crimes, it turned out that it was Cooper's wife that purchased the 9mm handgun. It was the combination of this and his alleged involvement in the Starbucks shooting that led DC police to wiretap Cooper's home phone. He was arrested after making reference to several local shootings, but insisted that a friend of his named Keith Covington had joined 3 victims. However, when they caught up with Covington, they discovered he had been recovering from a gunshot wound at the time of the murder, meaning it was highly unlikely that he was even present on the scene, let alone the one to have done the shooting. He reportedly said, "But that's not me. I'm not saying I'm a saint, but I'm not going to go out and just kill people. You got to be a dummy or a psycho to do something like that. It's pure evil." When confronted with the evidence of his lies, involvement because he killed 3 people and was afraid to go to jail, In the process of trying to avoid the death penalty, Cooper told the investigators he'd been staking out the Starbucks for about a month, confirming that he acted alone and fired 2 guns, a .30-caliber pistol. Cooperating heavily due to the ever-looming threat of the death penalty, Cooper confessed to shooting the manager, Mary Mahoney, when she refused to give him keys to the safe, which held over $10,000 in cash. Sent a terrified Mahoney running into the employee hall. Cooper pursued, caught her, and wrestled with Mahoney over her keys. But when her resistance looked like it would be too much to overcome, he shot her dead. He then shot one as they survived the attack and attempted to crawl to safety. Cooper later stated that he wanted to put him out of his pain and misery, but it's more than likely this thinly veiled attempt at showing he had a conscience was nothing but an attempt to dodge the first death. During his trial, even when the relatives of the victims wept openly in court, Cooper remained chillingly composed. He also admitted to murdering a 39-year-old security guard named Sandy Griffin during a botched robbery. Cooper had helped expensive .40-caliber handgun. But then, fearing Griffin would assault him in the process to defend herself, the serial murderer executed the security guard before quickly fleeing the scene. Cooper admitted. Once Cooper was convicted of the Starbucks murders and sentenced to life in prison, Griffin's relatives were no doubt pleased that their loved one's killer had been put away, but they expressed frustration that it had taken 3 more murders, maybe even more, before the urgency in the DC police force had cost 3 young people their lives and raised many questions regarding their competence and command. If the account of his defense attorney is to be believed, Cooper is nothing more than a career criminal who's the innocent. But time and time again, Cooper had the opportunity to simply take the money and walk away, yet he chose not to. He chose to kill people he just didn't need to kill, and he did this on more than one occasion. And it's a genuine possibility that killing the security guard was not part of Cooper's plans. But there's also a possibility that killing him proved to be something of a thrill that Cooper wanted to replicate in executing the 3 Starbucks workers.
People always ask me, Guy, why are you so confident? And I tell them because I shop for a used car with Carfax. Why Carfax? Because I was able to pause for the facts. What kind of facts? Used car facts. Facts. Like which car has been in a report. Confident that I'll just turn up the radio and roll down the windows and belt out show tunes, knowing full well that I cannot sing. Carfax is the answer. Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
So for a little background, I lived in a smaller city in Northeast Ohio. I lived in an apartment complex, but the buildings were up and down duplexes, and there were multiple of them. I lived downstairs in one of these buildings. My dad was out of town for a couple of weeks. I have 3 siblings, and my next-door neighbor was babysitting my 2 younger siblings, while me and my 8-year-old sister, who I'll call A, were at the same neighbor's house, hanging out with the neighbor's daughter. At around 9:30 p.m., and 15 minutes until someone knocked at the door. We both just thought it was one of the neighbors. I told A to look through the people before opening the door. She did, and she then looked at me, and she was kind of confused, then telling me, and look for myself. I didn't know who it was either. It happened to be a man who looked to be in his 40s, maybe early 50s. He looked dirty, and he was wearing a red flannel with a jacket over it, and dirty stained jeans with dirty Timberland. Me and A were pretty confused. I opened the door, but the man didn't say his name, but then introduced himself as my grandfather's friend. He said that he knew my dad too. Me and A kind of laughed and then talked to him a little. My mom was home, and me being a dumb kid, I told him no. He told me he had talked to my mom earlier that day and that he wanted to come hang out with us and that he wanted to see my mom. I didn't know what to say to him, and I just told him. He then asked,
"Well, why don't I come inside and wait with you guys until she comes home? I'm sure she wouldn't be upset."
As soon as he finished talking, my phone started to ring, and I jumped because it kind of spooked me. I looked at the man and then told him to come in, and I then shut the door and slowly locked it so he wouldn't know that I locked it. I also wasn't going to ask if he could come in, but it wasn't my mom calling. It was my best friend at the time who lived a few buildings down from me. Her mom was on the porch and had seen the strange man talking to us, and that before I knocked on the door, her mom had seen the man looking through our windows. She told me that her mom called the cops already, and Jay asked me if there was any way we could get out and make it to her house. And we went to the back of our house to our bedroom we shared. I opened the window and I told her to go out of it, and then I went afterwards. I shut the window and we went behind the buildings all the way to Jay's house without the man seeing us. To arrive, the police came before my mom and they talked to us and they then searched our house. But the man was gone. He was nowhere to be seen, not even around the apartment complex. They said they'd patrol the area and let us know if they felt really do anything. My mom came home and she said about how earlier that day, before she went to work, that her and our upstairs neighbor went up to the store to go get some cigarettes. My mom took my baby brother with her, and he was in the stroller. My brother looked familiar, and he asked who my dad was. Now, my dad's side of the family is really big, and a lot of people know them, and we all look alike. My mom only told the man that my dad's first name was Frank. The man then said our last name. My mom then kind of laughed at him and said yes. The man said he knew my grandpa. My mom didn't really say too much to him after that, and she said she had to leave because she had to go to work in a couple of hours. She said extra turns just in case, but he must have followed her home anyways though. That night, me and all of my siblings just slept in the living room with my mom. I've never seen or heard from that man since, and I'm now 15. Talking to her friend about it, and she told her how the next day she went to watch the cameras to our apartment complex, and at around 4 a.m., the man came back and tried to open every window, but they were all locked. I honestly really wonder what he wanted. What would have happened to us if he actually got through the windows that night? That thought really terrifies me. My name is C, and I'm an 18-year-old female. At the time, I'd lived with my parents, and they weren't divorced yet. Some background information. I don't live in the U.S. I don't want to exactly say where I live.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say Nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Financial needs. Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
But I live in a country where there doesn't happen to have any serious crimes very often. Okay, so this happened on a Friday evening. left the house to go shop for some furniture from IKEA. I didn't want to go with them, so I decided to stay home. I was watching some TV for a while when I decided that I wanted some candy because it's Friday and I was really craving some. A store that wasn't even a mile away from my house. It took me like 10 minutes to walk there. So, because there's not really much crime here, it's not really weird for 8 to 10-year-olds to walk to the store sometimes on their own. I got to the store. When I was about halfway home, I had noticed a guy. He was riding a bicycle, and he looked like he was drunk by the way he was swinging around on the bicycle. I just kind of glanced at him, and he continued forward, but he definitely gave me the creeps. He had actually yelled something to me. I couldn't make out at first what he was saying, but I then heard some of it more clearly, and he was asking for me to stop. I didn't, and I started running. Even though he was on a bicycle, we had a little forest beside our house where you could walk through and get to our house a little bit faster. So I started running as soon as I heard what he said, and I turned to the little wood path, and a little bit after I had turned, he rode right by it, but me again. But this time I didn't turn around. I then ran home and opened my door and locked it behind me. We had 2 giant windows in our living room where you could see straight out to our front yard. I didn't turn any lights on. I was breathing heavily, and my chest was hurting from running so fast. I had never experienced anything like this before. I walked to the living room, and I carefully peeked between our blinds out to the front yard. I almost fell backwards when I noticed he me move the blinds and started knocking on the door. I had no idea what to do at this point. I thought that maybe I should call my mom and tell her what happened. My heart was racing, and I didn't know what I should do. And then by pure luck, our neighbor came home. He walked back to his bike and took off. When my parents came home, I didn't tell them what happened. I don't really know why, but I just decided not to tell them. This is one of the most scariest things that has ever happened to me. This isn't something fell out of me. I did tell my mom years later what happened, and she was horrified by it.
The following events took place around May of 2009. I was a senior in high school at the time and was also on the football team. Oftentimes, our school would always host games at least a few times a month, and it would also be this major event that a lot of students attended. It wasn't a big surprise we had practice almost every day. As much as I hated football practice, I really enjoyed the sport and liked the amount of support my teammates and coach gave us. One day, I had came home that she went to go get groceries and that she wouldn't be back till later. With me being practically drenched in sweat, I go upstairs to grab my towel and turn on the shower. I take really long showers, so when my parents aren't, I was probably in there for about a good 20 minutes or so when I hear the front door open. We have one of those smart locks which makes a loud beeping noise whenever somebody enters the house. The bathroom is directly the thickness of the walls and the running shower. I turn off the shower and put some clothes on and go downstairs to see that the door was indeed open. Figuring it was probably my mom, I go outside to find out that her car was nowhere in sight. Alarms start going off in my head as the only people who knew the password were my mom and as well as our meter reader who comes once a month. Why my dad isn't
outside to see if there was any other signs of attempted break-in. I turned the corner into my kitchen, and what I saw there chilled me to the bone. There was a man I had never seen before crouched down by our pit. By some stupid luck, he didn't seem to notice me as he was facing in the opposite direction. I covered my mouth with my hands and went back upstairs quietly to call the police as well as my mom. 911 and tried my very best to speak into the phone as quietly as I could, even while hyperventilating. The operator had told me that I should stay hidden and not to come out no matter what. While on the and not even 10 seconds later, I hear a steady and slow knock at my bedroom door. It was at this point when I began to realize that I was crying. But it was too late because I knew he was coming for me. Suddenly, inside. At this point, I'm trying not to make a peep, fearing he'll hear me and kill me. What happened next is what I can only describe as a gift from God. As they came closer to my house, I then saw him leave my room and hurry down the stairs before hearing the heavy knocks on my front door and someone shouting police. After about a good minute, I run down the stairs that began to question me while searching the house. My mom also ended up coming home as quick as she could. However, the police never found the man. He had got away scot-free through our breezeways. Police still weren't sure as to how he had managed to pick the lock, and there was no other signs of break-in anywhere in the house.
This happened when I was 13. And I shared a room with my dad, while my older brother had his own room. It was not uncommon for both of them to have plans at night, while I stayed home to play video games, alone. This night was no different. My dad was I was playing the original Resident Evil on PlayStation, and at around midnight, my eyelids were getting too heavy, and I decided to go to bed. I slept with my bedroom door wide open. Now, not one brother come home by entering through the back sliding glass door. A couple times my brother didn't have his key for one reason or another, and he would knock on my bedroom window and ask me to let him in. My dad always had his key and would always come home. The back door slide open. It was an old door, and sliding it open wasn't easy. It was also very loud, so I heard it crystal clearly. I lay in bed wide-eyed, my imagination going crazy. Room, through the kitchen, and then into the living room. They made no attempt to be quiet. After a brief silent pause, I saw someone walk by my bedroom doorway. This scared me so much, as you can imagine. In my house walked into the bathroom, right next to my bedroom, and flipped the light on. The light poured into my bedroom, and I was laying there, terrified, completely exposed by the light from the bathroom. Why didn't I shout out from out? I knew it wasn't them, and there was no one else that it could have been that would have made sense. Not a family member, not a friend. I knew it was someone that did not belong. The person then walked out of the bathroom, left the light of noise. It sounded like they were searching for something. All I did was lay there, shivering. After a few more minutes, the person walked by my bedroom again. I expected at any moment a stranger would walk into making noise in the living room, walking around, huffing and puffing. Then they started walking back and forth by my bedroom repeatedly, into the bathroom and back out, over and over. At the time, I was 100% there, whoever they were. I heard the person making noises. By this, and by the huge figure that I saw walking back and forth, I knew that it was a man. They continued walking around each room except the one that I was in, to the back sliding door, open it, and then leave. I lay there in bed, terrified, wondering what just happened. After a while, out of sheer exhaustion, I fell asleep. In the I have asked both of them dozens of times, and they both promise it was not them. Plus, again, why would they go through the back door and then leave again through the back door? This was 21 years ago. Were there. Nothing was missing either. What really makes me wonder to this day, why did they never come into my bedroom? The door was wide open, and they walked by it at least 20 times.
I'm a 24-year-old female, and I had been living in a suburban area of a relatively large city in the US. Since the start of the pandemic, I had gotten laid off from my job and ended up falling behind. Because it was so hard to find work during times like this, I often had to rely on my parents to pay for some of my expenses. With my parents struggling as well, it was hard for them to keep up with their own responsibilities, so One day, I had just gotten into a huge fight with my landlord about payments that were past due, even with him knowing my situation. Now, with me being upset and having a very bad day, we start texting back and forth, and I eventually sent him a picture of me in an outfit that I thought looked cute. As soon as it was sent, however, his response was something that I wasn't expecting. Who's that in the background? At first, I was a bit confused, so I checked the photo again and zoom in to see a black figure peering out from my closet. I felt my blood run. All the while, my boyfriend started sending me frantic texts asking if I was okay. I casually walk out of my room, lock the door, and run downstairs to get the security key to him. Needless to say, we get up on the elevator and go to my room, and what we found there still chilled me to the bone. My closet door had been fully open, and this made absolutely no sense, as I lived on the 7th floor of the building, and there was no way that whoever was in my closet could have jumped out. I still don't know what to think of this experience till this day.
So this happened to me on Thursday, April 25th, and I still can't shake off how terrifying and strange it was. 12 o'clock college class that morning, and I opened my blinds to let some natural light in. I glanced out my window to see a man in his mid-30s wearing a baseball cap, roaming around my property with his hands on his hips, walking with a lot of weird. And it looks over onto our 5 acres of property down below. I live in the PNW, so it's a pretty scenic view. I was really confused and thought maybe it was a worker that my mom had hired for our renovations on the house, admiring the view. Dude walks to the side of my house, out of sight. I head upstairs to see him now roaming around my front yard and my driveway, looking at things, checking out my house, etc. He still hasn't seen me at this point. I call my and he says not that he knows of, and tells me that he's going to call my mom and ask her, and then call me back. I'm waiting for the cop when I notice this strange dude's car. It's a white Honda with no license plates, just parked parallel to, and he's still wandering around. So I take this as an opportunity to remember that we have a security system, and I armed it so that if he did try to break in, it would immediately alert the police. If this was some sort of professional or at least once, he did neither. Just then, I get a call back from my dad saying neither him or my mom hired anyone to come by today and that I need to call our local police station immediately. I went back downstairs, called my city's police station. I explained to a woman on the other end what is happening, and she decides that she's not going to send an officer out, and instead gives me a number to call their emergency dispatch line and told me to talk to them. I called a message saying, "Thank you for calling the non-emergency hotline. Nobody is available to take your call right now. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. At this point, I'm really irritated, because 15 minutes while I'm home alone, and apparently that wasn't enough to warrant an emergency to the lady I called at my local police department. I hung up and decided to call 911. After getting in touch with the 911 operator, I was asked officers near me to start heading towards my house. The whole thing seemed really weird. Nobody was in a hurry to have officers come up to my place when I was a younger girl home alone with a strange dude. I asked the officer if I could stay on the lake. Ordered police to come to where I was. She agreed, and I went back upstairs to check on the weird guy, and he is now sitting in his unplated Honda, either listening to a radio show extremely loud or on a phone call with someone through his car. Then, all of a sudden, I hear the tone you hear when someone hangs up on you, and the operator was no longer on the line. I was really confused when my thoughts were interrupted by an unrecognized phone number calling me. Instead, I was greeted by really creepy, heavy breathing. I am not sure who it was, but it really freaked me out. I hung up immediately and dialed back 911. I had been pretty mode. I got on the phone with another operator who already knew my situation and address before I could even explain it to her. She said the cops were on their way. 20 minutes had passed at this point. The dude is still here. Keep in mind, I live in a smaller town, so there is no reason why it took the cops as long as it did to come down. Finally, this dude is leaving my driveway right as the cops pull in, and they stop him and ask him a few questions. A cop then saying, "It was just a landscaper. He said he had an appointment." I was really relieved and irritated that it was just a dude my mom had hired, until I realized it wasn't. I called my mom back and said the cop said that appointment. My mom replies with, "I can assure you we never hired a landscaper. We don't even need one." So, creepy dude who could potentially be posing as a landscaper to traffic people or rob their houses.
This happened just about a week ago. I'm 20 years old, and I live with my parents during the summer. However, they went out of town for some of their friend's wedding, and I wasn't anyways. it's kind of fun to have the whole house to myself. We have a split-level house, and my bedroom is at the front end of it. But on Friday night, I stayed up really late watching a movie in the living room. I like that TV better because it's much bigger than mine. The couch in the living room is all... Anyways, I woke up Saturday morning, and it was still super dark in the house. In the living room, we had a sliding glass door that connects to the deck in the back. The blinds were covering most of it, and that's the main source of light, but there was maybe a 5-foot gap to look out, and I saw that it was 9:30 a.m. I was just sitting there on the couch and turned on the TV, when all of a sudden I heard 2 knocks at the front door. They weren't really hard knocks, sort of light, and immediately my heart started pounding. I know it's not a big deal just to get knocks on the door. It wasn't very big, and it was extremely rare for anybody to knock on our doors for any reason. Maybe it's also because I'm a shy person, but it made me really nervous for some reason. From where I was sitting on the couch, I was just barely around the corner, and I couldn't see the front door. At least I was hoping they couldn't see me. I was wondering who it could possibly be, especially in the middle of pouring rain. Then I remembered something. I had ordered an Amazon package and was expecting it today. Suddenly, I felt so much better and started to relax my orders, expecting to see that it was delivered. But when I looked, it said it wouldn't arrive until 5 p.m. that day. Suddenly, I went back to being super nervous. I decided to carefully look out and see if anyone was at the door. It had now been maybe a minute or two. I slowly moved to look out the window, and when I did, I saw that nobody was there now. This made me feel a little better now that they were gone, but right at that moment, I heard the noise of somebody walking up the stairs of our back deck. Door, but I then heard footsteps on the deck. I started shaking, and the next thing I knew, I saw a man appear in the opening of the sliding glass door where you could see outside. He was staring right at me, but had no expression on his face. He was bald and wore a sliding the door open. Thankfully, it was locked, but I knew if he really wanted to, he could probably break the glass between us. I ran away into the bathroom that was just down the hall. I had no idea who this guy was or what he was doing here. I had been right to be so nervous about it. That's when I heard the first loud bang against the window, as if he was going to try to break it. I knew I needed to call the police, but then I realized that I didn't have my phone. I had left it back out in the living room. I heard another loud bang from the window, but I didn't hear glass break, and ran out to the living room couch. I looked around frantically and finally saw my phone. Then I made another mad dash for the bathroom. As I was, another bang came from the window. I looked back at the man as I ran. I saw he had been kicking at the glass door again. Then I called 911 on my phone. As soon as the operator answered, I told them everything. They told me to slow down and repeat what was going on. That's when I heard the sound of glass breaking. I repeated what was happening as best as I could, and he was walking straight for the bathroom that I was in. When he got to the doorway, he tried the door, and it wouldn't open because it was locked. I backed away from it and went into the shower. The 911 operator said that they would stay on the line with me, which made me feel a little on the bathroom door, and my phone suddenly went silent. I looked at it and saw that it had died. I hadn't plugged it in the previous night. I figured the man was kicking on the door the same way he had been kicking on the sliding glass door, and I knew he would probably break this as well. Stairs that we had. He was gone for maybe a full minute, and then I heard him return. There was another loud bang against the bathroom door, but this one sounded much harder. I think he had found one of the baseball bats we had in our house or something. This made me even more terrified than I was. And covered myself. I then went into the small bathroom closet we had and closed that door. I just barely fit in there, but I had to do what I could. The guy hit at the door a few more times, and it really sounded like he was breaking it now, but that noise was interrupted by the door. hear someone shouting police. I hoped they would be able to get inside fast, and just after that, I heard the man walking away towards the back of the house where he had gotten in. I stayed hidden, and a short time later, I heard a bunch of shouting. Eventually, I heard multiple officers inside my house. I finally came out of the bathroom. They had literally gotten there just in the nick of time, and the man had been caught. I'm really lucky how fast the police were to arrive that day. This was very recent, and I'm still a little shook up about it. This happened many years ago, probably about 15, and I would say that I was about 10 years old. At the time, I lived with my parents and my older brother. I think it was a Friday. They asked me if I wanted to come with, and I said no because I really wanted to play video games at that moment, and I wasn't really interested in going with. When they left, I figured they would be gone for maybe a couple of hours. I went upstairs to my room and started playing video games. And my game hadn't even loaded yet when all of a sudden I heard a noise coming from the hallway. It was the upstairs hallway right outside my bedroom. This was really strange, and I remembered I listened, but I didn't hear anything for a few more seconds. Then there was another noise. My door was already open, but not all the way, maybe 3 feet or so I decided to look out. I walked over to the doorway and leaned my head just out and looked. As soon as I did, I saw a man climbing down the ladder that we had which led up to the attic. I pulled my head when he was climbing down, but I just hoped he hadn't heard me. At first, I was really confused. I knew our house wasn't being worked on, so why was there a guy coming down from our attic? I heard him begin to walk down the hallway towards my door. As quietly as I could, the man walked right past my room and then headed down the stairs. I got as far underneath my bed as I could and hoped that the man wouldn't come back. I heard him move around a little bit downstairs, especially because my ear was up against the floor. I was too scared to get up. I couldn't call the police because I didn't have a cell phone back then. We had a home phone, but that was downstairs. In my mind, my best bet was to just stay hidden. I kept laying there, and I really have no idea how long it was, but I remember eventually hearing he held my breath when he got to the top of the stairs. He once again just walked right past my door, and then seemingly went back up into the attic when things were quiet once again. I thought about leaving my hiding place, but ultimately was too scared. I remained there until At that time, I ran down as fast as I could and told them what had happened. At first, they didn't believe me, and my dad seemed to think it was funny, but eventually, when my dad went up into the attic, he said he immediately saw signs that someone had been up there. He closed it, and we called the police. We went outside and waited, and eventually, when the police got there, they were able to catch the man. He had been living in our attic for several days. We rarely went up to our attic or used it back then. It was just really a storage place for us. But I always feel lucky that he didn't. I live alone in a small one-bedroom house. But shortly after I first moved in, I had a terrifying experience. I was sitting in the living room one night and watching TV. I was very comfortable on my couch, and I think it was about 10:30 at night. Out of nowhere, I started to hear a noise. It sort of sounded like it was coming from inside the wall. Immediately, I started to fear what I thought was the worst at the time, which is that there would be mice in my house. But I would eventually find out that it was something different. I turned the volume down on my TV to listen closely. What it was, so I walked over to where I was hearing it. I went through the end of the living room towards the pantry and then the attached garage. I realized that's where the noise was coming from. I could hear somebody walking around in there. I was a little scared, but I opened it. Really dark in there. I turned on the light, which wasn't that bright, but I could now see. But I didn't see anybody at all. I looked all around, and there was nothing. There wasn't really a whole lot of space, but the longer I had the door open and was looking around, the more freaked out. I listened for more noise and just hoped whoever was in there would leave and not try to go in the house. As I was inside, I kept listening for a while, but I didn't hear anything else now, so I thought maybe looking in the garage had scared off whoever was there. Eventually, the next morning when I woke up, I had forgotten all about what happened the previous night. I left my room and walked into the kitchen, but froze as I did. I noticed that my front door to the house was wide open. I walked over to the garage door and saw that was obviously I had closed and locked them the night before. I looked all around the house everywhere, but nobody was there. Somebody had been in my house the previous night. I don't know who they were or how they got in, but I'm just glad they left.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything that help your business stand out? We print postcards and flyers that get people talking, and we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers need it. We print it at Vistaprint.com.
When I was 20, I was home from college for the summer. My best friend, who we'll call Kay, and her boyfriend had started new jobs. Some background on Kay is she has super bad anxiety, and I do as well, but I've become kind of accustomed to living alone and dealing with my anxiety, whereas she had not. You could fully see into the kitchen from the couch in the living room. At about shoulder height on the door frame outside was a motion sensor light. It should also be known that Kay's backyard is really high up. You have to climb a small set of steps to. It's dug out so that it can reach around to the front of the house. Therefore, the motion sensor light can only be set off by movement on the sidewalk, not any animals in the yard. The yard was very small, and there were dense woods all the way down the back of the yard. It was her boyfriend's first/second time on night shift, and she couldn't sleep. Money was tight, so the lights were off to conserve electricity. She suddenly saw a light shining through the kitchen window, and she noticed it was the motion sensor light. However, it kept being tripped for varying amounts of time. She called me at about 3 in the morning over and over until I finally woke up. I stayed on the phone with her, even though it had mostly stopped until her boyfriend came home later in the and nothing occurred with the light while he was home. Her dad told her to be vigilant, as it could have been robbers doing a dry run of the house, as there had been some break-ins in the area on the street across from her recently. Therefore, the next time her boyfriend worked the night, the night started off fine. We had watched movies until about 11 o'clock. Then we drove to the vape store and McDonald's. Now, we live in the middle of nowhere, so it was about a 40-minute drive each way. We got back sleep on in the living room. At about 1 a.m., the motion sensor light came back on as we were sitting on the mattress. I then rationalized that it was just an animal, maybe a bat or something, but she wasn't convinced. At that time, she then went upstairs to get her boyfriend's gun. The light kept going off as we sat on the couch anxiously. We had the window open so we could hear. Kay then yelled out, "I have a gun and I'm not scared to lighten the mood," but then the light went off. It then stayed off for about 3 hours, almost if we had chased someone away by saying that. We weren't able to sleep after that experience, and at about 4 a.m., I then went back to the living room to say something to Kay, who was laying on the mattress. As she looked up at me, she then yelled at me to get back into the room, and when I then turned around, the light was on again. We continued to see the light come on until the sun suddenly stopped. We considered calling the police, but we were afraid of them thinking that it was a prank call or something, and then getting in trouble. The light never goes off at night whenever her boyfriend's home. I still feel on edge whenever we're alone at night and whether they came to break in and thought it was funny to torment us when they realized the house wasn't empty, or something more sinister. Nevertheless, it was still a nauseating experience. I'm a female, and at the time of this story, I was 17 years old. After I graduated high school, my family and I's house was foreclosed as it was no longer habitable, and it was also under new ownership. Where my grandmother's husband had a house in the Smoky Mountains. To understand the layout, when you live on a mountain, your closest neighbor is probably about a mile away. Most of the houses on the street we lived on were either abandoned or I enjoyed going on little hikes up the mountain all by myself and listening to music. And I also enjoyed leaving my window open during the day so that the natural light and all that mountain air could come into my room. One night while everyone was asleep downstairs, my son was out. I grabbed my lantern and I gathered some of my colored pencils and paper, and I sit on the floor of our bedroom to do some drawing while the power was out, as there wasn't anything else to really do. My sister left the room and went to use the bathroom, when I then heard a voice come from the other side of my room. It was a deep voice, clearly from a man, that then said, "Hey, baby." I froze on the floor, and my eyes then darted over to my closet. Now, everything in me was just screaming that it came from the closet. I sat there frozen for a few moments, completely shook, before I then got up and ran out of my room, slamming the door behind me. This was at about midnight when this happened. I started banging what the hell I was doing, and I was kind of scrambling to tell her what had just happened. She was completely freaked out with me, and we both went downstairs to my grandma's room to explain what happened. In her half-asleep state, she reached under her pillow and gave me her gun, and then she went back upstairs and then stayed in the living room the entire night. We didn't sleep at all. We just stayed up playing board games all night long and talking about our high school days. I think that my sister could feel how freaked out I was and wanted to keep. After the power came back and the sun was up, both me and my sister walked into our room, and we then saw that the closet door was wide open, and so was our bedroom window. Ever since that happened, I've always kept my window locked and my blind. This always gives me the shivers whenever I think about it, because of how unserious it was taken at the time. That man was most definitely inside my room, and he could have easily come out at any point in time and done anything to us. Thank God he didn't, though. So, I'm a big horror fangirl. I'm 20 years old, and over the past year, I've been collecting from the figures to the mask to even life size. I won't say this story was terrifying or anything, but to me, it's simple. I'm a big Michael Myers fan, and last October I bought a life-size figure of him. Oh, and a Chucky doll too. And not just one of the cheap ones, the replica-looking ones. Some may call me crazy, but what's not at the moment, apart from the life-size Michael, which he stands around 6 foot. He's not a cheap looking guy either. He looks like the real deal. The replica mask, real coveralls with blood, and even a knife too. He stands in my room, a dark black figure in my room. I eventually got used to it, like to the point where I actually felt comfortable around him. I don't move him anywhere else though, as nobody in the house really liked him. Anyway, now that that's all out of the way, I was home alone watching films downstairs when I then heard a thud upstairs. I froze, as I didn't really know what to think. I slowly got up and went up to my room, and then instantly heard the thuds from the downstairs door. The only one there. I quietly sat in the dark as I didn't keep the lights on, and I listened. I heard what sounded like men talking, and then I realized someone came in and that I didn't lock the door. The TV was also left on, so they had to have sitting face to face with the Michael figure in the dark. I heard the footsteps coming up the stairs to my room while I sat in the corner with my head spinning. I felt like I wanted to pass out. I even started to sweat a little. My door then opened and me. He had something in his hand, something sharp, like a pocket knife. I was leaning against the cold wall more and more, wanting to grab something, until out of nowhere, Michael's arm then started moving. Bear in mind it was still dark, so I also want to add that it wasn't an electrical noise. It was the material of the arm rubbing together. The man then turned around and instantly yelled. And I mean, I've never seen a man run so fast in his life. The man then started yelling outside. I stood up and watched them as they drove off. I then noticed a crack in my window. Obviously, these freaks were throwing rocks in my window, possibly to distract me, but I didn't care about that. I turned around and just I started investigating and then realized he was an animatronic the entire time. But I was thinking he moved just at that exact moment and basically saved my life that night. I can even laugh about it now because of how scared the guy was. But there was really nothing they could do about it. But it was still reported just in case they tried anywhere else. Luckily nothing was taken, as there was really nothing valuable downstairs. Obviously this Michael Myers looked like a real person. Creeps by it. I know it sounds insane and maybe even funny, but this incident really happened, and I'm so damn thankful that I have him in my room. I never even once thought it would save my life like this, especially if he never moved. I always itself. Was it some kind of coincidence? I'll never know. But thank you, Michael. God only knows what that guy would have done to me if you weren't here.
I'm a female, and I worked at Chuck E. Cheese during my senior year of high school. Plenty of weird things happened in my time working there, but one was particularly creepy. I had already been working there for a while, and my main job was usually to stand behind the counter and help any customers. Occasionally, I would clean stuff too, but for this night, I was mainly behind the counter. About an hour in, I remember some guy came up and started talking to me. He came off as drunk after a while, based on the way he was talking. He told me he was there with his son, and had given his son a bunch of tokens, so he'd probably be there for a while. I was nice and friendly back to him at first, but after he talked to me for a good 5 minutes straight, it seemed a little weird. Once I saw there was somebody in line behind him, I let the man know I needed to help the other customers. After this, he finally walked away, but he ended up coming back and trying to talk to me some more about an hour later. I didn't want anything to do with this guy and kind of tried to avoid him after that. I happened to notice that the man was still there. He was just sitting kind of near the exit, and he was all by himself. I realized he must have been there for at least 4 hours. He was looking at me, and I quickly looked away when we made awkward eye contact. There really wasn't any to go out into the arcade and see if anybody else was there at all. We closed in 5 minutes now, and I would have to let anybody still there know that we were closing and they would have to leave. When I went over there, though, nobody was in the arcade at all. I returned to the front desk again. I thought that he said he was there with his son, but I realized maybe he didn't have a son at all. It was a creepy thought, but I really just wanted the guy to leave. I saw one of my coworkers, Aaron, start to walk over to the man and say that we were now closing. For me to see that. After that, it was 9 p.m., and I would get off in just 30 minutes. I stayed after to clean a little bit, and did my usual cleaning of the arcade area, and then some of the dining areas. When 9:30 came, I was finally done, and I clocked which was practically empty. It was dark and quiet out there, but as I was approaching my car, I suddenly heard something behind me. It sounded like footsteps. I kept walking, but realized that they were fast approaching me. I turned around. Immediately, I recognized him as the man who was talking to me inside the Chuck E. Cheese. I ran for my car, and luckily, I already had my keys in my hand. I was able to unlock my car and get inside before he reached me. As quickly as I could, I locked the doors, but knocking on it. He tried my door handle as well. I yelled at the man to go away, but he didn't listen. At this point, I really wanted to drive away, but the man seemed to be holding on to my door handle. I began honking the horn on my car repeatedly. This went on the road outside of the parking lot we were in start to slow down. They seemed to be wondering what was going on, and this caused the man to back away a little. As soon as he did, I sped off. I drove all the way home, and once I got home, I called my boss and told her all about him again to call her. Luckily, I never did see him again. The first in 2005. I was a little kid at the time, and I remember that my older brother got invited to one of his friend's birthday parties, which was going to be at the Chuck E. Cheese. My parents were invited as well, so they said that I could come with. I was excited to go there because I had always wanted to. Everything. I remember that the party was on a Sunday, I think, and when we got there, my parents got a pizza, and my brother went to hang out with his friends. I knew some of the kids that were there, but they were mostly my brother's friends, so I could kind of do my own thing. My brother's friend who the party... They gave me a little paper cup with a bunch of tokens in it, and I began going around playing some of the machines. I was trying to find the best machines that would have the best payout of tickets. I saw that the Chuck E. Cheese had some pretty cool prizes you could win with the tickets. The corner that I really liked a lot. I was getting on a winning streak, and after the second time playing it, I had quite a few tickets and played it for a third time. I was right in the middle of the game when all of a sudden, the whole thing suddenly went black and froze. It was a little bit, but nothing worked. The screen was completely black, and nothing I did seemed to affect it. I was a little kid, so I didn't really know how the machines worked, but I just figured it was broken. Then, I saw a man appear next to the machine. He was wearing... I told him the machine was broken, and he took a look at it and saw how it wasn't working. He pushed a few of the buttons, and then went around to the back of the machine. It seemed like he was working on it, and a short time later, he returned and said that it appeared as though the machine was broken, and it would be out of order that I would have won and some extra tokens for the trouble. I was glad to hear this because I would have already won a good amount of tickets from the game before it broke. The guy started to walk away and told me to follow him. We went off to the side of the room and then into a hallway which led to the back. Employees only, but then I was told to keep going. I followed the guy down the hall and then we reached a side door. The guy then backed up and grabbed my arm tightly. He opened the door, which turned out to be an exit of the building. I could see outside, and he pulled me, but he didn't answer me. I was starting to panic. The guy had a strong grip on my arm, and it looked like we were going out to his car. I really didn't want to go any further, and I was desperate. As we got closer, I suddenly took my leg and kicked the man right in the... and he dropped to his knees for a second, and his grip became much looser. I pulled away from the man and started running back, but I decided to go around to the front of the Chuck E. Cheese. Once I had made it around to the front, I went in the entrance doors and ran back inside to my parents. When I told them what had happened, they decided to call the police and talk with the managers as well. I remember I had to talk with the police for a while. Looking back at that day, I realized that the man didn't work at Chuck E. Cheese at all, and he most likely just unplugged the game I was playing himself.
If you really like my content and want to support me, please like this video and click the subscribe button. It helps me to grow my channel as a... Watching my videos aren't subscribed to my channel, and that's why my animations can't reach their full potential. They aren't recommended to more people who would surely love my content as much as you do. You can always unsubscribe at any moment. Thank you in advance.
I enjoyed the job a lot. It was a fun place to work, maybe because I had a lot of good memories of going there as a kid. I would do a little bit of everything there, including quite a bit of maintenance and cleaning. One night, I was working on a quieter evening. Approaching me. I stopped what I was doing and saw that there was a pretty average-looking guy standing in front of me. The guy told me that he had just been in the men's bathroom in the back, and he wanted to let me know that it was really dirty and could use a cleaning. I told the guy thanks for letting me know. Jobs, and it wasn't one of my favorite parts of the job, but it actually usually wasn't that bad. After I was done clearing the table, I walked down the hallway to our little cleaning closet where I got a cleaning cart that I would use for the restrooms. By this time of night, the place wasn't too busy, and there were only a few. When I got to the men's bathroom in the back, I went inside and saw that it was empty and nobody else was in, which was good. But when I looked around, everything seemed fine. I was happy to see this, but also confused. The more I looked around after going all around the bathroom, I saw that it was completely my cart and went to leave. But when I tried opening the bathroom door to get out, it wouldn't move. All I had to do was push it open, but it seemed like there was someone or something on the other side blocking it and holding it back, because no matter how hard I pushed, it just wouldn't budge. Then suddenly, all the lights went out. It was pitch black in there, and I couldn't see a thing. I kept on trying the door, but nothing was happening. I started banging on the door and yelling at that point, hoping that somebody would hear me. Finally, after about a minute straight, I fell flat on my face on the other side of the doorway. I looked around, but didn't see anybody nearby. I saw one of my coworkers, Jake, not too far away, kind of walking towards me. He came up and asked if I was okay, looking confused. I told him what had and he had heard somebody yelling, and that's why he was approaching the bathroom. He said when he got towards the bathroom doors, he saw a large man running away. I was really creeped out when I heard this. I actually looked around after that for the guy who had told me that the bathrooms were dirty, but I couldn't find him anywhere. I've often wondered what exactly happened there.
When I was around the age of 20, I had just recently gotten my first ever paying job at my 24-hour. It wasn't a well-paying job, and the other workers were somewhat rude, but it's better than not having a job. My first few months of working there went pretty well, of me being the cashier. I'd collect the money and take customers' orders, and the job was actually pretty easy. I had to work the night shift for a week, 8 p.m. to 3 a.m. I was pretty upset, but I couldn't argue with him, so I took the shift. The first few nights went okay. After around 11 p.m., people would stop coming in, and I had maybe... One night, it was around 12:30 a.m., and it was just me and two other workers who made the food. I was sitting down in one of the chairs playing a game on my phone when I heard the door open. I looked to see a man, I'd say in his a long beard, and his hair was all messy and greasy. I politely welcomed him and asked if I could take his order, but he didn't say anything. He just stood in front of me, looking at me with a blank expression on his face. I assumed that he was on. And he started to walk away and out the front door. I have to admit that I was a bit freaked out, but really thought nothing of it and continued to do my shift and whatnot. However, I then started to get the feeling that I was being watched somehow and was getting paranoid. Employee, we'll call her Michelle, came in for her shift. Her and I were really good friends, so we chatted for a bit while I was finishing cleaning the counters. At some point in the conversation, she said that she'd be right back and that she had to use the restroom. I then thought to myself, what could she possibly be doing in there that's taking her so long? At this point, I was starting to get worried and thought that something might have happened to her. I slowly walked over to the women's restroom. I noticed that all of the lights in the women's restroom were off when they should have been on at all times. I turned them on and yelled out, "Michelle, are you okay?" There was no response from her. I wanted to let her have privacy. I went inside, calling Michelle again and again. Once I passed a stall, I heard what sounded like a light cry and whimpering. I opened the stall door and was shook with fear. I saw the same exact man from earlier holding. Not the most disturbing part though. The man was holding a large knife against Michelle's throat. Her eyes were filled with fear and was crying like crazy. She was scared for her life. The man then said in a raspy voice, "Her throat and blood will be all over this room." I was so scared that I couldn't even speak. I could tell that the more time I stood there, the more angry he got. I ran to the register and took all of the cash out in a bag and went and pushed her to me. He ran out the front door, never to be seen again. All the while, Michelle was crying on me and thanking me for saving her life. We of course called the cops, but nothing ever came of the man, and the cameras we had in the store. Michelle and I quit a week later and both started working at a grocery store. However, sometimes I think that what would have happened to her had I not went into the bathroom to check on her. That still freaks me out till this day. When I was around 10 years old, the most horrifying thing happened to me. I was still in elementary school at the time, and I was definitely no popular kid. I had a few acquaintances here and there. One day, my mom said that she was going to pick me up from school early that day as we were going on a vacation to visit family that was about 6 hours away. That day, at around 1, I left school early and got into my mom's car. She had packed all the clothes, bathroom utilities. For a few hours, I was listening to my iPad and eventually ended up taking a nap. Around, I'd say, the 4-hour mark, it was basically around 5 or 6 p.m., and it was getting dark fast, and we both were hungry and wouldn't be at our relative's house for a good 2 hours, so my mom and I fast food restaurant, but I could live with it. We stepped inside and placed our orders, and once we got our food, we then sat down. So I'm sitting down talking to my mom about what we'd be doing once we got there, but she didn't seem too focused on what different directions, as if she were worried or confused about something. I looked behind me but saw nothing and brushed it off as her being paranoid. So 10 minutes goes by, and my mom says she has to step out to take an important phone call and that she'd be watching me. She's on the phone, and I'm minding my business when I smell something extremely foul. I look to my left to see a man in his late 50s looking down at me. He said in a deep voice, "Hey young lady, my name is John, what's yours?" Danger thing, and I was taught never to talk to strangers. This guy was very often sketchy. He had a long gray beard, cracked yellow teeth, and looked like he hadn't been to the gym in years. He said again, "Come on, honey." Just then, I saw my mom thankfully walking back into the restaurant, and he must have caught my eye and walked away. I decided not to tell my mom about any detail of what just happened, as she takes everything very seriously, and told her we should go after she was done eating. That I should go now, as we had a long way ahead of us and probably wouldn't be stopping anywhere else. I got up and walked over to the restroom and opened the door. I was about to open one of the stalls when I heard a very familiar voice say, "Feel like." I froze in fear and realized that it was the same man from earlier. I did not respond. I just simply walked out of the door, and my mom and I then left. However, as I was in the car while my mom was pulling out of the park, he was still inside waving at me with that creepy smile. I didn't look back and I didn't tell my mom. I have absolutely no idea as to what his intentions were. Why was he in the women's restroom? What would he have done if he had gotten up? Day is how he knew my name. That still sends shivers up my spine just thinking about it till this day. I hope I don't see that creepy man again. My name is Daniel, and I was about 20 years old when this happened to me at a Taco Bell. I've always been the type of person who would eat fast food almost every day. Whether it would be for lunch or dinner or even a snack, I would almost go out for fast food at least once a day. One night, I had just finished my shift from my full-time job and working over 8 hours at a car dealership. I was driving and planning to head home, but thought about doing my daily routine of getting some fast food. The dealership I work city, which means that there aren't a lot of places around. My house is about a 20-mile drive depending if there's traffic or not. Anyway, I didn't see a McDonald's or a Burger King or anything like that. However, I decided to take a different way. I ended up seeing a Taco Bell up ahead. Not my favorite fast food place, but at least it's food and I couldn't drive home without anything in my stomach. I pulled into the parking lot, got out of my car, and walked in. I ordered my food, sat down at a table for about a good 15 minutes before I was done and planning on leaving. I walked out of the door with my phone in hand, texting one of my coworkers when some guy ran up to me out of breath. He looked tired and thirsty and was very sweaty as if he just ran a marathon. Hey man, do you think you could just spare me a few dollars? I just need a soda or something. I told him that I wasn't sure as I don't really carry cash often, but that I would check in the car for a few dollars. I would passenger car door open and then close. I looked to see the man in the passenger seat holding a gun in his hands, pointing it directly at my face. You could imagine the panic I was in, and my blood turned cold, and it didn't help that he had a very lame words. Now, you are going to listen to exactly as I say, or I won't hesitate to shoot you in the head, and blood and the brain matter will be all over the inside of your car. I remained calm and said, "Okay, so what do you want me to do here?" At this point, I'm pissing myself and hoping that one of the employees at Taco Bell would see this, but they didn't notice, and I didn't want to risk trying anything to get help. I put in the given address, and it was about 10 miles. The more I started to look at him, the more angry he got, and the closer the gun got to my head. I then came to a red light and decided to make a decision. I'm a pretty big guy, 6'5", and when I was 10, my grandfather would unfortunately passed away. I decided to listen to my grandpa's advice, but it's been so long since he taught me how to take a gun away from someone. But I had to try it, and I knew this was my chance. I tried to remember the steps and attempted to grab. Thankfully, I was faster than he was, and I grabbed the gun before he did. I pointed at him and said, "Now you listen to me. If you don't get out of my car, I will shoot you." He then got out of my car and started walking along the sidewalk, never to be seen. I then gave the gun to the authorities, but I don't know what happened to it after that. And I still have no idea where he was leading me to, and what would have happened had he gotten the gun first when it fell. I still have nightmares about it happening. So, Taco Bell or any other fast food restaurant so late at night, you never know what could happen.
I've been urged by those close to me while working the drive-through window at my fast food job. Until this happened, I had yet to fall victim to the irrational angers some carry around all day inside of them. I was unaware of how easily they can be triggered, and now that I have seen it firsthand again. Although, at this time it is still very difficult for me to relive the event, I am encouraged that, to do so through this post, I may be able to begin to take charge of my life again. I guess I'll start at the beginning in order to make but my friends call me Zoe. I'm currently 17 and will soon graduate high school a year early because I was allowed to skip ahead a grade when I was younger. In order to instill a strong work ethic into their young daughter, my parents encouraged her. I wanted to disappoint my parents. I soon found a part-time job at a chain burger and fries restaurant near my home. I would often ride my bike the 2 miles after school and work a few hours during the weekdays and longer shifts on weekend evenings. So I had always seeing each check filled me with a mixture of awe and achievement. These feelings appear to have done exactly what my parents had hoped and fired my will to work even harder. I'm not sure if this desire spawned from a place of greed. I'm sure the argument could be made. My shift that night had started at the counter, but once the girl working the window ended her shift, I was moved to her station. At the time, I had no preference between counter and window. You came into contact with a rude and crude working both. A fat woman with her 3 snotty-nosed children in tow scream at me for making a small mistake in her order. Perhaps the only benefit I did have was that I rarely worked after midnight, so I didn't have to deal with many intoxicated customers that came later. The 1 or 2 trying experience. I'll keep my moral views to myself. I will only say that I see those who partake of alcohol as weak, and I'll leave it at that. My shift was ending in around an hour when I met my last customer. From the way the transaction was a string of confusion and chaos. He changed the order multiple times, and those in the car with him sounded as confused as him. The entire mess came to a head when I informed him that our shake machine was out of order. I'm aware, but I promised that night it was certainly broken. When I told him this, I was assaulted with a tirade of curses and derogatory names, and then he went silent. At first, I believed that there was something amiss with the headset, but the cry of the tires was almost instantly joined by the roar of gunfire. I still believe to this day the only thing that saved my life was the sound of the tires. When I heard them, I leaned a bit forward in the window, almost putting my head out of the door at that second, but coming face to face with the barrel of his gun as he extended his arm from his window, I instinctively ran for cover. The countless bangs from the gun and the screams of my fellow employees seemed to last a lifetime. They remained just as horrifying. I'm not sure when the firing finally stopped, but I didn't even consider raising my head until another of the employees shook me. I guess at the time he was checking to see if I had been struck by any of the bullets. A moment before I sat upright. To my dismay, 2 of the others working that night had been injured, and although neither of them died, I couldn't return to that restaurant or any of its kind for quite some time. Just now, a business with a drive-through window without having a panic attack. In the months since the attack, I have spent a large amount of time and energy in counseling in the hopes of regaining my courage and ability to be a useful member of society again. Whether and if it were not for the sense of purpose and the hard work ethic my parents have helped foster in me, I may not have even made it through school. Despite my heartfelt hopes and many prayers, the police have yet to find or arrest the machine. The best I can do is continue to have faith in law enforcement and the universal force of right. I know someday, some way, they will be made to pay for what they have done. The only real solace I can find of something I did or said. I think all kids think their parents are strict. It's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? And curfews on weekends, but then I stayed over to a friend's house for the first time when I was 13, and it changed my entire view of my parents. Because his mom was an actual tyrant. Like, it was scary to watch. We lived... I thought I lived out in the sticks, but he lived miles from even the smallest towns, like right on the outskirts of Galloway Forest Park. It was a nice wee gaff, but it was old school, proper old school. Like all of the locks were less. Doors were accessible from the inside and outside, including bedrooms and bathrooms. On the evening in question, we had a nice enough time, watching James Bond movies in between rounds of deathmatch on N64's GoldenEye. Admittedly, I was comfortable at sleeping over at a friend's place, more so because of the distance from home. But like I said, the evening was good up until a point. We were both immersed into the whole Bond lore, stuffing ourselves with pizza and arguing over. My friend's mum comes into the lounge, calmly walked up to him, then gives him the biggest, loudest, hardest slap in the face I'd ever seen. Like it was almost more like an open palm smack than anything else. I'd never seen anything like it. So, in the seconds that followed, I was literally just like, what just happened? My mate burst into tears, crying. Gets up and runs upstairs with his mum in hot pursuit, and the whole time she's screaming stuff like, struck. There I was, chilling with my mate when his mum just comes up and annihilates his face for apparently no bloody reason whatsoever. Anyway, they both disappear upstairs and I'm left on my own to wonder what's going on. Reappear. When they do, my mate just plonks himself on the sofa, red in the face, eyes all puffy from crying. Then, when his mom is out of earshot, I asked what happened. Turns out that she was eating with his mouth open. Yep, eating with his mouth open. That's all he did to deserve that open palm punch to the face. After that, I was petrified of this guy's mom. I mean, we didn't have involving the absence of any privacy because of those old locks situation. Don't get me wrong, I know there's way more harrowing things out there as an adult, but the way she treated him was the most abusive parenting I'd ever seen. This guy, let alone my childhood. If he was punished that bad for just eating with his mouth open, what else did the poor kid suffer through for other seemingly minor infractions? It made me feel very, very lucky to have the... I had a sleepover when I was about 8 or 9. Me and my best friend were watching the Scooby-Doo episode with the creepy voodoo dolls. We're having a whale of a time, enjoying all the wholesome spooks, but when she sees the voodoo dolls, I can see my core Christian and look down on all that kinds of magical or satanic stuff, but I had no idea just how bad she'd fly off the handle when she caught us watching freaking Scooby-Doo, of all things. Bearing in mind it was my friend who see what we're watching, she just assumes it was me that put it on. She yanks me up from sitting, then proceeds to scream in my face that I was disgusting and that I was going to hell for making her daughter watch that kind of filth. And right as hard across the side of the head. I just lost it. Bolted up to her bedroom, locked myself inside, and called my dad. She's banging on the door telling me she's gonna beat me for being a sinner. My dad can hear this and just yells. I was so scared. More scared than I think I ever was during my entire childhood, and the minutes of waiting in that locked bedroom for my dad to show up were some of the longest of my whole life. When he showed up, I was in the back bedroom, so at the door and started screaming at someone. I ran down the stairs, and as soon as he saw me, my dad basically pushed the woman on her butt, grabbed me, and then we got out of there. It was a whole drama after that. The police... It totally soured my friendship with the girl who I was having the sleepover with. I wasn't ever allowed to visit her house, and her mom pretty much ordered her not to hang out with me anymore. It was sad, really sad, but I guess... Please don't think I'm trying to throw myself a pity party here, because I'm doing much better in my adult life. But back when I was a kid, I had an incredibly toxic home life, and as a result, I went to school basically with little to no social skills. Accident because she was being nice to me after I tripped and broke my toy on the bus. Her name was Rachel. Rachel's BFF was named Emily, and Emily was the prettiest, coolest girl in class. So imagine my delight when one day... To this day I can remember how excited I was. My first sleepover. It was indescribably validating. I beamed at that invitation over and over again like it was a trophy or something, and begged my mom to give me a ride to the sleepover. Then, on the night of the sleepover, I found it wasn't quite as enjoyable as I thought it would be. It was a real fun atmosphere and all, but Emily and Rachel weren't exactly being very warm with me, and I could really obviously detect it. Head just relaxing, I feel Emily straddle my stomach while Rachel seems to hold my legs down. Emily then grabs the pillow out from under my head, shoves it over my face, then proceeds to tell me how ugly I am and how she never wanted. I mean, it cut really, really deep. But that feeling was nothing to the one I felt when I realized I couldn't breathe. I struggled and struggled, but still that horrid little girl kept that pillow over my face until I felt myself passing out. All the fuss was about that she took it away from my face. I still can't see their names without remembering how awful that memory is to me. But I'm glad to say that there were definitely repercussions. Rachel was grounded for a long. Emily ended up getting like a psychological evaluation or whatever, which revealed that she had some serious personality disorders. This was all part of her being arrested as a juvenile, and she only narrowly avoided attempted murder charges. And Emily's parents had to just pack up their family and leave town. But before I end this, let me say it again. I'm not looking for sympathy here. All that stuff is long in the past. Childhood was not kind to me. A much better place and surrounded by all the friends a girl could possibly wish for. And only 2 of them are cats.
A female, and at the time this story occurred, I was 15. My best friend Ellie would spend a lot of time in my house. I kinda just assumed that this was because she had 2 younger siblings that she didn't really get along with well, and the father wasn't in the picture, and Ellie would stay at my house. On this particular weekend, I'd asked Ellie if maybe we could stay at her house instead. I was just kinda wanting a break from my parents, and I had never stayed over at Ellie's house before. Her mother said that it would be fine and that she wasn't going to be home straight after school on a Friday. We sat down on the couch and we had watched some TV for a bit. After a while, we decided we wanted a snack and we went into the kitchen to see what we could find. They had a side door and their kitchen was open with a screen on the outside. I was very inside. He looked to be in his late 30s and he was really dirty and shaggy looking. I actually wondered if he was homeless. Once we made direct eye contact with him, he then said,
Well, hello there, young ladies.
That her mom wasn't there. The man replied back,
Yeah, she never is. Who's your little friend here?
He asked as he creepily looked me up and down. She told him I was her friend and that we were just hanging out having a sleepover. There for a moment just smiling at us when he then said,
So are boys allowed? I'm sure a couple of cuties like you have boyfriends coming over.
We grew increasingly uncomfortable and Ellie told him that she had to watch her brother and sister for the night and that her siblings were staying at her dad's that weekend and her mom would be going out with her boyfriend, so most likely she wouldn't be coming home. The man was still standing at the door smiling at us. He then said,
Oh well, I guess. Tell your mom I
walked away. I asked Ellie what was that all about. She told me that Dave was her neighbor. Apparently her mom had gone on a date with him several years ago when they first moved in. Her mother wasn't impressed with Dave and there was no second date. She said that we should move forward sexually. I guess this Dave character would stop by frequently trying to get the mom's attention and then flirt with her, much to everyone in the household's dismay. Ellie also said in the last couple of years he seemed to start taking more interest in her. I was totally horrified. What a creep. We tried to relax some and forget about the creepy neighbor. We ate some junk food, watched some of our favorite shows, and also took some quizzes out of teen magazines. It was getting dark and we were starting. Not even 10 minutes later, after the pizza had arrived, there was a knock at the front door. We were both really surprised as it was going on 9 p.m. at this point, and we weren't expecting anyone. Ellie got up and looked out the peephole. She looked right back at me. Quiet. There was another knock at the door, then a voice. It was Dave.
"Girls, I know you're home,"
he said. We were both frozen in fear. Then Dave the creep said something along the lines of that he knew thought he'd bring us a large sausage. Yeah, I know. Cringe. After a few minutes of not responding, Dave said something about us being stuck-up little girls and then left. We went around the house closing all the blinds and making sure all the doors were locked, and kept the room lit with one tiny dim lamp out of fear of Dave seeing or hearing us. Once it got to be around 10:30, we were really fed up with having to sit still in the dark. Ellie got up and peeked out the window at Dave's house. She said that all of his... We felt comfortable enough to turn on some lights and relax a bit, so we put on some music and chatted some. We were sitting on the piano bench in front of the dining room windows when all of a sudden we then heard a tapping outside the window. I guess we had only closed the shade. There was Dave peeking in. He held up a 6-pack of beer saying that he knew Ellie's mom wasn't home and that we should let him in so we could all party together. I guess Ellie had enough at this point because she stood up and yelled at him, "No!" and that he needed to face. And then he said,
"You know I can just come in, right?"
Ellie then yelled at him that she had spoken with her mom and she was calling the police. Well, at that point, Creeper Dave started to back away, saying he was just kidding and that we needed to calm down. Ellie called her mom's boyfriend's house. She told her mom all the creepy things Dave had been doing, but her mom didn't believe us and she thought we were making things up. She said we should just go to bed and everything would be fine. Ellie was so upset. We ended up locking ourselves problems with Dave that night, and we finally got some sleep. After that night, as you can imagine, we decided to just go back to sleepovers at my house, and I think that's for the best. That I in no way blame this on my friend or her mother at all. The story takes place around 2 years ago during the summer of 2019. I was 14 years old at the time and I had a really big group of friends that I would go to the pool with like almost every day from each other, except for about 3 of the girls. There were 8 of us. The day was like every other day. We woke up, put on our bathing suits, and we had our friend Ryan's mom take us to the pool. She happened to have a minivan that could fit us all. We got to the pool. The pool closed. Since all of our parents were super close and we still wanted to keep the fun going, we decided to crash at our friend Ava's house. She had a huge downstairs basement that was soundproof because her dad used to teach guitar and drum lessons to people all the time down there. They felt really tired and dizzy for being out all day and night. So we said our goodbyes to the 2 of them as their parents came and picked them up. And it only took about 4 minutes for Ava's mom to come get us. She had a smaller car, so we had to squeeze in a little more before going to get some snacks from the kitchen. As we walked into the kitchen, we could see Ava's stepdad, David. None of us really liked David since he kind of had a reputation of being really creepy towards us and making rude comments to us whenever our parents came to pick us up. Stairs to the basement. Let me give you a quick layout of the basement. As soon as you walk down the stairs, to your right is sort of a kitchen and workroom, and then to your left is a basement living room. And then once you walk past the sofas, there's a pool table. On the left, and then to your right is a bedroom. All of us really smelled of sunscreen and chlorine, so we split into groups of 2 and went to each different room to change out of the bathing suits and into clothes. The basement was kinda creepy, and none of us wanted to be alone in any of the rooms. She always had spare shirts that she'd let us wear that used to be her dad's, and since most of us were 5'2" and shorter, the shirts covered us enough that we didn't need to wear shorts. And if you're wondering, yes, we washed our hair. We would usually take turns taking a shower up and then took turns washing each other's hair. Once we finished with that, we walked to the basement bedroom and got comfortable. We made bracelets, talked about drama and the new school year coming up, eat junk food, drink Pepsi, and then watch the new season of Stranger Things. Our friend Ryder was asleep on the bed while the rest of us sat on the floor talking. While Ava was halfway through her sentence, we heard the stairs of the basement then creaking. All of us were silent. Ava said it could just be one of her cats or something, but before she could even area. Ryan, the oldest of us, seemingly the most freaked out, quietly walked to the door and locked it while me and my friend Molly went to turn off the lights. We waited around 5 minutes, the only light coming from the computer screen that we'd been watching Netflix on, until we heard sliding footsteps coming into the hallway of the basement. Me and Ava grabbed onto each other as everyone else fell silent. After about 2 minutes of hearing nothing, we all then moved to the bed. While doing this, we managed to wake up Ryder. Ryan covered his mouth with his hands while telling him what was going on. Ryder, who hates when people wake him up, sat up and told us to calm down as he walked to the basement bedroom door and unlocked it. He swung the door open, and what we saw made us all stiff as a dad. Her stepdad was terrifying. He was 6'4", short brownish hair, heavyset, and he had these square glasses that could reflect about anything. Me and everybody else in the room screamed at the top of our lungs as Ryder slammed the door in his face. We all stayed as silent as possible as we waited for what felt like hours, as we heard Ava's stepdad groaning and asking if he could join us. Our friend Izzy and I began to cry while Ava called her mom to come down and get him. After I'd say about 45 minutes, we woke to the sound of Ava's mom knocking on the door. We then unlocked it and let her in. She then explained to us how after she brought David back up, he then told her,
"That many young girls down in the dark basement all by themselves is really dangerous. Thank goodness those 2 boys were in there and were smart enough to lock the door in case anyone tried to do anything."
When her mom told us this, I felt sick to my stomach. When I looked over, I saw the look of pure horror and disbelief on everyone's faces. After that, I was old now, and Ava's stepdad passed away due to the coronavirus. Me and those girls aren't as close anymore, but that night and all the other experiences we've had since then have stayed between us, and they probably always will. And certain people can definitely make it brighter. I'm talking about friends. Close friends. This story's been in the back of my mind for about 2 years now, and it's one of the most terrifying experiences of my entire life. And it still gives me the shivers to this day. It was the end of another school week, a Friday, and as a lot of us teenagers do, we decided to have a sleepover on the weekend. My friends agreed with me, and we happily walked and all that stuff that you'd expect to talk about. One of my other friends said that we should have a sleepover at his place. I'm not revealing their real names for privacy reasons, so for this story, I'll call them X and L. And in case you're confused, I quietly walked home as I and Elle split up to go to our own houses to pack up our belongings for the sleepover. I grabbed out my bathroom equipment, sleeping bag, and fresh clothes, and all the other stuff you would need for a sleepover. Once I was finished packing my bag, I'd asked my parents if I was allowed to come, and told them they said yes, and Elle said the same thing as me. We were all excited, and X said that he'll be waiting at the park down outside his house to meet, since the park was only 2 houses down from his place, which was approximately 10 minutes away. Right as we got there, I saw X and L already at the park. I gave them both a wave, and we all walked to X's house. We all got inside and made ourselves comfortable with our sleeping bags in the living room, because X's. I think that the time was somewhere around 12:30 a.m. I remember it raining ever so slightly. We were all laughing and giggling about certain events that had happened at school that day, but I guess that isn't really relevant to the story. And that I was really tired. Eldon replied, "Alright then. I mean, I guess it is a pretty shitty night after all." We had all started laughing at that response, and it eventually got to the point where we started talking less and less, and then eventually I didn't really fall asleep that night. I was rolling over in my bag and just trying to get into a comfortable position to sleep in, but had no luck falling asleep. I had my eyes wide open, staring at the blank ceiling. I looked at both X's. I got out of my sleeping bag as quietly as I possibly could, and then went into the kitchen to get a drink. But after I had my drink of water, I had heard some type of noise coming from a wall. I didn't really make it out at first, and I kinda had a difficult time. I carefully went into the living room, and then tried my best not to step on Elle. I was standing in the middle of the room, trying my best to find out where the hell the sound was coming from. Okay, to give you a bit of context, if you enter the front and the left side of the living room where you enter is a giant window. Well, the tapping sound was coming from that window. My heart was starting to speed up now, but what was the only logical option, you may ask? To look through the window. So I proceeded to do so. I stopped. There was something else. The windows were closed by blinds. I leaned my ear closer to the window. Now, along with the tapping, I could also hear breathing. Slow breathing. I couldn't say anything. I very slowly backed away from the window. I frantically woke up both X and L in a panic. They both said to me, "What? What is it?" Shushed themselves and to listen. However, the tapping and breathing soon stopped. Eldon said, "Dude, I don't hear a thing." I told them what I heard, but they didn't believe me. I was getting mad. But then Eldon... I immediately said something along the lines of, "Fine, I'll go out there. In fact, why don't you both come out with me just to be sure?" I opened the door quietly and motioned my friends to come outside with me. We got to the window outside that. X said to me, "I told you, I knew there wasn't going to be anything there." We both talked about it for a bit outside, and X said I was crazy, but the story doesn't end there. Out of the blue, over there. We all looked, and there was a dark silhouette that was just standing still a few houses down the street. He was probably about 5'5", and he was wearing a raincoat from what I remember. My friends both looked at me, knowing that I was muscle, but he then started laughing in a sort of sinister kind of way. Within that moment, I said softly, "Go for the backyard gate, right now, do it." The guy continued to stare at us while we both... Suddenly the guy just full-on sprinted right toward us without warning. My life was in slow motion. I dashed for the gate. All of us got in, and I was actually the last one to get in, and then I locked the gate. The guy ran into the gate. The gate and fence were really high, and he couldn't possibly get over it. He then started banging and screaming at the gate, yelling things like,
"Come on out here and I'll kill you, you dumb teenagers."
And I'll honestly never forget that sentence. That up. He bolted straight outside and said the guy made a run for it and was already halfway down the street. He chased after him, screaming for him to get back here. X's dad called the police straight away. They arrived a little while later with cops. About it. The 3 cops found nothing except for a long and sharp kitchen knife that was dropped outside the front lawn. I shuddered. One of the policemen asked me if I knew what he looked like, but I couldn't make anything out other than he was somewhere around. He wasn't seen again after that, and he hasn't come back. But the police that day said they found dirty boot marks right outside the front door. But the really creepy part about the boot marks outside the door is that apparently that door had a peephole, and that peephole could make you see through. I was possibly spying on us through it. Moral of the story is be very careful during the night, because anything can happen if you're not careful.
I think we're going back many, many years for this, but some of my best friends from elementary and middle school lived like 10 to 15 miles away, so on weekends, instead of just going over to visit for the day, we'd have sleepovers to save our parents driving these crazy round trips. So I had this one friend. Their house always smelled of patchouli. They were vegan before vegan was even really a thing, and aside from a few unusual recreational activities, they were basically just as good as being parents as any other couple. They were sweet, loving place, mainly because they'd let us stay outdoors in a tent at night, which was just such a huge adventure for a little group of preteen tomboys. Anyways, this one night we're staying in a tent in the backyard, but it was a backyard view of the TV room window, so Star's mom and dad could keep an eye on us, but it also meant we could see the driveway from the flap of our tent. It was summertime, so it was still incredibly warm at night, so we ended up leaving the tent flat unzipped away because bugs, but we can still see outside the tent. Then, in the middle of the night, Star shakes me awake and whispers, "There's someone in the driveway." I'm thinking it might have been her big brother. But when I suggested that, she said, "No, there's a bunch of people, look." I start getting real anxious hearing that, so I quietly creep up to the tent flap to peek out, and that's when I saw that Star was exactly right. I really lost count of the number of people I saw creeping up her driveway. It was seriously one of the scariest moments of my life, mainly because there was absolutely nothing to do but keep as quiet as possible. We couldn't call the cops. This was way before cell phones. We were just powerless, forced to watch people who obviously didn't have good intentions slowly approaching Star's house. I think in the end, Star just broke, and in a move you could either call real brave or real stupid. And then, "Mom, Dad, call the cops." As soon as she starts screaming, a bunch of flashlights burst into life, obviously held by the guy sneaking up the driveway. And oh my God, there were so many of them. More than about 5 or 6 people, but when they all turned their flashlights on, it was clear the number was more like 15 or 20. I just hear, "Sheriff's Department, show me your hands." And that was incredibly confusing because we were all about calling. Here? Anyway, Star does as she's told, while me and our friends start climbing out of the tent with our hands in the air. That's when the person approaching us started saying, "Jesus, they're just kids, man." And with them being badges and all patches on their arms, all that stuff, then I hear, "Go, go, go, get in there." And the cops start bashing the front door to the house in while other cops fanned around the backyard and headed towards one of the barns. We were down and watching that we're not really freaking out too bad. But when the cops start dragging Star's mom and dad out of the house and arresting them, she She had to be restrained by the cop that was guarding us. After that, the cops drove me and our friend back. They did with Star. I think they took her to her grandma's or her aunt's or whatever. Then a few days later, we find out that Star's mom and dad had been growing something they shouldn't have in one of their barns. I get that it was illegal and stuff, but go live with her relatives because her parents were sent off to prison for a few years. It was messed up. And I get that the cops were just doing their job and stuff, but it was definitely one of the scariest times of my life. Seeing all those figures in black, just creeping to people. Back in 2018, I ended up flying over to Greece for a week-long solo vacation. There were a few hotels I had my eye on while I was planning the trip, but then for the same price, I could get an entire apartment on Airbnb. For the price of an entire ensuite hotel room, I could get an apartment that looked something like a legitimate millionaire might choose to stay in during a visit to a French Riviera or something. Greece doesn't exactly have the strongest economy, so even so, compared to the other listings, there's no way to describe it other than suspiciously affordable. Like any other sane person would have done, I immediately went to check the reviews, and even with all the 5-star reviews and glowing praise of the apartment's owners. But then again, there were only 2 windows where the place wasn't booked, so not only did that show that the other people were genuinely interested in the place, but it also meant that it was a case of poop or get off the pot, so to speak. Like a well-distinguished nightmare, I could just find myself a hotel chain with a simpler but more reliable kind of room, and just use the place to rest my head after long days of exploring my ancestral home. The flight over to Greece process just completely exhausted me. It's weird that just sitting on a plane for almost 10 hours can do that to a person, but I guess it was mainly the stress that took it out of me. Worrying that I'd lost my passport or my e-ticket, constantly worrying that I'd first-time flyer stuff, I know, but after the relief of landing without a hitch and making it to the Airbnb okay, I felt like I could sleep for days. Even the elation of seeing the apartment didn't keep me up for long, and my God, was I elated. Mosaic of black and white tiles and wrought iron spiral staircases. Hell, they could have charged double the asking price and people still would have paid it to stay in a place like that. But then the question remained, why exactly were they? It was a huge question, one that any right-minded person would have still been asking themselves, but I guess the place's beauty and my exhaustion made for this perfect cocktail to wipe my brain of thought, and I told myself that I could always properly survey. I remember waking up just before dawn to the sound of something scraping really close next to me. I mean, maybe scraping isn't the right word, but I ended up leaning over to the bedside table, switching on the light, and seeing what was definitely... I hate bugs, and cockroaches have to be the top of the list for me. And suddenly, I understood why the pricing of the Airbnb was so low. The entire building probably had an infestation that they just couldn't get rid of. Hoping for a few quick bucks from Airbnb so they could afford it. That little theory of mine made much more sense when the owners refused me any kind of refund, giving me some bullcrap excuse of how Greece has lots of bugs in the summer. They knew what they were doing, acting as if though a roach infestation is just like having a few houseflies, and trying to get a refund became a whole other story, just not nearly as scary as the one I have to tell here. So, if it wasn't already clear, there was roaches so close to the bed, and luckily, I hadn't actually unpacked by that point, so I was able to just grab my stuff, jump in the rental and drive down through town towards the harbor front where I knew that there were a bunch of hotels. Wrong with my left ear, kind of like it felt cold on the inside. I started thinking that maybe I had some kind of ear infection, that the exhaustion and the stress of flying had messed with my immune system. But then, I was driving, on my way to book a so it wasn't like I was in much of a position to do anything about it. But the thing was, it was still like 5 or 6 in the morning at that point, so it's not like any of the local clinics were open for me to get looked over. So, near the harbor front and stick a cotton swab in my ear to see if there was any blood or pus or whatever. And apologies to those who found that a little gross, but if you did, stop reading now, because things are about to get way, way worse. Hand luggage for a little Tupperware box of bathroom-related stuff, pull out a cotton swab, then gently push one into my ear. But then when I did, I felt something actually move inside my ear. A clump of earwax or something further up my ear canal. But then, when I pulled the cotton swab out again, I see these two real thin, dark brown things stuck to the tip. I remember looking at them and thinking, what the hell are those? Entire brick wall falling on me. I kind of wiggled my head again and felt that same weird movement in my left ear, and that's when I realized something that was like a worst nightmare come to life. There had been my ear. The two little skinny things on the cotton swab were roach legs, and there was a freaking cockroach inside my ear canal. I was in complete denial for a minute or two, actually saying no, no, no. But then, when I actually accepted what was happening, I started to hyperventilate. It took me a while to calm down, but when I did, the next move was to grab the pair of tweezers I had with me, carefully insert them into my ear. I can barely even describe how horrifying it was, trying to work the tweezers in, touching the roach, then feeling it trying to scuttle further into my ear canal. It was like it was trying to burrow into my brain. I know not remotely connected in such a way, but in my groggy, terrified state, that's exactly what it felt like it was trying to do. The more I tried, the more it seemed to crawl away from the biting pincers of the tweezers, and I realized that if I was actually going to the hospital, that's how I ended up driving over to the Patras University Hospital, and throughout the whole of that drive, I was acutely aware of the thing trying to burrow its way further into my ear canal. At this point, anyway, it was by far the worst kind of mental torture that I'd ever experienced in my whole life. Walking into the ER was the first piece of real luck I got, as because it was real early on a Monday morning, there was next to no one else. My daughter combo got themselves seen to. I was called up to the desk to tell them what the problem was. The first nurse I spoke to didn't speak English all that well, so I had to wait a few more minutes while she found someone that did. The next nurse spoke amazing English, but when that told me she just straight up didn't believe me. She asked me if I was in pain, and I said no, but that I felt like I was going to puke. She still seemed skeptical, but then she took me to see a doctor who looked in my ear with an otoscope, and although there was definitely a cockroach in my ear. Using the nurse as a translator, the doctor told me that the most important thing was for me to keep calm. As they put some wristband thing on me, I was told that getting the roach out would be relatively easy. Keep calm. If I didn't keep calm, I wouldn't be able to keep still, and to get the roach out, they were going to need to use some pretty delicate instruments that might damage my ears if I didn't keep perfectly still. Hearing that was hardly relaxing, but the nurse was going to be okay, and that actually really helped me regain my focus. After that, another nurse took my blood pressure, which turned out to be alarmingly high. But then I put all that down to the stress of the whole situation, and we all agreed that I didn't require any. Why they were doing all these tests on me, and I'm sure they had their reasons, but I was just desperate for them to get to the actual extraction already. Thankfully, that's the next thing they did, and the nurse explained all the stuff the doctor was saying, how they were going to use the lidocaine would act as a numbing agent, making it so the extraction didn't hurt while also killing the roach. The lidocaine did its job all right, but before it did, the roach went into overdrive trying to escape the fluid. And this is probably that. But literally being able to feel the thing dying in my ear, like speeding up and just suddenly slowing down as it died. I'm not sure there are even words in the English language to sum up how horrifying it all felt. The doctor took these big curved tweezers, then started removing the roach, but not in one go. He did it piece by piece. Once the whole thing was out of me, or at least as much as they could pull out, the nurse showed me what they'd removed on a napkin, which I know isn't all that big, but it was still a cockroach running around my ear canal, so I don't care how small it was. After that, my ear canal was given one final check over just to make sure that there was nothing left behind. Then they basically told me that I was free to go, that I would need to put directly into my ear. My whole left ear basically felt numb for the next 24 hours, but then as the week went on, it didn't really feel any better. I guess it was just the aftermath of having my ear invaded by both a cockroach and a half-dead scratch session in my ear just didn't stop, so when I got back to Baltimore, I went over to my doctor to get checked up again. So, about a week after I got back from Greece, I went for my appointment and told her about the whole cockroach trauma. Assistant to flush my ear in the hopes that removing any wax buildup would help my hearing and get rid of the pressure. Then, once my ear had been flushed, they each took a look inside. I can't even begin to explain how much my heart sank when I heard the physician insect leg inside my ear canal. I felt sick. The whole ordeal wasn't even over, and all I wanted was for it to finally just be over. My doctor ended up flushing my ear again and pulling out 6 more. This is almost 2 whole weeks after the whole incident first took place. I guess what I've been looking at wasn't the whole roach, and I just wanted it to be the whole roach out of pure wishful thinking. I just quietly cried while the whole thing was going on. When the whole thing was done. She's been my family doctor for years, so we had quite a close relationship like that, for those wondering why she was getting a little too personal. But she also comforted me because she told me that there might be more of the roach in my ear. For the next day. When the appointment was over, I went home and tried as best I could to relax before heading to the ENT clinic the next morning. When I got there, they sat me in this real comfortable examination chair, then the ear, nose, and throat doctor. Much at all. The whole examination basically took place in silence, right up until he said the dreaded words of, "There's something in there, all right." The next thing I know, he's using what looked like a large pair of scissors with a blunt end to fish around. No kind of numbing agent was used, so it was actually painful sometimes, and because of the piece of equipment he was using, I could hear the pieces of roach crunching as he gripped them and pulled them out. Even when he finished and had flushed or that he had gotten everything out, I still didn't feel that much better. That surprised me because I figured that once it was all out, I'd actually start feeling free of the whole thing. But I didn't. Instead, I couldn't stop thinking about the fact that the remnants of that roach chance that I was going to develop a nasty ear infection. I've only ever really gotten over the whole thing over the past year or so, but even so, I'm deathly afraid of any crawling insect that might find its way into my ear, especially cockroaches. And honestly, I don't expect to be completely over it anytime soon.
Last year, I was invited to a wedding in Oregon. I wasn't from there, and I decided when I was interested in exploring the area nearby, and I was able to find a really good deal on an Airbnb only 15 minutes away from the wedding venue. The wedding was on Saturday, and I arrived at the Airbnb on Thursday afternoon. It was a smaller looking house in a nice little neighborhood. Today, I went to a nearby city and met up with another friend I knew who was in town for the wedding as well. I returned to the house that night sort of late and tired from the long day. I got into bed, turned on the TV, and fell asleep within probably 15 minutes. I woke up coffee. When I was drinking it, I took a step out into the front yard because it looked like a really nice day outside. After I did, I was on the front step, and I noticed there seemed to be some sort of note taped to the front door. I picked it up and read it, not sure of what it could be. Last night, you should fix your locks, and then they had written a little winking face on it. I freaked out when I read this and immediately went back inside the house and started looking around. I was sure the front door had been locked, because I remembered unlocking it to go outside just a few minutes ago. I ran over to it and checked, but that too seemed to be locked. I then started searching up and down the entire house, and like I said, it wasn't a very big house, so it didn't take me too long to look everywhere. After searching all the rooms, closets, and even cabinets, I was creeped out, but after time, thought maybe it was some kind of prank by somebody who lived on the street, and knew that this house was rented by people a lot. There was no way to know for sure though. I've always been a really deep sleeper, plus the house didn't have a whole lot of furniture in it, so if somebody had after that to go do more stuff in the nearby city and also see some local parks. I took all my valuable stuff with me just in case, and I also contacted the Airbnb owner about the note I received. I was hoping they would reply to me before I got back home, reassuring me that the locks were fine, and it was trying local restaurants, visiting local parks, and other cool buildings. I once again returned to the house that night. When I looked, the Airbnb owner never replied to me, and I was a little bit scared to go to bed, but I was tired and was able to convince myself it was probably just a joke, seeing as though everything. Wedding was the next day, so I once again watched some TV and then drifted off to sleep at about 11:30. The next morning, I woke up without an alarm again, but this time I looked at the clock and saw that it was just after 6 a.m. I didn't need to wake up. Feeling a little bit paranoid. I decided to get up and walk around the house to make sure everything was okay. As I left the bedroom and walked down the hall, I immediately noticed that the back door of the house was wide open. When I saw this, I wanted to get out of there immediately. I knew into the bedroom, packed up everything I had in probably less than 5 minutes, and went to leave the house. As I was about to walk out the front door, I started to hear the closet door in the living room begin to open. I never turned around to look, and instead sprinted out of there to my car. I didn't house again, telling him what had happened. Then I contacted Airbnb customer support. For the rest of the trip, I stayed in a hotel. It happened just last month. My wife and I were planning to take a little vacation just for the weekend. We found an Airbnb up in a really nice area with a lot of great land. The place was way up north, about 4 hours away. It was a house, sort of like a cabin, and of land nearby. The area was mostly woods, hills, and just land. We also really liked it because of how secluded it was from the rest of the houses. There weren't really any other buildings or houses in sight. In fact, most areas over there were just vacation homes or cabins. The property at about 10 a.m. When we got there, we had a great time just relaxing and enjoying the area. It didn't take long though before our trip took a turn for the worst. That night, as we were just sitting in the living room of the house watching a movie, all of a sudden we heard. But after pausing the movie and getting up, I could tell it was coming from one of the windows. I walked down a hallway to where the noise was coming from. As I got closer, I was able to locate the window, and then the knocking stopped. I reached the window where it was coming from, but I didn't see anything when The house was so secluded, and most parts of it were surrounded by trees and bushes. I knew anybody being around here at all would be suspicious. As I walked back to the living room, my wife asked me if I saw what was causing the knocking. Just as I was telling her about it, we then heard a loud pounding. The entire door down. I walked back over to the kitchen area to try and look out the window and see. But once again, when I got at an angle to actually see who was at the front door, the noises had stopped, and whoever was there was now gone. After this, we didn't hear any more noise. But about 30 minutes later, we heard this sound outside, just barely, of a man yelling. I couldn't tell what he was saying. In fact, I'm not sure if he was saying anything at all. We knew somebody was trying to mess with us, or get inside the house for some reason. We would hear noises. Whoever was there somehow disappeared. This happened a couple of more times, and my wife and I were getting concerned. We didn't really feel comfortable going to bed with all this going on. It was getting late though, and I decided if we were in fact going to sleep there, I would go outside and take a look around. But saw nothing strange, and didn't hear anything either. I hoped that meant whoever was there was now gone, and I went back inside. We decided we would go to bed, but if anything else happened at all, we would call the police immediately. Once we had both got to bed and turned out all breaking coming from the opposite end of the house. My wife grabbed her phone and started calling the police. I shut the door and locked it, and then started packing up all of our stuff. There was no chance I was going to continue to stay here with all of this going on. It took them a while to reach the house with it being way out there, probably like 20 minutes. Thankfully, nobody tried to enter the bedroom we were in during that time. When the police arrived, my wife and I left the room with our bags packed. The police showed us a window in the living room of the house which had been built in the house. They didn't find anybody inside. I didn't feel safe though. After the police left, my wife and I did the same, and we checked into a hotel. A couple of years ago, I traveled to a city for a prospective job. I had a potential job offer and was going to stay a total of 2 days to look at the area in case I were to move there. I didn't really spend a whole lot of time looking for where to stay. I kind of just went on to... I do remember though that the owner seemed like a really nice guy. When I arrived, the place itself was decent. It was a little place right by the city. I got the keys and got inside to drop off my stuff. After that, I went out for a few hours, and then I've been kind of an early bird, and I'm used to it. However, I woke up in seemingly the middle of the night, which is unusual. When I woke up, I looked around confused after seeing it was still dark outside, and clearly nighttime. I looked at the clock to see that it was 2:30 a.m. I heard the sound of the front door to the house being opened. The house had been completely silent, and hearing that was a scary moment. I knew nobody else was supposed to be in the house. I'm not really sure what I was thinking. Maybe it was because I had just woken up and wasn't thinking clearly, but I then heard footsteps starting to come closer to the bedroom that I was in. My heart started to race like crazy, and I was terrified. I sort of came to my senses and knew that hiding under the covers was a bad idea, but what could I do? I had no time to prepare for this. In the bedroom. The only thing I thought to do was pretend to still be asleep. Maybe, just maybe, if somebody was going to rob the house or something like that, if they saw that I was fast asleep, they would just ignore me. I also felt this was my only option, because I had no time. I didn't even have time to dial 911, as my phone was charging on the desk, not within my reach. Once whoever was there reached the door, I heard it open, and I closed my eyes and pretended to be sound asleep. I heard whoever was there take 2 steps inside the room or so, and then they for about a whole minute. Very carefully, I opened my eyes just a crack. I was careful to make it look like they were still closed, but I wanted to see whoever was in there. As soon as my eyes cracked open, I saw somebody standing right in front of the doorway, facing me. It was the man who owned the Airbnb. I remembered him from his picture. He was just standing there staring at me, with no expression on his face. I was careful to close my eyes without making it look like they had ever been open. I was terrified, and I was there for probably 5 more minutes and didn't move. It felt like forever, and I was just waiting for him to do something. Finally, I heard him turn around and then walk away. I laid in bed, listening carefully to wherever the man moved throughout the house. He went straight for about 2 more hours before I could get back to sleep. Luckily, the guy never returned. The next day, I contacted the owner of the Airbnb and asked him what he was doing in the house during the night. He denied being there completely. I reported him after Airbnb.
A bit of a weird one, because not like a spooky story. Our Airbnb wasn't haunted or anything, and I don't believe in stuff like that to begin with. But when me and my girlfriend stayed at an Airbnb in Belgium, something happened that creeped us out so much. Hotel. I've had a mate of mine tell me I overreacted over this, but just put yourself in my shoes. First proper morning of our little weekend getaway to Bruges. Me and the old ball and chain are getting ready to go out for breakfast. It's one of those I figured you'd do it kind of things. But it was no big drama, since we could just brush our teeth and help ourselves to sketchy mints the owners had left for us. But I do remember my girlfriend looking around in the bathroom just in case the owner had left us some toothpaste. Boring, I know. I'll get to the point. We go out for breakfast, have a wander around Bruges, grab some toothpaste, then head back to the Airbnb. That night, I go to take a shower before bed and saw that my girlfriend had picked up. Honest to God, it looked like something you'd get out of a Second World War ration pack with this eye-watering old-fashioned menthol smell to it. I have my shower, walk back into the bedroom where my girlfriend is half asleep, and I kind of knackered and half asleep, like, what are you on about? Telling me to shut up and go to sleep, etc., etc. I had a wee giggle to myself, then got into bed and tried to get some sleep. It was the weirdest thing, because how did she not realize she hit me? She didn't. She didn't realize because she didn't buy it. Which means someone else bought it and then put it in our room. Which meant that someone was listening to my girlfriend when she was in the bathroom. And it's not like the place was something. God forgive anyone who wake up my missus in the middle of the night, but I decided the circumstances warranted waking her up. She was annoyed at first, telling me to leave her alone, but once I explained the situation, she just sat up rigid in bed. Brains as to how someone might have hurt us, but couldn't come up with anything. Like I said, the place wasn't small, and the walls were pretty thick. So how had someone hurt us? The landlord lived miles away, and as far as we knew, no one else had keys. They still can't work out how someone hurt us, and I did ask the landlord about it, who told me no one had been in the apartment. We were convinced it was him, though, enough to just pack our stuff and leave. I know he hadn't exactly brandished a knife for a terrible horror movie, but like I said before, put yourself in my shoes. Someone is listening to you when you go to the toilet, and for all you know, they're watching you too. And God knows why they're doing it, but it can't be a good, wholesome reason. It overhad me and my girlfriend getting out of there. It didn't ruin the trip too much, like we realized early what was going on, so I think we got off quite lightly. The extra hotel money was the real scary part, though. Days of the year, I was taking my kids down to the 7-Eleven near our apartment block to get some big gulps. Just as we were walking past a public park, right near a tree line, this completely normal, well-dressed looking couple came out of the trees and leave it when the guy suddenly told me to give him my wallet and anything else in my pockets. I mean, I thought it was a dumb joke of some kind. They looked so well-dressed that they could have been office workers or something. I actually let out this nervous laughter, then what looked like a fishing knife from his jacket pocket. When he opened it and pointed it at me, I shoved my daughter behind me to protect her as best I could. But then, just as I was going to do the same for my son, the woman grabbed his other arm and began pulling. About to explode with fear. There's no other way of describing it. And I suddenly just lost all sense of self-preservation as I leapt forward to attack this well-to-do looking woman who just grabbed my boy. The next thing I know, I felt my left side, and I looked down to see that the guy had buried his fishing knife in my stomach. What came next feels a little bit like divine intervention, as two joggers had spotted what was going on and came over to intervene. Muggers, but as I turned to check on my kids, I just sort of felt like my legs fall out from underneath me, and I hit the ground hard. I remember hearing someone screaming and thinking it was my daughter, but when I looked, the woman who out of her mouth. I honestly don't remember hitting her, but she seemed pretty adamant that I did, and she was actually trying to make out like she was the victim of the whole situation, maybe to avoid getting arrested when the cops showed up. The police that patrolled the woman what happened, like we were a couple or something. My kids had to tell them that she was the partner of the guy that stabbed me, and this definitely threw the joggers off too, because they had definitely assumed that that was the case too. I was bleeding to death. I got taken to the hospital, and to my complete disbelief, I was questioned about the incident as if though I was a suspect. I had no idea what this was about until a while after, when it looked more and more likely that she actually had a decently well-off family and had gotten into some vicious cycle of addiction with some trust fund junkies she met in the city. Her family actually tried to sue me when the charges didn't stick, but it was thrown out and she was sentenced for attempted. I had a tube in my chest for 2 weeks after my surgery to remove the knife, but I thankfully made a full recovery. Honestly, when I look back at it, I'm just glad my kids didn't get hurt in any way, and I still run through all the horrific syndic unscathed. One of the most chilling moments of my whole life was while working at 7-Eleven. Staggers over to one of the fridges and grabs a ton of those Starbucks cold brews out of one of them before dumping them all on the counter in front of me. The stink of booze off of him was just wild, and as I'm ringing him up, I asked if he'd either had a hearty laugh and then tells me, "A little of both." He then goes on to explain that he'd just gotten out of court and that he's been acquitted of accidentally shooting one of his hunting buddies on a trip that happened a few years ago. I just went with the first thing that came to mind, which was, "I'm sorry." He laughs again, shakes his head, and then asks me, "You know what the funniest thing is, though?" I shake my head, taking the 10 he gave me before grabbing his change from the red. Dropped his money all over the floor when he spoke. He tells me, "It was no accident." Then just starts laughing to himself while he pockets the change and scoops up all the cold brews from the counter. Washing the guy as he walked out of the store and towards his parked car. Then my mind switches to thinking, please get into the passenger seat. Please get into the passenger seat. But nope. He climbs right into the driver's side, starts saying I have a photographic memory or anything, more like I was repeating his license plate number back to myself as I grabbed my phone and plugged it into the Notepad app. Then I called the cops, told them they had a drunk driver on their hands, then just let karma do its thing. Person's life and getting away with it. But I sure wasn't about to stand by and let him kill someone else as the result of being a reckless idiot. My life came right out of nowhere. I was working in my job at a local 7-Eleven, just burning away the daylight hours with no passion in life, no purpose, no nothing. Then suddenly, I feel this terrible headache coming on. Some customer comes in, I ring them up for a coffee and a pack of donuts, and then that's the last thing I remember. I woke up in the hospital, and the nurses were prepping me for surgery. I was told I'd been diagnosed with a bleed in my brain and that the surgery. Then, just as they were about to put me under, the head of neurology got in touch with someone and called off the surgery completely. What actually happened is that I'd suffered an aneurysm, and according to my doctor, who told me this much later on, with a brain bleed, the solution is to drill holes in your skull, which relieves pressure and prevents your brain from swelling up and squeezing against your skull. If it does that, it can lead to some pretty serious brain damage, which is obviously very bad. Which is what is actually going on. That kind of surgery can prevent sufficient blood flow to your brain due to the sharp drop in blood pressure in your brain tissue. This then basically starves your brain of oxygen, leading to acute tissue death, which obviously just straight up kills. Saved my life that day, and the whole thing dramatically changed my outlook on life. A person can still feel perfectly healthy, perfectly normal, and then one little weak blood vessel in your brain and boom, it can all be over for them. Can really just end at any moment. I quit my job at the 7-Eleven when I was recovering in the hospital, then asked my dad and mom if they could put me up in my old bedroom while I trained to be a comic book artist. They thought my choice of career was the shock of almost losing me to some random medical thing made them reevaluate a few things too. These days, I work as a full-time comic book artist, and although I don't make a ton of money, I feel like I'm actually living the life I want to, the one I was supposed to live. Acceptance. I suppose I'm telling you all this because I hope everyone on Earth can live that way too. And it honestly breaks my heart that some people don't have a choice in the matter. Because the idea that someone's life could just end while they were working some terrible retail job, I don't just find it heartbreaking. I find the concept utterly terrifying. Probably because I was just one surgery away from that exact same thing happening to me. I had a guy come into the 7-Eleven I was working at, and when I was ringing up the items he wanted, he started getting all fresh with me, saying stuff like, "You're real pretty," and "What time do you finish work?" I lied to him and told which was only like an hour away. He'd said he'd come back then, and we could go out for a beer or something, but I advised him not to since my boyfriend would be coming to pick me up around then, and he really wouldn't like the idea of some random guy hitting on me. Comment about how he'd make my boyfriend see things his way or something. I just nodded like, "Yep, I'm sure you will." And I could see him getting kind of angry before he walked out of the store. It didn't bother me too much, as he was only going to come back to the I'd be safe at home and away from any pervy creepers. But then at 6, when my shift finished, I walked outside with my purse only to see a car door open about 20 or 30 feet away. I swear I just about felt my stomach tight. I did a straight-up 180-degree turn on my heel and started walking back into the store, then just went right behind the counter and into the manager's office after telling my coworker, "Just say I'm on break." He seemed real confused at the edge of it. It was maybe only 30 seconds at the most before I heard him say, "Oh, her? She's just on break. I'm sure she'll be out in a minute." Normally, I'd take the bus back home, but that night, I knew I'd have to get. So I called the Uber, waited for it to arrive, then tried to just walk out as fast as I could. I didn't see the guy in the store, and I asked my coworker real quick, "Are they waiting for me?" And the guy shook his head, still confused, but they asked if I wanted them to call the cops, and I shook my head, just gunning for my Uber as I pushed open the glass door. I didn't see the guy anywhere, and I was so set on getting into the Uber that I didn't look left or right as I walked out of the 7-Eleven, so I had basically. He looked really, really angry as he growled, "You lied to me," then called me a bunch of names as I tried pulling away from him. Luckily, my Uber driver saw absolutely everything, and he stepped out of the driver's seat to be all like. He did let me go, and just smiled at the Uber driver as he told me, "This isn't over. I don't like being lied to." I wish that was all bluster too, like he was trying to act hard just to save a little face. Made my life a living hell. He kept showing up outside of the 7-Eleven, to the point where I had to blow a ton of my wages on Ubers to and from work. Then there was the time he actually tried to follow me home, and I had to actually tell the Uber tale. I tipped that guy massively. Even though he initially refused to accept the payment for the ride, he insisted on canceling until I burst into tears and begged him to take the money and my tip. I couldn't make it someone else's problem. I developed something of a relationship with that one specific Uber driver, and he became kind of a father figure who always accepted my ride requests whenever he was working and made sure that no one followed me home. He was also the guy that told me that I needed to get the that he knew people with the same mentality and that they only ever actually gave up when the law got involved. I didn't even know why I was surprised when I found out that the guy had a previous conviction for stalking, and he seemed to know the legal process like the back of his hand. Take weeks at a minimum, and he'd come visit me in the 7-Eleven just to taunt me sometimes, and he'd only leave once I threatened to call the cops on him. That was just about the only thing that seemed to really get to him too, the fact that he'd been arrested and convicted over. It was pathetic that he'd never, ever have a good, normal woman all to himself, that he'd always be some deranged psycho who got off on terrorizing those who couldn't defend themselves. But I didn't. In fact, I was told by one of the cops I spoke to We don't know how far he'll push this if you make him angry. If it's possible, do not engage him whatsoever. So like I said, that was my life for like a whole 3 months, until the day finally came when my mom got the call from our family's attorney. The restraining order. For those wondering, it took so long because this guy had no history of actual violence, and the whole arm-grabbing incident wasn't actually classed as an assault for whatever reason. The day it finally came through, though, he must have gotten some kind of notification. Seeing him waiting for me outside whenever I finished was such a regular occurrence that when he finally didn't show up, I actually cried with relief. I told Carl, the Uber driver, that I thought I was finally free, and we had a miniature conversation. He still picks me up from time to time, too, sometimes when I've been out drinking with my friends, and it's awesome to be reunited with him after such a sickening ordeal. I suppose half the reason I'm sharing this is to help other girls avoid going through the same thing I did. Issue. There are literally laws in place to help deal with things like that. But the big thing, don't ever show a soft side or seem like you're playing hard to get. If a guy shows you any unwanted attention, either completely ignore him or carry a stun gun or pepper spray if you're legally able to in your state, and just show that SOB that you're carrying so they leave you alone. I just don't want any other girl to go through what I went through because I honestly lost almost 4 months of my life.
I'm a 24-year-old male, and this happened to me a few years ago when I was around 21. In December. It was really cold outside and there was snow on the ground as we had just had a snowstorm pass through our area. I lived with my parents at the time and my mom is not really a fan of driving in the snow, so she asked me if I could drive her to the gas station for her to pick up some cigarettes needed. I said sure, as I wasn't really doing anything at the time, and I grabbed my keys, then following her to the car. I remember the cold air hitting your face pretty hard that night, so it had to be at least around the teens, which made the snow and to know for later on in the story. The nearest gas station was about 5 minutes away from us, but given the conditions of the roads, it took us about 10 to get there. Once I was able to park the car, my mom got out of the car, then made her way inside the store, standing in the line that was leading up to the register. I kept the car running as it was really cold and I just didn't want to be sitting in the car without any heat. I was browsing on my phone while waiting for my mom to get done, and right around that time that pulled up into the parking spot right next to my car. I found this a bit unusual given that the parking lot was empty, so there was really no reason for them to park right next to the spot where I was. But I kinda just chalked it up to them wanting to be as close to the... No one got out of the car at first, but I didn't even notice this until I looked up to see my mom walking out of the entrance back to the car. I glanced over to the truck's passenger side window, and I could just make out a figure sitting in the passenger seat, and they were facing inside before then asking me what I was looking at. I told her about the truck pulling up well over a few minutes ago around the same time that she approached the register, but that nobody had gotten out. She first chalked it up to maybe they were just waiting for someone inside the passenger side of the car looking towards our direction. She then began to sense why I was so spooked out by it. She told me to just back out and get out of there, and that we didn't need to worry about them once we drove off. As soon as I put the car into reverse and then began to back up, a tall, very built man stepped out from the car as soon as the door made contact with my car. I hit the brakes as soon as I felt the contact, and the man stood there before throwing his hands up at me and then staring in my direction. sort of accident before, and my mom was sitting right there next to me and could see as well as I had that the door had not been opened until we had already started moving. The man slowly walked up to my window and just stood there. I cracked it very slowly, and I told the man that I was sorry. For a brief moment, he didn't really say anything. That is, before he simply asked,
"Roll down your window a little bit more. I can barely hear you."
I knew this couldn't be true as it was really quiet in that area, and I wasn't even to keep it cracked as I really didn't want to let cold air get into the car. This really angered the man, and he immediately spoke in a more angered tone now. He was telling me to roll down my window yet again. I again told him no, and this is when things didn't any warning whatsoever. The man smacked my window really hard with his hand. Startled, I immediately jumped back and rolled the window up. My mom was right beside me, just absolutely yelling for me to just back out and leave, but I was really afraid. The man kept smacking my window really hard a few more times before he then tried punching it. It was right at this point where I realized that if I didn't get my mom and I out of there fast, this guy was definitely going to hurt us. I could see the cashier phone with what I could only assume was the police, but there was absolutely no way I could wait for them as the man was now both punching at my window and now kicking my door. It was like some switch had been flipped on in this man's head, and he had just totally lost it. I backed out of there as fast as I could, just barely missing the guy by a few inches. I pulled fully out of the parking spot before the man ran out in front of our car and slammed his hands right on the hood. I sat there frozen, not knowing what to do, as the man I'm trying to avoid him the best that I could before booking it the hell out of there. After that, I honestly thought that was the end of it. But as we made our way down the road to a stoplight, I was able to see headlights that was fast approaching from behind our car. And once the truck the man was in, there appeared to be two people inside of it. I assumed the man I encountered must have been the passenger, and I guess the driver was someone I hadn't noticed before. I told my mom that it was them behind us, and she started to freak out. We were still probably about 10 minutes away from our house given the road conditions, but I knew that there was no way that I could get us back to our house in that amount of time before these guys tried to ram us off the road, or whatever else they had planned for us. My dad told me to meet us halfway in his truck. She told me this, and I agreed that this had to be our best option, given that I couldn't turn around and head back to the gas station still not knowing if the police had even been called or not. So once the light turned green, I punched on the gas and I really wasn't being that cautious of the road at this point, as there really weren't any other cars at this point of the night. There were a few times where the car slid from the ice on the road, and I knew that it would only take one turn of the wheel to lose control, but I wasn't going to slow down. Of driving, we were able to see headlights right in front of us on the other side of the road. I was thinking that it had to be my father, and as we got a little closer, we were able to make out his truck beyond the lights. Very surprisingly, the road conditions. I could see my father cut across a midsection of the roads and then stop shortly off the side of the road. I started to slow down right as we approached and then pulled off to the side of the road, the truck still following me. Passenger seat, hopped out of the car, then started making his way to our car. The driver opened his door, but before he could step out, both of the men stopped dead in their tracks at the sound of my father's voice. I suggest that both of you hop back in that car. I could see my dad walking out into the light, radiating from both his and my headlights. He had his 9mm pistol pulled and aimed right at the man's head as he stood right next to my car. I pretty much just watched as both of the men towards them. The man then very slowly backed away towards his truck, before then speaking to what I assumed was my father.
"You're really lucky you got here when you did."
The man laughed and jumped back into his truck, before it quickly to my window, and he asked me and my mom if we were okay. I remember telling him that other than being scared shitless, I think we were fine. Shortly afterwards, my dad followed us back home just to make sure no one else followed us. I really acted the way he did. All I know is that if I hadn't reacted how I did to get my mom and I out of there, I just really hate to think what those men would have done to us. So as some background, my family just turned 18 years old, and my mom would finally let me drive to go see them, which was about a 5.5-hour drive. No biggie. I was like, bet, I can smoke and drive that easily. And I did just that. As you can guess, I had the munchies. I wasn't really familiar with the drive or where the gas stations were on the way there, and they were kind of spread out. So as soon as I felt like it wasn't smart to wait until I found another gas station, I pulled off the because I've not had an easy childhood. I grew up learning just to kind of feel when things are not right. So I wasn't really worried about being by myself because I knew how to handle myself. So I pull up to this relatively empty gas station, one of the antique shops in it. I parked at a pump, locked my doors, and go inside. There was no one at the counter yet, and there was a sign on the counter saying that they would be right back. So I just go and pick out a snack and a drink. Kind of just wandering around in the store. I saw him glance over at me when I walked inside, but didn't really think about it. Not really paying him any kind of attention, I went and opened the door to the soda when he comes right up next to me and opens the door. But the fact that he was literally all the way across the store when I came in, and then as soon as I go over there, he does too, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go look for a different drink. So I go to the tea section and stand there for a sec, and he follows me to the one. He smiles a really creepy closed-lipped smile, and then says,
"Hi there."
I do also want to say that even though he could have easily just been trying to be nice or flirt or something, I had an instant creepy vibe from him when he first walked over, and that intuition. I just look at him, nod my head, then grab something and go to the counter, thinking to myself that I can just grab a snack later. He comes right up behind me with just one of those jerky sticks. Literally didn't grab even anything from the refrigerators that he was looking in literally right up behind me. I could feel his body heat and his breath on the back of my neck. I'm literally just waiting for this freaking cashier to hurry up and come in here so I can get the heck away from him. So I decide to start calling for someone. No one answers on his phone, and he's just looking around and at the door like he's waiting for someone. Finally, I'm just like, screw it, I'm out of here. I leave my drink on the counter and walk out. He follows me. At this point, I literally run to my car. Tip of my arm swinging, he wasn't able to get a firm hold on me. I hop in and lock the doors, turning my car in record speed. We make eye contact, and out of the corner of my eye, I can see two men run from around the corner of the gas station. And I just floor it out of there, almost nearly wrecking my car on the corner. I don't know what they were planning on doing, but I imagine I was about to get kidnapped. I called the police because I don't know where the cashier was, and I just had a really bad feeling they were gone. I now always carry a knife on me whenever I go on that drive.
I would like to start by saying that all the names in this story have I was living in a townhouse in New Mexico with my twin sister. We'll call her Carrie. And our two childhood best friends, Robbie and Izzy. The time in that house was full of your typical young adult ups and downs. That house was full of good, bad, and ugly times, but I wouldn't trade it for the world. However, the last few months were absolutely terrible before I ended up leaving the state. Let me start with a little bit. Who we will call Jay. Jay and Carrie had a very unhealthy relationship, which ended with him being kicked out of our house after an altercation between him and Carrie. Police were called, and we thought that would be the end of it. Being thrown out of the house and dumped too well. One day, on the off chance that I had a day off from work, I was in the kitchen most of the day doing some deep cleaning and self-care. While I was able to do the first part with ease, I have struggled with anxiety symptoms due to PTSD, so I wrote this off as me just having a bad day. That was until Robbie came home, throwing the door open and shouting, "Tell me why I..." Shock. I ran to the window looking over our street, and sure enough, Jay's car was speeding off. We told Carrie about it as soon as she got home from work that day, and she then revealed to myself stalking her. I was not surprised given the details of this situation, as Carrie then told us about this next situation, which shook me to my core. One night, I want to say this story was about 2 weeks prior, from afar while she went out with friends. Carrie must have forgot to lock the door when she came home. She says she woke up from a deep sleep and could have sworn that she saw someone standing over her bed. She was dreaming or even having an episode of sleep paralysis. She would later receive a message from Jay scolding her for not talking to him when he came to the house the other night. That other night in question being the same night, even when everyone was home, after Carrie told me that story. He was in the house while we were all sleeping sound in our beds, unaware that someone who we all didn't want anywhere near us was just sulking in the... He could have done anything, but he chose to just watch her. That was deeply unsettling for all of us. Now, I had already made the decision that once my lease was over, I was going to be moving in with my partner in a different state, preparing to move, go our separate ways. For more context, the landlord had installed a security system. Nothing high-tech by any means, but anytime a door or window was open, the alarm would say in a robot, or back office window closed. Things like that. One night, I was home alone. Carrie was at dinner with Robbie and Robbie's mom, and I had no idea where Izzy was until this series of... when suddenly, I heard what sounded like tapping on my window. I figured it was the branches tapping like they usually did, when there was even a small gust of wind. But the tapping was constant. Trying not to make myself anxious while I was alone in the house. It was then that I heard the security system go off. Back sliding door open. From the other room. Weird. We all usually use next to impossible to open from the outside. I brushed it off, thinking maybe Carrie and Robbie had forgotten their keys and just came in through the back door. I called out from my bedroom, "Carrie?" response. As soon as the words left my mouth, the silence was deafening. I walked out to the hallways where all of the bedrooms led and called out again. Carrie? Robbie? I'm getting a bit freaked out now, but I'm thinking that they maybe didn't hear me. But that silence. I will never in my life forget the silence that rang through that house as I inched closer to the living room. The only sounds I had heard in the span of a few minutes was my own heart beating out of my chest, my footsteps, and the AC kicking on.
When a child is in the hospital, visitors come. But family does whatever it takes to stay. At Ronald McDonald House, we believe families shouldn't have to fight alone, so we make sure they have everything they need with a community of support, warm meals, and a place to rest. Because McDonald House stays with them. Donate today at ronaldmcdonaldhouse.org.
I finally reached the living room, and I had checked Find My Friends. To my horror, Carrie and Robbie were still at the broken during this time too, so I had no clue where she was still. Knowing what I know at that moment, I called out one last time, but I couldn't bring myself to turn the corner and go into the kitchen. Silence again. I figured maybe I was just hearing things at that point. Then I heard it. Ugh. Came a hushed whisper from the kitchen, followed by the most hurried footsteps. I froze. Who was that? It all made sense at that point. The tapping on the window, the door opening with no noise from whoever opened it, and now this. Something came over me, and I snapped out of this frozen reaction. "You better get out of my house!" I screamed at the top of my lungs. I grabbed the baseball bat that I kept in the hall closet and started shouting that doors and switching on all the lights, making sure that whoever this was had left. I finally made it to the kitchen and found out the sliding glass door was left wide open by whoever came into it. I booked it out of the house, locking the doors before throwing open my car door and ripping out the driveway without putting on my seatbelt. I called all my roommates, whose phones still worked. And I had missed that conversation. So I know whoever was in the house was not my sister or either of my other two roommates. Robbie called the police as soon as we got off the phone. Of course, there wasn't much to see who was in my home, uninvited. I drove to my coworker's house, and I broke down telling her what happened, and I waited for her to update me on what she and Carrie were going to do. They opted to stay at. Don't know who it was that broke into my house that night. Was it Jay? Some drunk college kid who stumbled into our yard thinking it was their place? Someone with more sinister intentions who got caught at the right time? Keeps me up sometimes when I think too deeply about that night. I know it wasn't an anxiety-induced thing. I saw the door, and I heard the whisper at the footsteps hurrying out the same door they came in. I am in a relatively safe neighborhood, but even that, some nights, is not enough to allow me to feel safe when I am home alone.
my family took a trip out east to visit some other family that lived out there. My aunt and uncle offered us to stay at their place because it was decently big and it was just the two of them living there after all of their kids had moved out. It was an old house in a nice little neighborhood. When we arrived there were 2 empty bedrooms. My parents got the larger one and I took the smaller one. I remember we walked around the city the first day and met up with some other family. Then we went back to their house. The next night, my parents... When I realized I would be the only kid at the dinner, they told me I could stay home for the few hours. I was happy with this because I would rather play on my Xbox than be bored with a bunch of adults. I started playing Call of Duty. About 20 minutes in, I heard a car door shut, which sounded like it was coming from the driveway. I went over and looked out my second floor window down to the driveway. The sun was on the side of the street between my aunt and uncle's house and the neighbors next door. A man had gotten out of the car and started walking up the driveway. I didn't recognize him, but I figured he was some sort of door-to-door salesman. I was all the way until he arrived at the front door. But when the man got to the front door, he didn't knock. He appeared to just look inside and then walked around the side of the house towards the back. Suddenly, I got a bad feeling. The only details I could really make out about him is that he was wearing a black jacket and jeans with a camouflage baseball cap. I went out of the room and into the bathroom across the hall, which had a little window in it overlooking the backyard. I saw him. He was walking fairly close to the house and went to the back door. I saw him look inside of it and then appeared to try the handle. To my surprise, I saw the door open and the man walk right inside. Because I really didn't think the door would be left unlocked. I heard noise coming from downstairs, the sound of the man coming inside. I didn't have a cell phone at the time, and the only house phone I knew of was downstairs. So I ran. I hoped the man wouldn't come upstairs and would just leave. I could sort of hear noises from downstairs of the man moving around. He seemed to be walking around near the kitchen and the living room. Then, I heard him start to walk up the stairs. This scared me more than... I heard him open a door nearby, and then the door next to my room. Finally, my door got opened. I held my breath as it did, but as quickly as it opened, it was shut. I didn't know if the man was inside. Until finally, I heard the door to my uncle's bedroom open. The man appeared to stay in there for a while, and then walked back down the hallway and downstairs again. I kept hiding under the bed and hoped he wouldn't come back upstairs. I was the stairs once again. They seemingly stopped directly in front of the bedroom door that I was in. Then came one of the scariest moments of my life. I heard the man on the other side of the door say, "I know you're in there and under the bed." I didn't move, however, probably because I was frozen with fear. I was thinking of what I could possibly do when I heard a voice come from downstairs. It was the voice of another man, and he was yelling. I heard him say, then walk back down to the base of the stairs and down them. I stayed in hiding. I heard some yelling come from downstairs, and then heard the voice of the second man yell he had called the police. About 10 minutes later of me shaking under the bed, I came out and talked to a lady police officer about what happened. The man that had broken in had left, but the other man had stayed. He turned out to be the next door neighbor. My parents arrived about 20 minutes later. I was told that the went inside to investigate. When he saw that the man had broken in, he yelled at him. The man that had broken into the house used to work for my uncle and had been fired about a year earlier. It was truly a miracle that the neighbor my life.
My daughter was just 11 years old. I got a call from one of her teachers while I was at work. It was the first time I'd ever gotten a call from them, as my wife dealt with all the school stuff while I focused on my building firm. So when the teacher mentioned something, I could tell her I barely knew anything about it. I know that seems rude, but I was in the middle of dealing with a customer, and time is money, as they say. The teacher then tells me that my wife isn't answering her phone, but that something very, very serious has happened. Morning with the rest of her year's group. She had been accounted for in the morning, but following another roll call after their lunch break, she was nowhere to be found. Obviously, I'm already furiously anxious at that point, but I'm managing to keep it together. Knowsley Safari Park, the teacher responded. I literally couldn't believe my ears. Like I actually had to ask her again just to be sure of what she'd said. When she confirmed it, my legs turned to jelly. Just wander right up to cars. If my daughter had somehow just gotten up out of her seat whilst inside the safari park, there's no telling what kind of danger she was in. It was honestly one of the worst days of my life. All I could think about was getting the call that they'd found her. It'd be in the papers, no doubt. Every parent's worst nightmare, I'd say. A national scandal, they'd make the grieving process infinitely more painful. Obviously, I got in touch with my wife about it before her teachers managed to, actually. Of all the places for your kid to get lost, a place where lions are allowed to roam freely on some old country estate or something. The wife was in work at the time and was so upset that she was sent home. She called up our daughter's school just to make sure she wasn't there, but pretty much confirmed in our heads that she was gone, and we'd be the next set of parents to be crying on the nightly news, begging people to come forward. I was just numb with terror, and even with all my workaholic tendencies, I couldn't find my phone at the house to make sure she wasn't too hysterical. She really had taken it badly on the phone, and I was almost as worried about her as I was my daughter. Then, as I'm driving home, I see my phone in the driver's seat next to me start lighting up in stereo, and there was a police car like 3 cars behind, so I didn't fancy getting pulled over in the middle of getting the worst news of my life. The wife kept calling too, over and over again, and I just had this horrible sinking feeling that she'd gotten the word that I keep it together, focusing on getting home in one piece, but then I pulled into our driveway, and I see that the door to our house is slightly ajar. I don't know what it was about that little indicator, but it put the fear of God into me. Just walked in after telling her our daughter was dead. It all sounds quite irrational, I know, but I was in a terrible state at the time, and that's all I could put it down to. So instead of actually getting out the car and going inside to check on her, I called the wife from and walked the gallows as I waited for her to answer, and when she did, she was floods of tears. I mean floods. And I knew the worst had come. I just needed to hear her say it. But instead, she's at home. And thank God she's fine. I practically fell out of the car seat and bolted into the house. There, in the living room, are my wife and my daughter, both with tear-stained cheeks. Didn't get a bit leaky in the moments that followed. Now, I bet you're all wondering what exactly happened and how she ended up back at home, and not at school or at the safari park. So, my daughter had just started secondary school here in the UK, and the safari get to know each other while setting a positive atmosphere for the year ahead. But as it turned out, after the morning registration, my daughter and her friends had something of a falling out, and right before they were due to get on the coach, someone said something. Following her friends onto the coach, our daughter just slipped away without anyone noticing. She said she spent about half an hour or so in the library, but was so upset that she decided to just walk home. Having known about the spare back door key we keep under a plant pot, then right about the same time she's making herself beans on toast to cheer herself up, her teachers do their second head count of the day, and that's when the whole saga kicked off. It was most definitely one of the worst experiences of my entire life. State the terror you feel as a parent, knowing your child is either missing or in danger. I mean, it's completely irrational. I'd like to think I'm quite a patient and understanding person. You have to be in the building trade. But the teacher told me my daughter murder her.
Like most schools, my high school used to have this extracurricular program that we used to call Outdoor Adventure. Outdoor Adventure consisted of a group of students and a few teachers who would go the area. And towards the end of the season, we would all go on a weekend camping trip, which was hands down the best part of the whole group. We would get our permission slips early in the year, so we would know exactly where. All of us something to look forward to during the stressful times of the year. In 2015, we ended up going to this rather small campground that was in the mountains near the Delaware River. It was such a quiet and scenic place. We all got situated and familiar with our surroundings, and then we went on a few walks. But day 2, which was a Saturday, was the one that everyone was anticipating to be the best of the whole trip. Delaware, and we had all been looking forward to it since we saw it on the schedule. The final day came, and we all made our way to the 2 vans that were taking us to the 2 spots where we would park. We parked one and then all piled into the other and drove upstream. After we got to the small bank on the river where we had planned to set off, we all began inflating our kayaks and getting into the water. And in no time, it had been a rainy season. Some parts of the river might be moving a bit faster than usual, but it was nothing that we shouldn't have been able to handle. Plus, we had multiple experienced chaperones with us in case did anything bad to go wrong. But I guess that's sometimes when everything goes wrong. I was in the back of the line of kayaks as we made our way down the river. The only person behind me was one of our teachers. Woods and said he would catch up. One of the chaperones in the front of the line began passing back the message from one student to the next that we were going to be hitting some minor rapids, but to be ready for them. In no time, of a rushing sound. I wasn't concerned though. It really wasn't going too fast. It just didn't feel like a lazy river anymore. That was when things went from fun to horrifying. Kayak is it must have hit a rock, and before I could react in any way, it was flipping to the side. I was under the water, but still inside the kayak that was still drifting quickly downstream. I did everything I could to free myself loose. My back was slammed against a rock. I began tumbling around in the current, and I had no idea where my kayak was at that point. I tried to find my center, but when you're being pulled by water and impossible. I could hardly tell which way was up, let alone move in that direction. I was at the mercy of the river, and I don't think I was going to make it out had it not been for Mr. Flint. At first I thought it was Mr. Flint's arm grabbing onto my shirt and pulling me above the surface. It was a highly stressful moment, but he did his best to get us to the end of the rushing water as fast as he could. And once he did, we both loaded into his kayak.
This happened when I was in the 5th grade. I was in a science class, and one day we all took a field trip to a science museum. It had a bunch of exhibits and things like that. I really wasn't much of a science fan, but I will admit that I always liked going to the museum. I drove down to the museum, which was about 30 minutes away. Once we got there, we did the usual stuff. We were able to kind of split up as a group, as long as we made it back. I went with a few of my friends in the class from one spot to another. Eventually, it was time. Our teacher went around letting everyone know we would be leaving in 10 minutes and to meet back at the entrance. I had seen everything I was going to see, so I decided to just go back and get on the bus. That way I could play some games on my phone until we were going to leave. I left the... I got out there and saw a couple of buses. I started to walk over and saw the bus driver wave me over to him. I got on the bus, but as I did, the bus driver stopped me. He told me there would be no phones on the way back. I was pretty upset and sat down. The bus driver then started the engine. I looked out the window and tried to think of why we weren't allowed to have our phones. Sure, sometimes the kids would get out of control with them, but I found this a little bit unreasonable. Just then, I felt the parking lot and down to the street. I called out that the rest of the class was still inside, but he ignored me. Then I got a terrible feeling. I asked him to stop the bus and go back, but he just turned around and yelled at me to shut up. The bus was... All I could do was look out the window and wonder what exactly was going on. I wished that I hadn't gone to the bus by myself and went back with the rest of the group. The bus driver merged onto the freeway, and we started going at a fairly high speed. The longer we drove, the more... We continued down the freeway for I would say about 5 minutes. Suddenly, I heard the noise of a police siren. I looked behind me and saw a flashing light. The bus started to move to the side of the road, and I saw a police car go where... The bus driver then opened the door and took off running into the field beside the road. I saw several police officers run after him, and another run to the bus. They were able to get me back to safety, and the bus driver was caught a short time later. Back when I was a kid, we took a school field trip to the zoo one time. My school was really small, and basically the entire place went. It's a day-long event, which was nice for us because we didn't actually have to do any schoolwork. I think I was like 8 years old, and I was one of the younger people there. The first part of the day we spent looking for a bunch of animals, then we got food. After that, we started looking more at... So my friend Matt and I went back over to them. We first got back to the exhibit of sea lions, and when we got there, one of the zoo workers asked us if we wanted to help feed the animals. Of course we said yes, because as an 8-year-old kid, it seemed like something super fun. Into a doorway and down a dark and quiet hall. It was really weird to be in the back of an exhibit, but it got me really excited to feed the animals. We followed the guy deeper in, and into a storage type of room that was even darker. He said this is where they... Then we saw the door shut and heard it lock. We immediately knew something was wrong. I went to the door and tried to open it, but it was in fact locked. It was a really strong and thick door, and neither of us would be able to break it. We After a while of that with no response, we decided to examine the room. It was very dark with no apparent lights, and we could barely see. It was probably just about 15 feet by 10 feet, and had basically just junk closet. We waited and waited, but of course, the guy never came back, and nobody else did either. This was kind of a long time ago, and neither of us had cell phones we could take out to call anyone or anything like that. We just waited in the dark. We would yell or bang on the door, but nothing would ever happen. We did this for literally hours. At one point, we stopped and actually fell asleep on the floor for some time. Eventually, we got back up and went back to banging on the door and yelling. Someone from the other side. We both yelled as loud as we possibly could. The door tried to open, but was still locked. Then whoever was there went away. We got really disappointed and thought that was it, until a few minutes later we saw the door open. We had gotten in there. We told her the story and she seemed really surprised. By that time we saw that the sun was almost set when we got back into the zoo. Apparently everyone was able to get back home later that day, but the guy that worked there and locked us in had left and nobody could find him. It turns out he was caught a while later and had been addicted to some drugs or something like that. They said he had been acting really strange lately. Because that closet wasn't really used by the zoo anymore.
The time, my family and I went to go visit some relatives we had in a foreign country. Often to visit relatives. My dad didn't want to keep paying for a hotel, so a few years back, we bought an apartment. This trip was our first time staying at the apartment. The way the apartment is set up is there's a living room with the entryway. Dad went back to the US to finish up some business as he was going to meet us there at a later time. So it was my mom, my 3 brothers, and I. The landlord who gave my mom the key was sort of creepy from her description, but it didn't really alarm anyone. My mom got the key and met the landlord alone since we were taking care of things at my uncle's house. It had been a few weeks and my mom couldn't stand her room since there was no air conditioning. I didn't blame her, so we all slept in the living room. 4 weeks into staying there. At around 2 a.m., my mom was waking me up, but with a finger over her mouth, basically saying, "Keep quiet." My mom never does this, so I shut up and made a hand motion to the door, and someone was jiggling the doorknob. We had forgotten to lock the door, but thank God my older brother got into the habit of using chain locks from his college days. It should be noted that my brother was dead asleep in another room. My mom was distraught, and I was thinking about what to do. I was thankful that at least the chain lock was there, but I think the man on the other side noticed that that was all. I see a face pressed up from the small gap. It was the or so I thought. The next thing I see is a coat hanger trying to open the chain lock. I finally decide to do something, so I body check the door, slamming it shut. I locked the actual lock and yelled voice. I guess he assumed my mom was alone and the only one to check in. He scrambled down the stairs. All said and done, he was gone by 2:30 a.m. I looked out the window across the street at the landlord's house. When we woke up, I told my brother. We called the police, but they said we didn't really have any evidence. It was our word against his. My mom wasn't sure it was the landlord, but I swore it was him. And I told him the story. He met with the landlord and agreed he was creepy. My dad actually believed me. My mom didn't feel safe anymore, so we left that apartment the day after my dad arrived. As we drove away, by now it was daylight. A few years ago, my roommate Chloe and I moved into the perfect apartment in a 6-unit building. It was on a street we immediately fell in love with. Small town to a major city in the last 5 years, so we felt like real adults living in this place. Within the first couple of weeks, we began to suspect we were in close proximity of an ongoing domestic dispute between the tenants and met them, so we really had no idea the context of the relationship. A man's loud, angry ranting, with no shortage of aggressively insulting comments, responded by inaudible mumbles, prompted us to think a woman would try to listen in case things ever escalated too far, and maybe try to offer the woman help in the meantime. That's if we ever met her. Over the next 6 weeks, we continued to hear him, but we had not seen anyone, and then we tried to record him on our phones. One Sunday afternoon, I was home alone cleaning my kitchen, which was located at the back of our unit. The man upstairs was having a very loud and long rant, and for the first time, I heard a clear him to shut up and leave her alone, in an almost annoyed rather than fearful tone. He did not appreciate that and began yelling at her, which eventually led to him banging something against his floor. Eventually he did one so hard, debris falling from the ceiling. This freaked me out, and I called my boyfriend Ted. When Ted answered, I whispered into the phone, "Don't say anything, just listen." The man upstairs continued to yell, but it was the phone. That's my upstairs neighbor. He's been going on like this for a long time. I've been trying to record some of it. Here's where the story really takes a turn. Considering how clearly we could hear him upstairs, it makes sense he could make. Units were connected by a stairway outside at the back of the building. I heard very loud steps running down them. Next thing I know, there are 3 heavy raps on my door and an angry voice saying, "So you can record my conversations, but you can't." And worried he would come by the window where I was standing. After about 20 seconds, I heard the steps return upstairs, and that familiar voice call up, "No one's home." I collected myself from the shock and fear of what I decided to phone my landlord first, as he seemed like he would know what to do if we were having issues with another tenant, and I was very confused about what was happening. I told him the chronology of events since moving in, and he provided me with some. This was a mother and son, Rita and Ivan. Ivan is 36, and him and his mom have been living in the building for 10 years. During that time, Ivan never had a job, and in the last couple of years had caused some problems of our unit, who had moved out over a year ago, had butted heads several times, which is why my landlord had decided not to mention anything to us. He knew Ivan had some issues, but assumed it was an isolated and contained issue. His tenant was in our unit. Ivan had approached them, accusing her of installing something in his wall to listen to him. Maybe I'm dense, but this did not set off immediate alarms. Something more serious was going on with Ivan. I was still believing. So I called the city non-emergency police line, who sent a car over to make sure she was safe. She was, and they promptly left. After our call, the landlord began to build a case to evict my upstairs neighbors, on the grounds they were Things upstairs had been mostly quiet for 2 days, until I was in touch with the landlord again over the phone. He provided me with some more information, specifically that he believed when Ivan was ranting, it was towards the previous occupant of our... It obviously seemed odd to me, but we were still trying to piece everything together, so we had to keep an open mind. The landlord also reiterated how Ivan really changed in the past couple of years and had caused problems before. His reasoning for not giving us a head start. He had been quiet and kept to himself. In the days after this call, the ranting started up again as we waited for an update on the eviction process. That Friday, we received confirmation that Rita and Ivan had been served with their first. Sure enough, that night while I was in bed, I heard Ivan's voice from above. Shh, I'm trying to listen. At this point, I'm definitely concerned, but I really had no idea. Next evening, Chloe called me while I was at work. She told me she thought she heard a knock at our back door. I told her I wouldn't be home for a couple of hours, but if she was concerned, I could leave early, or she could call the non-emergency line. Chloe told me she was going to... Around 10 p.m., I came home, and by midnight, I was on the phone with the non-emergency myself, because Ivan had come downstairs to my back window, where I was standing, asking us to leave him alone, because we were harassing him. Having agreed we would try to live our lives despite the situation, at one point, the subject of upstairs briefly came up, and the next thing I knew, the man I had only ever physically seen once, with long, dark, greasy hair, standing at my back window, next to where I was sitting. My immediate response was to pull out my phone and start recording him. Yeah, you can record me, he said. Can you leave me alone? You and your friends harass. Suddenly, I heard myself call back. Bye, Ivan. I called the police and we waited for them to arrive. When he went back upstairs, he started ranting to Rita and said some very weird and unsettling things. He said we were... and the previous tenant were all associated. He then mentioned the bat we have beside our back door, which he wouldn't have seen at the window. Therefore, he had listened to us mention it. He also knew my name, having only ever seen me once. There was nothing they could do. They knocked at Ivan and Rita's door. However, no one answered, and they stayed silent. The officer advised us to go to the station the following day and have a specific officer assigned to check in on us and monitor everything over for the night. In the hour after the police left, Ivan ranted sporadically, repeating much of the same things we'd been hearing in the past week. Ted came over. He heard for himself what was going on and agreed. And Ted said he was going to go out back for a smoke, that if Ivan came outside to call 911. Ted had injured his back the previous week and was concerned if Ivan was going to try to come downstairs again. He decided to bring the bat with him. Standing at the top of the stairs, yelling that he was going to knock us out. He started coming down the stairs when Ted picked up the bat, telling Ivan to stay upstairs. I called 911, and our downstairs neighbor came outside to help. Experienced some of the saddest minutes of my life. For starters, when the police went upstairs this time, Rita answered and completely defended her son. The woman we had initially been concerned was at the receiving end of domestic abuse. That he'd almost been attacked by my boyfriend. The police said there was nothing they could do and left us for what felt like bait in order for our concerns to be taken seriously. They left. We heard Ivan amp up again. This time he was so we packed up and left for the night, each staying with a friend. That was a tough night, as we both came to realize this apartment we thought was so perfect had a pretty fatal flaw. We had no idea how this would. After encouragement from our families, we went to the police station, needing real help with a potentially dangerous situation. It was eventually arranged that charges would be placed on Ivan for uttering death threats. Chloe and I each gave it to arrest Ivan. They advised us not to stay there for the night, if possible, in the event he refused to be taken by them, as this could escalate things. Without a warrant, the police had no way of forcing Ivan to go with them, but I had a feeling that he was the one protecting their home. Sure enough, when the police came to the building, we packed overnight bags. Ivan let them take him away, despite his mother's protests, which included accusing us of lying and taken away, and we left, never spending another night at that apartment. Since all of this, there have been a few updates. First of all, we moved, and the landlord was very generous in his reimbursement to us. Aside from not wanting to be sued, I really believe the landlord to be a decent guy who just made a judgment call that went completely wrong. We received a few updates on the legal proceedings, both from the charges that were pressed and the following day on bail with a number of conditions, and we're waiting for a court date, I guess. The landlord is also waiting for a court date, having filled all the pre-required documents. The final piece to this completely bizarre. Having looked him up on a whim, Ivan hadn't posted in 3 years, which lined up with the timeline of when the landlord said he began causing problems. He had some unsettling posts that we provided to the police. He has dozens of posts about the person, with no response, including no likes on any of it. It's strictly posts made to an anonymous person who had no interactions, nor did anyone else. Having researched if this relationship ever existed, or if it was another delusion, that's the story. Thank you for listening to it.
If you really like my content and want to support me, please like this video and click the subscribe reaching a wider audience. Most of you watching my videos aren't subscribed to my channel, and that's why my animations can't reach their full potential. They aren't recommended to more people who would surely love my content as much as you do. You can always unsubscribe to the video.
Year I turned 10 years old. My mom and I moved into a spacious 2-bedroom apartment in what is statistically considered one of the safest cities in America. We moved out just a few years ago. Years living in this place. The apartment was one of 5 in our building. You know how a duplex has 2 units in the same building, split down the middle. This building was quartered into 4 units with an added unit on the lower level. We had the kind of a if something broke and needed fixing or replacing, he would come and attempt to fix it himself instead of just hiring an expert, and all the while he'd make comments about how women break things. I was 13 years old. Our dome landlord rents out the lower level unit to a lovely young couple. Their names were George and Lisa. On the night they moved in, I remember they had music just blasting from their new home. It was uncharacteristically loud for the neighborhood, but none of us other residents actually had a problem with it. They seemed pleasant enough. The pleasantries lasted about a week before George and Lisa started having these blowouts screaming and cussing him out. He tried to get her to back off and calm down, and then they moved on to the next stage, which was slamming. Always after an hour or so of this, things would go quiet. Then Lisa would be heard in the back of the house, with the bedroom, where I heard Lisa walking around outside, having a conversation with herself in different voices. A few more weeks and we began to notice that George and Lisa got a lot of strange visitors at strange times, who always seemed intoxicated without knowing whose window it was. When it was very quiet, I heard scraping sounds coming from the kitchen area, a lot. One time I heard George and Lisa having the most obnoxious sex I've ever heard. The night things morning with an empty milk jug and started ringing every doorbell to our building, scratching at the front door, trying to get in, moaning and yelling for George and Lisa. She disappeared after a few minutes, and suddenly we hear the back one person trying to break in. My mom called the police and we gathered our things and went to a restaurant for breakfast, exhausted after no sleep. We then went and booked a hotel for the night. We just couldn't deal with them again. Things got quiet and really awkward between us and the neighbors. And that's when the FBI showed up. I go to answer the door and the man and woman ask if they can talk to my adult. I say sure and lead them to my unit, which we always. They open a binder and show us photos of George and Lisa. They ask if we happen to have seen them before, and we tell them they live downstairs. It turns out they're both living under false identities, major fraudsters. George and Lisa moved into the apartment building across the street, and they were arrested within a month. It happened a few years back. I was 23 years old, married, and had a stepdaughter. I'm a female, divorced from my ex now, and I don't see my stepdaughter anymore. But at this time, I was living with them, my cousin. Dead end that led to some train tracks in my hometown. The neighborhood was decent, but had a lot of houses close together and was highly populated with children. There were usually toys, bikes, and skateboards hanging around on the sidewalk. Our house. We resided in the second and third floor of the house, while our landlord's daughter occupied the first floor. Shortly after moving in, 2 tenants moved into the basement apartment, a middle-aged couple. They seemed alright. They started showing some signs of drug use and just started showing some odd behavior. For example, they would scream at the top of their lungs at each other over petty things, like wanting a ride somewhere, and the other not wanting to give that ride. I had a bad feeling about the guy, John. In our state, we have access to criminal records. We can search anybody's state police record. I exercised that right and found out that this guy had pending sexual assault charges. Scared of the kids playing outside. Scared of the kids being in the same building as this guy. Weird things started happening. Like we would wake up in the morning and the kids' toys would be broken. Not just broken, but destroyed. My wagon was completely mangled, and toys were thrown down an embankment we had behind our house. We all had a feeling it was him, but we couldn't prove it. Tension had already started to build. It was clear we didn't like seeing each other. Until this day. I was dropping my ex off at work while my cousin kept an eye on the kids. They played at the neighbor's house in their fenced-in yard. My phone rang when I was a few blocks away from home. It was my cousin. I asked her why, and she said, John is throwing down the embankment and knocking over the garbage bins. My first thought was, those things are full. He must be making a mess. And boy, was I right. Scattered across the edge of my driveway. It made my blood boil. I got out of the car and looked over at his door on the side of the house. I saw him throw something out of the doorway, and we met eyes. As soon as that happened, the 6'5" man in the face. It didn't exactly drop him, but it did knock him down. He fell back and kind of bumped into his van. He fell on his ass in front of it. To put things into perspective, I'm 5'8". So I wasn't a tiny helpless girl. After this, he got up. With a vengeance, he threw punch after punch after punch. So did I. I was starting to get weak. My arms felt like spaghetti, and my cousin yelling for help from the upstairs window. I wiped my eyes, and to my surprise, I saw my other neighbor restraining John. He was still trying to attack me, even after being restrained. He was bleeding badly. My 4'9" cousin was standing in my front yard with a metal chair over her head. My stepdaughter was taken inside with my other neighbor's kids. John was screaming at me. I was just screaming back at him, calling him crazy. It felt like a segment of Jerry Springer in between a KY Jelly wrestling match. I ran upstairs to look for my cousin's husband. The scared little man that he was in the window calling the police. When I realized he was useless, I took off. The rescue and police arrived where I was questioned. Then I was taken to the hospital. I was released soon after and was about to head out to pick up my ex, whom hadn't even known what happened yet, but I couldn't find my keys. And couldn't find them. I started feeling like John stole them before he took off, but they were with my phone. Why wouldn't he have taken my phone? I called the police station, and they informed me he was picked up. I took a shot in the dark, and green New York Yankees bat keychain. They confirmed yes, he did have them. They asked me if I would like to press further charges. I, of course, said yes. There was a no-contact order active, but technically was up to my landlord. My landlord kicked them out, not before they could squeeze some stalking and harassing in. My good neighbors turned their security cameras on, facing our house. One morning his girlfriend was standing in front of the house, yelling. He couldn't see was that he was standing right at our door. She was the bait, he was the hook. Thank God we didn't bite. They moved out, and it was peaceful for the rest of the time they were there. I still see good.
So in 2012, my then-girlfriend and I went on a big year-long road trip through the States, working on farms along the way for room and board, and ended stopping back in Nova Scotia where we lived. At some point we got a puppy, and around the time we got to Alberta with an extra mouth to feed, money was running out. Since I'm a carpenter, I decided to find a place to rent, and I would get a scrolled through Kijiji, the Canadian Craigslist, and eventually found an ad for a place. There was this one guy who lived in a very cool-looking house and was only a short drive from where I had found a job at. He wanted someone to move in. I told him that I was going to work in the area and my girlfriend would be staying home with the puppy. Being desperate and having become accustomed to trusting strangers throughout this long trip, we agreed to send him a deposit and take the later. It was in the middle of nowhere, and there were no neighbors, but we had known that before. This guy looked to be about 30 to 35, small framed, and just looked like a regular working country dude. Or something. He almost looked like he was ashamed of himself. He was fine with our dog being inside, though he had a dog that wasn't allowed inside. This struck me as weird since this is the cold Canadian North. Right away, it made me uneasy, especially since I would be going off to work every day, leaving my girlfriend alone with this creepy guy. But she didn't seem worried, and I didn't want to be controlling, so I let it go. The first night, we obliged politely. He brought us a few cans of shitty watery beer, and meekly drank his while sitting across the kitchen table from us. We tried to relax the situation and asked him a few friendly questions about himself. He wanted friendship, but also seemed completely unsure of how to get it. He went over a few rules he had. Number 1 was to stay out of his room, which was obviously fine. Number 2 was that we were not allowed to go into the basement. Was to stay away from the barn. By this point, I could imagine the headlines. Nova Scotian couple found murdered, bound in barn. That night, I didn't sleep very much. I wasn't supposed to start work for a couple of days. I heard his truck pull out of the driveway pretty early in the morning. I headed for the basement because I just had to know what was down there. It was pretty bare. Just a few washing and drying machines and some lawn chairs. But I assumed that looked like it was for sexual purposes. A roll of duct tape, a set of handcuffs, a shotgun, and a box of shells, all sitting together on the same shelf. I woke up my girlfriend and explained before he got home. We sent him a message after we left, lying, saying that one of our family members had gotten sick and we were moving back home. He never offered to return our money, and we had no more contact with him. That I worry too much, but her parents thanked me profusely, and I still wonder what was inside that barn.
I was 19 years old at the time. A couple of months into it, and basically, I wasn't allowed to go back at that college. I'm not going to go into the details, but I found myself stuck. I was living at home with my parents and working at McDonald's most of the time. I was really disappointed in myself. I seemed to be your typical college dropout that ended up working at fast food. But while I was working there, I had a couple of really strange experiences. So the first one happened like this. There was this really creepy customer. Unusual ever. You just have to think of the physical embodiment of Florida Man. He always wore this bathroom robe with a stained white t-shirt underneath. Or shoes. He had these really old Nikes that seemed like they had been... Where he stepped, there was some residue coming off of his shoes. I don't know how far he lived, but this guy came in to eat at McDonald's 4 or 5 times a day for as long as I worked there. I never personally had any horrible experiences with him. It wasn't like he was this unruly... But it's not like that was a crime or anything. The story is weird because I remember talking about him with some of my coworkers. I had one friend there that I became rather close with. I remember talking with her about this creepy guy that had just... When you work with the public, there are so many people and faces that you see all the time, and none of them mean anything. It's just another customer. But when you have someone like this, it almost makes the job a little bit more bearable, as weird as that might sound. Making jokes about someone like that was kind of fun. But there was one day when the jokes weren't funny anymore, because he stopped coming in. They couldn't find out why either. I mean, when you see someone multiple times a day, every day for months on end, it all just seemed, I don't know, unusual. I remember talking to my friend about it. Neither of us could imagine why he stopped. I remember getting a phone call at 2 in the morning that night, though. I guess my friend had gotten killed. I guess he had been arrested on multiple drug charges. She had found a picture of him in the public database for our county's police department. In the mugshot, he was wearing that exact same bathrobe that we always saw him wearing. Interacted with multiple times a day was an actual dealer. But I guess that was that.
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate. Assigned work in a snap, so everything and everyone stays on track. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASAA.
My other experience working at McDonald's was really bad. Not going to lie to you, it really freaks me out and really made me question humanity. So it happened like this, right? I was working the graveyard shift. It must have been around 12 a.m. Machines as much as we could, and there really wasn't anything to do. We lived in a smaller community, so there weren't too many people coming in to eat at such a late hour. We had a few here and there, but we were mostly just sitting around, particularly slow cans for the other side of the store. Occasionally, we would forget to empty that garbage pail. It was directly behind a booth and out of sight from the area we normally worked in. I remember going over there, and there were 2 big bags of garbage, heavy to take out at the same time, so I did what any sane person would do. I carried one out at a time. I remember bringing the first one. I threw it into the dumpster, and I remember hurting my back a little when I did it. I went for a little bit of a theatrical into the store to get the second bag of garbage, and I made my way outside. I got about 10 feet away from the dumpster when I saw something that shocked me. I dropped the bag of garbage. I couldn't believe my eyes. There was a mutilated puppy. Moving or anything. I took a step closer to try to see a little bit more, and I just felt my heart drop into my stomach. It was the most horrifying thing I'd ever seen in person. It was definitely dead. It wasn't leaning up against the door. I ran back inside and asked my coworkers what we should do. We decided to call the police, but they didn't really help much. We were really freaked out at who could have possibly done this and why they would put the puppy there of all places. The police had been waiting for me to go back inside of the building, and in the few seconds before I came back out, put it right next to the dumpster. I figured they must have been watching me. Didn't know what else to think about it, though. Our McDonald's didn't have an outside trying to identify the person that did this, but it still makes me sick to my stomach to think what that person could be like.
And want to support me, please like this video and click the subscribe button. It helps me to grow my channel and is essential in reaching a wider audience. Most of you watching my videos aren't subscribed to my channel, and that's why my animations can't reach their full. I love my content as much as you do. You can always unsubscribe at any moment. Thank you in advance, and enjoy the rest of the video.
So at the time, I was a 16-year-old female working in McDonald's. Now at the McDonald's I window to also take payment. My job position was customer care manager at the time, so my job was meant to be on the front desk, but 99% of the time they required me behind the tills. So I was having a normal day, working. I happened to be on headset and first window that day. Anyway, my headset buzzes letting me know there's someone at my drive-thru lane. I go through to the first window to answer my customer, and this is how the conversation ensued. Me.
Oh wow, you've got a beautiful voice.
His voice was very grunty and husky sounding, not off-putting though. We have all sorts of customers come through McDonald's every day, so nothing gave me the creeps at this point. Sir, how very flattering. What can I get you?
I haven't decided yet. Can I just come around to the first window to decide? I want to see who I'm talking to.
Now, we weren't very busy, and at this point the creeper hadn't actually creeped me a compliment, and we quite often had people complain that they liked the face-to-face contact. So it was definitely not unusual to get a request like this. Yes sir, that's fine.
Wow, you're just as beautiful as you sound. Are you an option?
I laughed this off. It was my first job and I wasn't the rude kind of person when someone was paying a compliment. I must also point out that this man must have been around in his 60s. I remember that he had one lazy eye that looked to the left. At this point, I was getting a little bit uncomfortable now, but was still more than willing to take his order.
I'll have a cheeseburger.
Okay, sir. Are you paying cash or card? Without answering my question, he started asking where I'm from and how old I was, etc. Questions that I really got weirded out now.
What time do you finish work?
7:30, why? I didn't actually finish at 7:30, but 7:30 was the first number that came into my head when I blurted it out. I finished at 8 and that.
You know, I can meet you if you want. I can pick you up outside and we can go somewhere.
All the while he's saying this, he has this horrendous grin on his face and keeps winking at me. I'm really sorry, sir, but I'm not allowed to meet with customers outside of... This was utter BS, but I needed to get him to leave me alone, and this was the only thing I could think of to say at the time. He carries on being insistent, but not getting the picture. I cut the conversation short. Anyway, sir, sorry to be rude, but...
Sorry. See you at 7:30.
Off he drove to the next window. I was gobsmacked. I'd already said I wasn't going to see him. I was a little bit shocked, but I was not going to go over there and give him the satisfaction of talking to him again. On you and wanted your number, but I didn't give it to him. He's old enough to be your dad. Anyway, I explained exactly what had happened and how uncomfortable it made me. 7:30 came and my coworker is spooked. Creeper is waiting in the car park for me. The car park, and you can just see him staring in. Now, our car park wasn't very big. It only had 4 rows of parking spaces, so he wasn't that far away and would have clocked me the minute I walked out the door. At this point, I'm really freaking out and head to the back of the store for about 40 minutes before we knew it was safe to come out. Fast forward a week later, and the creepers return to the drive-thru. And guess who's back on headset at window 1? Me. I heard his voice and recognized it straight away.
Why didn't you meet me the other day?
Just 1 second, sir. I'll be with you in 1 second. I immediately handed my headset to my manager and gave him a quick briefing on the situation. He gladly took the headset and dealt with the customer from start to finish. He had been asking my name, my address, and my surname. My manager said that he was the most creepiest guy he had ever met, and I was never to have anything to do with him again. If he came to work while I was there, afterwards my manager would have me head to the back room about me every single time. I'm a 16-year-old female working as a customer care manager on the front of house for our McDonald's. Now, where I am from when you are front of scarf and a pencil skirt just below the knee which has a small split up the back. I always button my shirt right up to the very top, so I always looked very modest, and I would never say a McDonald's uniform is attractive. Anyway, when I worked at McDonald's, tills, drive-through, drinks, serving, etc. I've also always been someone that will happily have a conversation with someone to make their experience enjoyable, and hopefully make them want to come back. I was working on tills when this creeper came through at least around 50 years old though. He came to the till and ordered and didn't look very happy, so I asked the obvious questions. How was your day, etc. He had made small talk and we got to chatting about both of our days. After that, he then
Everyone else is so grumpy.
Nice enough compliment. I was used to it. He was right though. Not many people here enjoyed this job, but, I mean, it is McDonald's. He starts coming in around once a week on a chat. If I was on the floor, meaning front of house, we would sit and chat at a table, and my managers were fine with this, as they knew it made each customer's experience unique. We got to know each other's names. His name was Michael. McDonald's part-time, so my shifts changed. I worked Mondays, Tuesdays, and Saturdays instead of Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, and sometimes extra days if they needed me. Michael started coming into McDonald's every day to find lonely and need someone to talk to. Anyway, he worked out my shift pattern and came in on Tuesdays instead, after asking me why I wasn't in on Wednesdays because he missed our chats. He'd do this thing where he'd let someone else go in front of him if it meant that he could come get by me. Odd, but I didn't think too much of it. Just thought he was a man that liked to be served by someone with a smile and had taken a liking to me. Again, we chatted when he came in. Now, this is where it got a bit more weird. We were sat. He told me how him and his wife were going through a messy divorce. He started going into details of why. He told me he had punched his son. Now, this guy was big, like he looked like a bodybuilder. I can't remember exactly what had happened, but he had ended up smacking his wife. I mean, I'm no counselor. After proceeding to tell me how big his house was, probably to try and grip my attention, he started telling me how he was living in the basement of the house that he owned, and it wasn't fair.
I'm going to hit her again if this
him out, and they were going to have it and not pay him for it, blah blah blah. He wasn't letting that happen, his son won't talk to him, blah blah blah. He then started asking me for advice. Again, a 16-year-old girl. It happens for a reason, I suppose. And as I went to get up, he asked me to sit back down. Now, I had already been sat there for near on half an hour, and I know I said my managers don't mind, but that's pushing it a bit. So I told him I really had to, but to let me go in the end. Now, this may seem totally unrelated, but trust me, it will make sense later on. You know how in McDonald's we have the sauce pumps, right? Well, they're connected to a big bag of sauce which has a popper on the top of it. But Jesus Christ, this thing is fiddly. It can take me about 10 minutes just to get it connected, then to put the heavy bag in the holder on the side is another 5 minutes. It's a nightmare. Now back to the story. The sauce had run out and I had to fill right opposite from where Michael always sits. I could feel his eyes burning into my back as I did this, and anytime I turned around he would always be looking at me with a smile. It made me feel a fair bit uncomfortable, but hey ho, it's my job and He's not the first person I've had perving at my bum. He came back a few more times, and each time he did, I felt more and more uneasy. He started being a bit more personal now, telling me he thought I was a pretty young girl and we should meet up for coffee at some point, and
Can I ask you something personal?
Depends what it is. I can't really promise I'll answer.
Are you a virgin?
I'm not answering that.
What size are your boobs?
I have a boyfriend and I'm not very...
Friend? Would you leave your boyfriend for me?
My boyfriend is behind the counter and I don't think he'll be very happy with you asking questions like that.
Well, just make sure he treats you right. You're a lovely girl.
Anyway, I won't be... No, I don't think my boyfriend would be happy with that either. After that, I go to the back room to calm myself, as this was very unnerving for me. He was an older guy being very strange and asking super inappropriate questions of me. He knew... They continued. He had left, and I continued and went home. When I woke up the next morning, I had a message on WhatsApp, a message on Facebook, and a friend request on there, and an Instagram follow as well. It was Michael. I don't know how... Just through my first name. The only way I can think of him finding it out is asking a colleague what my surname is and getting my number out of one of them. Maybe he was friendly with one of my other workers and got my number from them. I don't know. He had sent me a message saying how he knew and my WhatsApp photo. He had also sent me another message about how he loved looking at my butt when I was bent over crawling on the floor to fix the sauce bags, and saying all the things he would love to do to me. At that point I noped out and I blocked him on everything. Wishing me a Merry Christmas, etc. Even though he should have gotten the gist of me not wanting to talk to him. Luckily for me, I moved away about a week or so after that happened. Thank God. The area my McDonald's is located isn't the best. There's a lot of druggies, alcoholics, and just overall idiots who cause trouble. I'm usually pretty good at fending for myself and checking things off, but this encounter really freaked. Working on the drive-thru window where you collect your food. It's not uncommon for guys to make sexual comments or innuendos when they come through the drive-thru because they don't really have to face any consequences. However, this one guy came through the drive-thru and commented on my beautiful meet him out back to put them to good use. I declined in the politest way I could manage and told him to move along as he was holding up the queue of cars. He then moved and I thought that was the end of that whole ordeal. 5 minutes later, the same dude comes around again. All the creepy things he'd like to do to me. They were quite creepy and very disgusting. They were mostly about the things he'd do to me. I was shocked and quite visibly sickened, so he drove off and I told my manager that I felt uncomfortable by this customer. Well, apparently he did, because the boy who switched stations with me also had an encounter with this guy. He was asked where I was, what my name is, if this guy would give him my phone number, and if he knew where I lived and what time I finished. The boy thankfully... That was before he realized this guy was a total freak, and decided not to say anything more. Now, this is where the story gets really weird for me. The creepy guy came into the store and came up to the till that I was stationed on. He made similar remarks about what he wanted to do. Stop until other customers interrupted him and told him to back off and walk away because I was getting really upset and shaken. He wouldn't leave, so I tried to walk away, which is when this guy tried to jump over the counter to try to get to my side of the store. Luckily, my managers and a few other staff from fighting back and still trying to touch me and get near me. At one point, he was even clawing at my coworkers with his long, nasty nails. Other members of staff alerted the staff safe, a sort of panic button that connects us right to the police, who are then sent police patrol very closely to where I work, so they managed to get to the store pretty quick. They detained the guy and found a few knives stashed all over his body. Army knives, pocket knives, and even just small regular kitchen knives. As they me every day and that we belong together, and just screaming all of the rantings of a madman. My manager sent me home in a taxi, and I've never seen this guy, his car, or anything else of his ever again, which I thank my lucky stars for. Number 4. This happened about 18 months ago. I lived alone when I was 19, and one night I decided to walk down to McDonald's like I do on occasion. I lived about 1 kilometer from McDonald's. People roaming the streets and a lot of addicts and criminals. I started walking and saw 2 guys probably around my age on the other side of the street. In this situation, it's important to note that my house and McDonald's were on the same main street, opposite tree-dense past, but I didn't look up. They crossed the road and started walking behind me. They were close enough for me to hear them. They were close enough for me to hear them laughing and whistling. They waited at the corner as I went into McDonald's, and I walked straight up the side street and around 3 blocks before I braved going back through the main road. I came out in front of them, and again, they started following me. They were steadily gaining on me. I walked as fast as I could to a corner with a 7-Eleven and turned in. As soon as I was out of their sight, I ran straight behind the store and hid between a dumpster and a bush. I just stayed there for around 20 to 25 minutes. I slowly emerged and went up to the I came to a few more shops behind the main street. They were standing under a post light directly in my way. I then froze and walked backwards slowly and carefully, trying not to be seen or heard. Again, I ran around another. After that, plus a couple of other similar experiences, I have serious anxiety about leaving the house by myself. I don't think I'm going to be doing that anymore. Number 5. I got out of work at 6:30 p.m. and went to McDonald's to get an iced coffee. I pull up to the drive-thru and there's a red truck in front of me with a cap on the bed. It's super wide so I can't see their mirrors and thus can't get a glimpse of who is inside. YouTube, when I see that the red truck has pulled up to the second pickup window. You know, there's the window where you pay and then the 2 separate windows where you pick up your food. I didn't think anything of it and just assumed they had a big order, and the McDonald's employee asked them to pull up so to see the truck's reverse lights come on. Okay, they must have pulled up a little too far and are backing up a little. They keep backing up without signaling to me that they're backing up. I slowly back up as well, and luckily no one's behind me. They keep backing up and backing up. The McDonald's employee looks out the window at me, shrugs, and gives me a look like, I don't know why they did that. A few minutes go by. At this point, I'm just thinking about how strange it is and not part of common etiquette it was to back up without signaling to anyone you straight ahead, curious as to what they were doing. Now 5 minutes goes by. No one is being given any food. I just want my iced coffee, so I'm kind of annoyed that they backed up, thinking maybe they were told to go to the second window since I only needed the would get McDonald's to get them their food faster, and thus they backed up to the first pickup window. I don't know. Anyways, I continue to sit there and wait for my food when I see the passenger door to the truck open. Out comes an older man who looks to be light khaki-covered overalls and a dirty white t-shirt. He starts walking slowly over to my car. I'm thinking, maybe he's going to apologize to me for not signaling that they needed to back up. He gets to my passenger door window, turns so he's facing the waiting for him to signal me to put my window down, thinking he had something to say. Well, he doesn't do anything. He just stands there and stares at me. He starts to lift his hand towards the door handle. I quickly lock the door. He scowls and walks back to the truck. Drive away the second he closes his door. They didn't get any food. They didn't get anything. They just left. I pull up to the drive-thru to finally get my iced coffee, and it's been well over 10 minutes at this point, but I finally head home. Why did they back up without signaling? Why did they need to back up at all? And why did he get out of his truck? Why was he about to open my door? Why didn't he say anything? Why didn't they get their food or drinks? It might not be the creepiest thing to have happened. I just wish I had some kind of insight or understanding to exactly what happened here. Definitely my most creepiest experience while at McDonald's, and I really hope I don't have another one. This happened last month, but I totally forgot about it until I read the recent story about the old creep who backed his truck up in the drive-thru while the OP was waiting to get a coffee, then got out and made to get into her car. My story isn't anywhere near as... Anyway, my daughter and I went to the drive-thru for a late-night snack. As I was ordering, this guy ran out from the side of the building and jumped in front of my car. My little Yorkie Obi, who was sitting in my lap, didn't like that at all. Normally he likes everyone, but why would he slasher stomps towards my car? I stopped ordering our food while Obi went nuts, and I was alternating staring at this guy while glancing around to see if I had a quick exit in case the guy made a run for my car. The guy kept stomping forward, but now he started straight at Obi. I was afraid Obi was going to jump out the window to attack, but my hands were frozen on the wheel. Then I got pissed. He was scaring my daughter and me and freaking my dog out. I had a sudden crazy thought to just gun it and run this idiot standing between me and my quarter pounder. Of course, I never would have done that, but I almost reversed and drove off. Suddenly he stopped barking and ran off the way he came. The whole thing only took about 30 seconds, but I was pretty shaken and jittery the whole me. Maybe he meant it as a joke, but I certainly wasn't amused.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon, NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
This happened around 2006, when I was 11 years old. My cousin Aaron was spending the week with my sister and I over summer vacation. At some point during the week, my mom decided to food to the back of the McDonald's to sit at a table connected to one of those super long booths along the wall nearest to the bathrooms. Sitting on the same booth, but a few tables down, was an older man sitting by himself. He was probably in his 60s, a bit overweight. He was wearing a dirty t-shirt with gray sweatpants. When we first walked in, I noticed him, but he kept his head down and didn't seem to pay any attention to us, so I kind of blew him off and almost forgot that he was there. My mom had my... He must have either choked or got sick because he started throwing up all over the place. My mom grabbed him and rushed into the bathroom with him, followed by my sister to help. Aaron and I were left alone at the table. All of a sudden, it started with the casual, "Hey, how are you guys doing?" And then he said something about hoping my brother was okay. So we politely responded, thinking that's all that he wanted to say. But then he immediately started getting weird. He asked our ages where our moms worked. So, being kids, we told him that also. The man then looked down at his phone and said that our mom had just texted him saying they would be a while in the bathroom and that he was supposed to bring us home because it was getting late. Although... So, even as a kid, I knew something was off. The man then grabbed our hands and said we should hurry. At this point, we were practically being dragged outside. We got outside, and this man started leading us into an old, run-down white van. Luckily, just then, some younger guy had spotted us and instantly went over and told the manager what was going on. As this was happening, my mom and my sister also came out of the bathroom, saw what was going on, and screamed while running outside. The man was trying to push us in. Now hearing my mom's screams, I instantly started pushing back, trying to keep myself from entering. The guy quickly gives up as the manager and my mother are fast approaching. The guy gets in the driver's seat and steps on it with his back door still open. We didn't know what to think. To this day, this experience still horrifies me. I don't know why me and my cousin were stupid enough to go along with what this guy was saying, but I'm just glad my mom showed up when she did.
One day, I was in school for a seemingly average Thursday. I was a senior in high school. One of my favorite classes because the teacher was really cool. For this story, I'll just call him Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith was very laid back and would give us a lot of time to do homework in class. We would rarely have any actual homework because we could get it all done before we left. It would be like study hall. We could talk and get work done. He would even let us go on our phones or listen to music as we worked. So on this day, it was a normal class period. I often had my headphones in as I studied, and I did on this day. We were working on our Mr. Smith sometimes, as did other students. I remember that I went up to him to turn in my assignment, and he asked me if I wanted to do him a favor. He said that he had to give back some iPads to another teacher. We had used them the previous day for a group assignment thing. I was happy to do this because it was something to do to get out of class. He wrote me a pass and I took the iPad case. It was supposed to go to a teacher's classroom that was a little ways away. I left the classroom with my headphones still in and I unpaused my music. Then the other teacher's classroom. At this point, there was probably about 15 minutes left of class. Soon, I reached the classroom that I was supposed to go to. I tried opening the door, but it was locked. I could see in the window as well that all of the lights were off. I found this didn't teach a class during this hour or something. I turned around and started to head back to my classroom. I walked about halfway back when I saw something up ahead. There was a spot where two hallways intersected a ways up. I saw a man up ahead, and I didn't think he worked at the school either. It struck me as suspicious right away. I only saw him for about a second or two because he passed by one hallway and into the other. He didn't look in my direction at all. The problem was that he was walking in the direction that I got to where the man had walked past. I stopped and looked down the hallway first. When I did, I saw the guy again. He was a long ways down, near where my classroom was. It appeared as though he was looking for something. I didn't want to go down there, and I started walking. Everything was silent. I didn't really know where I was going anymore, and I was trying to figure out what exactly was going on. After walking around the empty hallways for like 5 minutes, I thought maybe the man was gone by then, and I started heading back for my class. I was just glad to see this, and I started walking down the hallway for my class. Just a few steps later, though, I heard footsteps coming from behind me and around the corner. They were going towards me, and there were some bathrooms right there, so I just went inside. I didn't know who the figured that they weren't supposed to be in the school. After going inside of the bathroom, at first, I just waited inside. But when the footsteps got closer, I moved into one of the stalls. The guy passed by and did not go inside. I waited a little while longer before was a ways down the hallway, once again near where my class was. I left the bathroom and quickly tried to walk to the other hallway away from this guy. I must have been loud or something when I did, because as I was walking, I heard movement behind me. I looked and saw the guy looking. The guy was really far behind me, at least over 100 feet. I walked as quickly as possible out of that hallway and took another one. By this point, I just wanted to get out of the school or far away from the guy. I walked down that hallway for a while. Stairs to go down to the first floor. As I approached the stairs though, I heard somebody coming up the stairs. I stopped and didn't know who this person could be. When they came into view, I saw that it was a police officer. He asked me what I was doing, and I asked him what was going on. Suspicious man. I pointed him in the direction that I had last seen him. Then I went downstairs and saw several more officers. I showed them my student ID, and we found a nearby classroom, and I had to wait inside there until the lockdown was over. It lasted for probably about... By then, it was time for the next class period. I'm not sure who that guy was, or what he was even doing. I also don't know how he got into our school either. I hadn't been able to hear that we were going into lockdown though, because my headphones were in, and I couldn't hear anything. Looking back, I don't know what would have happened to me if that guy caught up with me either, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out. This happened when I was in high school. Place. I used to walk to school and back every day because I lived pretty close to the school. So it would usually take me around 10 to 15 minutes to walk there, and I would take sidewalks basically the entire way. One morning, I left when I usually did at about... After walking out the front door and leaving my house with my backpack, I saw a car on the side of the street. It was right in front of the sidewalk where I would walk past. I had never seen it before, so I didn't know who it was. I planned to just go right past it. Somebody said something, and I looked over. The car was an older, dark gray BMW, and the driver was a young-looking guy, but seemed to be a little bit older than me. He then asked me if I needed a ride to school. I had never seen this guy before, and didn't think Ryan, but I can't remember exactly. He said which school he went to, which happened to be a school in the next city over. Then he said that he was good friends with Erica, who happened to be one of my best friends. Apparently, he was going to pick her up, and she asked him to pick me up. I had never heard Erica talk about this guy before, and it just seemed really weird. The guy asked me why not, and I said maybe some other time. I wanted to confirm with Erica if she knew this guy at all. I figured there was a chance that she was friends with him, but she had a little bit suspicious. The guy seemed disappointed, but ultimately said okay. I kept walking down the street as he pulled away in his car and drove past me. But right when he got past me, he stopped his car on the road. He rolled down his window again and said, "Last chance." I walked the rest of the way to school and got there at basically my normal time. As I was walking, I texted Erica about it. In that semester of high school, my first hour class was English. By the time I got to class, I had gotten a response from Erica. On the opposite ends of the school from each other. She said that she didn't even know who I was talking about. I had a feeling that's what she was going to say. This was a mystery to me of who this guy really was and why he tried to pick me up in his car. He knew that I had a friend named Erica. During that same first hour English class, probably about 30 minutes in, the school went into a lockdown. I had no clue what it was for at the time. We had never had a lockdown before in my entire time at the school, just a few drills. We were all and the door was locked by our teacher. We all sat in mostly silence for what felt like a really long time. It didn't really last that long, though. It was probably about 20 minutes. Eventually, the lockdown was lifted. By that time, we were all very curious as to what man apparently walked into the school after class had started and right past the receptionist. The only door that was open after class started was the front door. He was then spotted by a hall monitor who asked him for a pass. The guy walked past him without saying anything and went to the Unfortunately, the guy ran out from the locker commons to the nearest exit and was able to get out. The school and property was searched, but he had gotten away. It was good that he was gone, but it was also bad that he wasn't caught. Some of us were wondering our school, and I think they pretty much gave up on the search when they found out he wasn't on the school property anymore. Still, I had no clue who the guy was who had been inside the school. I didn't even connect the dots at all. After school that day, I walked home like I always did. I was earlier. I got a bad feeling. This guy was not who he claimed to be, and I knew that. The car was parked on the side of the road again, on the side that I had to walk past. I sped up and started walking faster, but when I got even with the car, once again, hi. I looked over and said hi, all while continuing to walk. He then told me to stop. I didn't and ignored him. Then he said, "You know I was in your school earlier." I stopped and couldn't believe what I was hearing. He then started to laugh. He had locked the school down and he managed to escape. As he was saying this, he opened his car door and got out. I walked even faster until the guy started to run. Then, at that point, I had to start running too. Unfortunately, it seemed as though he was I left the sidewalk and ran out into the middle of the road. Then came possibly one of the luckiest moments of my entire life. A car started driving down that otherwise quiet road. I ran straight for the car, and when I got close, noticed that it was somebody that I actually Matt. He saw me and stopped his car. I ran for the passenger side, while the man chasing me continued to come after me and was about 20 feet back. I got inside of Matt's car and told him to lock the doors. The guy chasing reached the car moments later. The doors locked, and the guy asked me who this guy was, and I told him to just get out of there. He drove away, with the guy standing in the street. I explained to Matt as I got out my phone to call the police. I told them everything, and Matt dropped me off at my house a short time later. The police came out. That same day, the man was located by the police. He had been stalking me for several days without me even knowing. I'm not sure exactly why he went into our school. Maybe he was waiting for me to get back to my locker. He could have honestly passed for a student at all. This was years ago now, but I still remember it all the time. I'm really glad Matt was driving by when he did. I don't know what would have happened to me if not. Teacher, and this is something that happened a couple of years ago. It was during my 4th year teaching at the high school that I still currently teach at. I teach math, and had 4 different classes throughout the day that semester. It kept me very busy between teaching, preparing lessons, and grading as I was teaching like any other. It was the first hour of the day, and I was in the middle of going through a problem on the whiteboard. That's when the phone rang in my classroom. I paused what I was doing and walked over to answer it. I was told the school was being locked down, but I wasn't. The entire school intercom. Some of the kids in class started to talk and asked me what the cause of the lockdown was. I honestly didn't know, and I told them that. I did what I was supposed to do and turned out the lights and locked the doors. I instructed the students to the back of the class. I said, but still wanted to know why we were in a lockdown. I knew this was not a drill, and I was pretty curious myself. I went to my desk and sat down in the chair. Then we all just waited. Minutes went by, which felt like forever. It was on top of my desk, and I picked it up to see who was calling me. It was a number that I didn't recognize. I was about to let it ring, but I thought it was possibly information about the lockdown. It may have been from another teacher whose number I didn't have yet. It could have been from another. At the last minute, I accepted the call. I held the phone up to my ear and listened as I heard a man start to speak. I didn't really recognize his voice. He spoke professionally and told me that I was needed in the principal's office immediately. I asked why. I was very confused. I said I couldn't leave my class, and I was told that I needed to go anyways. Then he hung up. I saw my students looking at me, no doubt wondering what I was told on the phone. Then one of them spoke up and asked. I told them that I was debating whether I should go or not. I got up from my desk and walked over to the door. Then I looked out the window and into the hallway. It was very empty. But then I saw someone. It was sort of far to the left, just barely in black, including a ski mask. I quickly moved back after seeing him. One of the students asked me if I was going to go, and I said no, I wasn't. I told everyone to stay at the back of the class, and I joined them. I had no clue who the person in the hallway was, but the fact that likely the reason for the lockdown. I didn't want my students to know that the person was so close, though. Things were very silent for a few minutes. We couldn't hear anything from out in the hallways. It felt like forever, and the more time that went by, the more worried I became. They called back again, and at that point, I turned off my phone entirely. We all waited in the classroom for almost an hour. Finally, I got another call on my phone in the classroom. I walked over and picked it up. I was told that the lockdown was over, and I let the students out. When I found out more details from the lockdown, I couldn't believe it. The person in the ski mask was a former student of our high school. He was also a former student of mine, who I had failed. He came back to the school, and he got my number, but he did. He was trying to get me out of my classroom. I'm not sure what he was planning to do then, possibly attack me. I don't want to think about that. Luckily, he was spotted by a faculty member, which sent the school into a lockdown. Eventually, although he was able to evade them for quite a while. I still can't believe it, even to this day. I can't imagine what would have happened had I left the classroom. It was too strange, though, and I never really seriously considered it. I could tell that something was really suspicious. It was one of the scariest sights of my life.
I used to think that lockdown town. I learned that I couldn't have been more wrong, though, and I'll forever be thankful for those drills because they're most likely the only reason that a lot of kids in my grade are still alive today. It all went down during our pre-prom assembly. We had to go through it the previous year, and according to them, it was super boring. It was pretty much an hour-long talk about why drinking and driving was bad, something that we were all well aware of, but it didn't even make it 5 minutes into the speech before all hell broke loose. It may have been Miss Belmont was walking across the stage as she prepared to show a video on the dangers of drinking and driving on prom night. Everyone in the auditorium was quietly talking amongst themselves as they pretended to listen to her talk. But within a matter of a second, silence. High school juniors fell silent as the sound of gunshots rang out from the hallway. The way our school was laid out, our auditorium was placed right inside the main entrance. And from the sound of things, the shooting was coming from near the greeter's desk right on the other side. And everyone inside the auditorium quickly lowered themselves down into our seats as we listened in hopes that we had all misheard what was going on, but that clearly wasn't the case. Before anything else happened, I'll never forget how calm and collected Miss typical lockdown protocols. All of us turned our attention away from the auditorium doors and looked at the teachers up on the stage as they all gestured for us to slowly come out of our seats and make our way up the stairs next to the stage. Surprisingly enough, as we formed multiple lines leading up the stairs to the auditorium stage. The room was beginning to fill with quiet muttering as we all worried about what was going to happen to us, and I remember looking around to see if I could find any of my friends. We all slowly made our the exit that was located right on the other side of the curtain. He began ushering people through the door, which was what we were all taught to do since the auditorium doors didn't lock properly. After exiting the door, we were supposed to make our way into the hallway between the auditorium and the classrooms and lock the doors as we waited. I was toward the front of the line, and I remember feeling the teacher pull me forward to keep the line moving as we began walking out into the hallway. However, I didn't make it 2 steps out of the door before the few of us that made it out around the auditorium and was now looking down the hallway that we're all standing in. We quickly turned around and began forcing our way back into the auditorium as we all yelled that the shooter was in the hallway. We could hear shots being fired as bullets hit the walls near where we get back into the auditorium, and the teacher quickly closed the door behind us. He grabbed a ladder that was right next to him and stuck one of its legs through the door handle and used the rest of the ladder to bar the door shut. It came just in time too, because as soon as it was open, we all quickly stepped away from the door as another teacher made their way around and tried their best to secure all of the emergency exits in a similar fashion. As the next couple of minutes passed, we could periodically hear the sounds of shots being fired, getting farther and farther away, but that didn't matter. Every second that passed, we were all horrified that he would come back our way and try to get into the auditorium again. It took 9 minutes for the police to arrive, but when they finally got there, they cleared out the school and the shooter turned out to be a substitute teacher, and although the 2 greeters along with the school security guard ended up getting shot, they all made full recoveries, and as far as I know, they still work at the school. That was hands down the most terrifying assembly that I ever attended. It wasn't until my sophomore year of high school that I learned the importance of keeping at least one ear open when you're in public. And by that, I simply mean simply because I had both my soundproof headphones on during study hall one day, and I kept them on when I ran to the bathroom between classes. Well, it was during that time that the lockdown bell rang, and all of the students in the rest of the school were notified to get into the nearest classroom. I had my headphones on and I couldn't hear anything, so when I walked out of the bathroom into a cleared out hallway, I just assumed that I missed the bell. I let out a sigh as I figured I was going to get in trouble for being late to class, and I started walking down the hall. As I made my way around, and when he saw me, he immediately pointed in my direction. I thought that I was going to get in trouble, so I took my headphones off and immediately apologized and told the man that I was on my way to class. I just got held up in the bathroom. He told me that it didn't matter what my excuse teacher. I rolled my eyes and said all right as we both started walking toward my class. Right away, I started getting the weird feeling from this guy since he kept looking down at me but not saying anything. We made it to the base of the stairs that I normally took to get to my trigonometry class. Instead of turning to go up the stairs, the man kept walking me down the hall that we were in. That was when I realized that, unlike the rest of the school staff, the man wasn't wearing any sort of school badge or name tag. My eyes widened as this stranger what class he taught. He responded by simply saying, "Don't question me." And then he placed his hand on the back of my neck and continued to walk me down the hall. As we made our way around a corner, I could see one of the entrances to the school and knew in my gut have much time, and all I could do was try to run. I started walking a bit fast to try to get ahead of him so his hand wasn't touching me anymore. And the second I felt the slightest bit of distance between us, I quickly spun to the right and sprinted right past him, back and started running up it as I heard the footsteps of the man chasing me. As I made it to the top of the stairs, I could hear him getting closer and closer. But thankfully, as I stepped out the staircase onto the second floor hallway, I saw 2 security guards who were looking for the intruder. Running toward me. I turned around and saw the man as he made his way back down the stairs, and the school security guards pursued him. At that moment, I noticed one of the teachers across the hall from me gesturing for me to come into their classroom. So I did that as fast as I could, but safe. My parents were called and I had to speak with the police after it was all over, and thankfully by the end of the day, they ended up arresting the guy after finding him trying to sneak through backyards in town. They believe he was trying to make it back to his house, which was also right in town. Made when I'm out somewhere.
To start, both my parents and I have grown. The landscape is quite rural, and the actual city C only has one stoplight in it, even in 2019. For the most part, the area is peaceful, and it feels as if everyone knows each other. While this story doesn't involve the paranormal, if you will, the story begins on September 18th, 1989 in the county's only high school. Both of my parents were teachers at this said school. My mother happened to be in her planning period and was sitting in her teacher's lounge with a few other when a fellow female teacher ran screaming immediately into the teacher's round, stating, "He's got a gun! He's got a gun!" Understandably, the teacher was too distressed to explain in detail and immediately ran screaming out of the lounge. My mother, a fellow teacher, and teacher's aide, ran into a small closet and attempted to hide. The closet was tiny, and along with 3 small women currently occupying it, was also home to a fold-away bed. No matter how hard they tried to afraid to open the door and shove the bed out, as it would be a dead giveaway that someone was in the closet. After the initial shock, things began to quiet down in the school. They could hear a few shots fired, but had no idea how close the gunfire was in sardines in a hot closet, unsure when or if the shooter would come for them. Though they tried to remain silent, my mother did make a plea for their salvation, as it was almost certain they wouldn't make it out of the school alive. The time ticked away slowly. Hear footsteps. The footsteps were slowly coming down the hallway toward the room they were in. Soft sounds, clicking, as if someone was searching around the hallway. As they came closer, the footsteps stopped in the doorway of the teacher's lounge. It was almost as if looking for any sign of life. My mom and the other woman had their hands on the doorknob, trying to keep it closed as much as possible. They were almost certain this was the end. Suddenly, they heard the person walk away and enter a nearby bathroom. So he was seated at his desk trying to catch up on grading student assignments. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise, which he said sounded like a large table falling over. He wondered at what the sound might be, but figured it was simply a table that had gotten knocked over. My father's classroom was located upstairs in a smaller portion of the school. While he continued grading papers, he began to hear someone running down the hallway. It was a teacher that seemed to be searching through the classrooms. He stopped in the doorway and said, "One of the kids classmates immediately." My dad quickly said, "I'll take the right side of the hall and you take the left." They then set off running down the halls to notify teachers and students. However, most of the classrooms had already been emptied. They would find out later that many of the The first floor classrooms had tried to evacuate by either running to the far stairwell or jumping out the windows into the parking lot. The classroom doors had small windows in which you could see people passing outside. The classroom, that was located across the being shot, the students were all jumping out of the windows in droves. The poor teacher was heavily pregnant, and the windows were quite narrow and only slanted slightly when they opened. It took a great deal of effort, but they got her out of the window. If the shooter would suddenly barge into their room and begin shooting as they tried to exit. My dad eventually located a classroom that had not been evacuated. He ran over to the teacher and explained the situation. He then spoke to the students and told them, "You need to exit the school right now. Anyone, as quietly as you can, take the far stairwell and don't look behind you. Go now." My dad is likely one of the most laid-back individuals you could ever meet. The students knew this and listened closely, knowing the situation was dire. Everyone to the bus garage. Dad said that the police arrived within minutes of them emptying the building and corralled everyone over to a funeral home that was across the road from the high school. Within 30 minutes, a SWAT team arrived and had set up a perimeter, both inside and situation, and called my grandfather, my mother's father. He had rushed to the school to check on his daughter and son-in-law. As my dad was waiting with the students in the funeral home parking lot, he began to search for my mother. My father asked one of the teachers that had been in the Dad once again searched through the crowd, asking if anyone had seen my mother. By this time, my grandfather had arrived and asked my father where my mom was. He said that he couldn't find her. He again asked the teacher who had been in the lounge with her, and he said, everyone was terrified of what might have happened to her, since it had been close to 3 hours since the gunman had entered the building. My father and grandfather notified some of the Kentucky State Police that were on the scene. Under the watchful eyes of snipers located in the school and headed for the closet they thought my mother was in. My mother said that she and the other woman could hear someone outside, and they almost died of fright. Without announcement, the doorknob was suddenly ripped from their hands, and light flooded into the closet. Not hearing a troopers standing outside the closet. She said that it was probably the best sight in her entire life. There were no times for tears of joy, though. The officers told my mother and the other two women, "You're going to be okay, but we need to get you out of the building ASAP." After a count, my mother was ushered from teacher's lounge toward the high school lobby. She said when she rounded the corner, there were multiple snipers set up in the hall, along with a .50 caliber machine gun pointed at the classroom where the shooter was. Trying to run across the grass in her heels, getting stuck in the soil. She kept running through until she joined the others in the funeral home parking lot. The initial takeover had begun around 9:50 a.m. during the first block of classes. The shooter had entered the school with in a .44 caliber Magnum and walked into his first block class. Upon entering the classroom, he shot into the ceiling through the art classroom located above. Luckily, no one was hit by a bullet or debris of the initial shot. He released 2 rows of students. The woman that initially told everyone in the teacher's lounge about the shooting had been the teacher released from the classroom. Over the next few hours, students were released for small requests like cigarettes, soft drinks, and pizza. Multiple shots were fired throughout the shooter was later identified as a 17-year-old student at the high school, advised police that he would surrender if he could see his father. He told police that he hadn't seen his father since he was 4 years old. Around 5 p.m. that day, the last hostage was released. His father could arrive from Florida. While most people never know the reason behind such an insane act of violence, upon questioning, the shooter referred to the Stephen King book Rage as his inspiration for the shooting. Crazy enough, my dad didn't think the student served any prison was initially taken to jail after surrendering, he was never tried and was instead released out of the county and told to never return. I guess 1989 was a different time. My dad says that word had quickly spread after the takeover, and that many... One of them asked my father where his son was, and my dad wasn't for sure, and that's what he told the parent. However, he had been too afraid to tell him that he thought he was currently being held hostage. It turns out he was. Many of the students held hostage suffered from PTSD and had to physically harmed, though. Once my parents were finally released from the scene, they had driven straight to my babysitter's to pick me up. Being less than a year old, I was oblivious to the chaos that my parents had experienced that day. They say when they saw me, they picked me up and prayed that the little girl would never have...
Back in my mid to late 20s, I worked a job as a security guard at a Kmart Supercenter in Iowa City, Iowa. Most of you, in simple terms, just imagine a cheaper Walmart/Target. Business was booming back in the early 2000s, and nowadays a lot of Kmarts ended up closing down. My job was to keep watch of one that was a chill job, although a bit boring, as you'd be the only one in the store with nothing to do. This never really bothered me, as I'd always find myself playing games on my phone or texting a friend to pass time. To work a double, meaning I'd be working both the day and night shift. The reason for this was because the other security guard who did the night shifts quit on the spot and went to go make a living in real estate, because apparently and they scheduled me until they could find another person. This got on my nerves pretty easily, and sitting in the dark making $14 an hour didn't help. That being said, I really didn't have a choice and bit my lip. Throughout the day, things went well for the most part, watching the movers relocate the shelves, equipment, etc. 7 p.m. comes around and I prepare myself for a long 10-hour night shift. But a little office in the back is scary enough. Now, let's fast forward till around 1 a.m. I'm sitting on my chair by the front when I hear one of the radios turn on in the back office. I tend to pick up signal from someone else on the same channel. Not thinking anything of it, I tend to my phone when I hear it go off again. This time with a much stronger signal. At that point, I get up and walk. Say, "I can see you." My heart sank into the pit of my stomach as I heard him say this, and it was then where I asked who it was. After getting no response, I glanced at the red exit sign. I was able to make out the silhouette of a person. However, for some reason, I don't think they saw me, and I played dumb by looking the other way and turning off all of the radios. I was building with me, so I did the only thing I could do. Right then, I turn around and start booking it toward the front entrance as I heard whoever it was trying to catch up. Thankfully, I made it out the door. I see this tall man dressed in all black run up to the front and put his hands on the window. He was not a pleasant-looking man. His eyes were wild and his grin was menacing. Minutes where they went inside the building. However, like in most situations like this, whoever was inside the store with me was gone. Police concluded that they had simply left through the emergency exit. while a patrol car stayed in front just in case whoever it was came back. Till this day, I still can't get that man's face out of my head. It's just something you can't unsee. I stayed at that job for a month later. Night shifts. I've never seen or heard from that man again, and I really hope it stays that way. While all of this was indeed a scary situation, one question still comes up that I can't seem to figure out. The cameras that had night vision, and not one of them picked up the man by the exit, even though they were pointed at it. The police and I reviewed the footage and saw no one in the store, other than me. That also the reason why I will never work another night shift again. When I was a junior in college. I attended a community college in New York. Not the city, just the state itself. The reason I chose this school was to make it easier for me to transfer to the university I originally knows that college isn't free and can definitely leave you with a large debt in your bank account. I received federal aid from state, but there was still a lot of tuition that I had to pay for. Because of this, I ended up getting a It wasn't the best paying job, but it paid enough to help me get by while also paying off school. I've done tons of under the table stuff like a bouncer, a cleaner at bars, but I was really surprised that I was male, and I was 20 at the time of the story. I had mostly worked night shifts, which I didn't mind doing as these were the shifts where you'd commonly have to deal with less people. 10 p.m. was around the time where you'd stop. Anything past 10 p.m. was your occasional customers coming in for a late night snack or something. I'd say my shifts went relatively well until a night where I had to cover for someone who called in sick. It was annoying to see. When working the night shift, we had to go ahead and shut the front door, turn off all of the lights, and operate from the window box. It was a quiet night with little to no cars on the road, and I had just gotten done wiping the counter. I go behind the counter and decide to play some Sudoku to pass the time when I look out the window and saw a man by the gas pumps. He looked somewhat normal, although a bit lanky, and seemed to have taken an interest in the gas pumps for some reason. And out of all things, was carrying an empty Macy's bag. He casually walked around the pumps as if he were inspecting them. I wasn't sure what he was doing, but I kept a close eye on him. Nor did he arrive in one. It was almost as if he just walked up to the gas station. After all, this was located in an area that was notorious to druggies and meth heads, so I guess it wasn't all that uncommon to walk up to the window and says he needs pump 3. He throws his card into the box thing and I pull it in. Our practice for this was that if they gave us their card, we'd let them pump as much gas as they wanted and swipe their card afterwards. But the policy sort of changed for obvious reasons. I then see him walk toward pump 3, confused as to what he was doing since I didn't see a car. What I saw him do next is something that chilled me to the He proceeds to take the gas pump and begins to pour all of the gasoline on the actual pump itself while making this insane laugh. At this point, I hit this little pager we have under the desk that alerts the police in case of a fire or robbery. lighter and attempts to ignite it. By some stupid luck, the lighter isn't working, and I'm crouched down by the counter praying the police make it in time before this place goes up in flames. These pumps are extremely flammable. The more he tried to light the lighter, the more irritated he became, and that was when I hear the sound of police sirens approaching. They get out of their patrol cars and tase him on the spot before he could start up the lighter. Knowing that if they had arrived any later, I'd probably be dead. Both police and the fire department arrived on scene where they were thankfully able to remove the gas. At that point, I fall to my knees, bawling my eyes out. I was comforted by police and was taken to a hospital to check if I was exposed to any hazardous chemicals. I obviously ended work early that night, but still got paid for what I was owed. A week later, I ended up getting a huge severance package to pay for school. I ended up getting a new job shortly after that, after my previous employer wrote a glowing recommendation letter for me. While something good did happen, this also had a major impact. It's been 10 years now, and this incident is still brought up by my parents from time to time. I'm now in my early 30s and have a lovely wife and have moved past it. I urge anyone reading your last day. Had that man managed to spark that lighter, I wouldn't be writing this right now. The whole gas station would have exploded, and that's exactly what I thought was gonna happen. But to be honest, I don't want to know. I'd like to think that he was on something, but maybe that's just because I'd rather not think of the alternative. I still think about how it would have turned out had the police arrived.
I work in a fairly busy hospital downtown, in the NICU. I usually work at night, and it'd be a good idea to document this before I forget. It's also a way for me to have some sort of proof in case something comes of it. During orientation, we are taught to be observant for signs of a possible abductor. We were taught to look for oversized clothing, bags, strange individual until just now. It's currently 2:59 a.m., and I've been sitting at the front desk since 11 p.m. I'm a nursing student, so I usually handle clerical work around the unit. I also monitor the cameras to ensure no one unauthorized is present. Somewhat weird night, so this just adds a cherry on top of it. The NICU and most of the second floor is a secured unit. This means that in order to gain entrance, you have to pick up a phone that then rings at the desk. Usually it's parents wanting to see their quiets down around 11 p.m., so no one usually comes in or out during my shift except for housekeeping. One of the security cameras is positioned so I can see who is picking up the first phone. I had been sitting here browsing Instagram when the phone rang. I glanced at that sort. It took me a second to realize that it was the number for the first set of doors. I picked it up and looked over at the screen. There was a lady in baggy clothing with a sling on her arm. I answered the door, and she said she wanted to find her cousin, who had apparently last name, and she unintelligibly rambled off a Latino name that I only caught the first part of. Knowing that we did not have any new admissions, I told her we didn't have anyone by that name. I tried to get more information from her, and she again mentioned that her cousin had been she should go to labor and delivery and speak to them. She hesitated, and then said okay, and walked away. I got a really weird feeling from her, so I checked the census to see if anyone was being assessed in L&D, and there wasn't. So either she was at the wrong hospital her cousin. I shrugged it off, thinking that if her cousin was in L&D, she would find her, and all would be well. About 5 minutes later, the same lady appeared in her extremely baggy clothing and her sling. The only difference was that the fumble with something in her oversized sweatshirt. She picked up the phone and once again requested entry to find her cousin, mentioning that L&D said they had no one by that name. I told her the exact same thing, insisting that she needed to contact her cousin and return moment, then hung up the phone. Whether or not she was trying to gain access to the unit for things that she shouldn't be doing, I'll never know. But creepy lady who looked like a baby snatcher, I hope we never meet again. I am a 6'7" male in Australia, and I'd like to think I'm a fairly tough and intimidating guy, but some of the stuff that used to go on at the mall I used to work the night shift for still gives me goosebumps to this day. So the mall I worked at was very up until about 8:30 p.m., it would still be quite busy. Only around 9:30 p.m. would we manage to usher all of the stragglers out, and only at about 11 p.m. would all of the business owners have left. My job was basically to patrol the mall and make sure no one was sticking guns or batons, only a can of mace that was very rarely used. There were multiple occasions where we would find would-be thieves hiding around trying to break into shops after dark, but they were normally far outnumbered by the 5 of us on shift at a time, and they were members of security. This one night, though, things started getting really weird for me on the night shift. So I'd say it was about 2 o'clock, and I was standing in the middle of the empty food court, eating a sandwich. This was the only part of the mall that had any light at night. While I was eating, though, I heard a dull scraping noise from the hallway leading off from the food courts into some toilets. It sounded like a piece of metal dragging across the floor. I was immediately put on edge, and I flicked on my flashlight without a moment of hesitation. Flashlight in hand, illuminating a good 6 or 7 meters in front of me. As I got closer and closer to the end of the hall, the noise became louder and louder until I was at the end of the hallway, and there were the toilet doors to the left and right of me. I gripped the handle and opened the door a tiny little crack. The noise was now very clear and had me not scared but confused. I yelled, "Who is in there?" The noise quickly stopped. I paused for a moment, listening hard through the tiny crack of the door. Breathing. I shut the door, still gripping the handle tightly, and flicked on my radio. "This is 1-3. I need help in the food court bathrooms. I think someone's here." There was no response. This was really strange, and it put me further on edge. I was truly becoming quite alarmed. "This is 1-3. Does anyone copy?" Still no response. I can remember whispering to myself. I again opened the door a tiny crack. "Listen, mate," I said, sounding as intimidating as possible. "Tonight. Do you want that?" I sat there at the door, quite honestly terrified at this point. This whole situation made no sense at all. Why would someone be in the female bathrooms? What was the metal noise? I very slowly opened the door. Cubicles were open, but other than that, the room was totally empty. I was totally terrified by now. I was definitely losing it. I walked into the center of the bathroom, closing the door behind me, scared to the core. I let out a faint, "This is..." long whining squeak of the door behind me. I spun around, basically crying at this point, and shone my flashlight on a massive man, at least a head taller than me, or so it seemed in my state at the time. He was Caucasian and at least in his 40s, with matte gray hair. Stopped dead still in the middle of his action. He just looked at me, smiling this guilty smile like a kid would make when he gets caught stealing biscuits or something like that. I'm not going to lie, I was so scared I froze. He lifted his finger up to his mouth. sprinting out with what looked like some type of small metal box in his hand. Turns out he was just behind the toilet door when I was opening it, and I totally missed him. I was so close to him and didn't even notice him. He could have killed me if he had a knife or something, and that night my radio miraculously started working again, and I told my coworkers about my story. They collectively went pale when I told them what happened. They all had similar stories, but none were as much of a close shave as mine. I worked the night shift for another week like that.
I worked at a Shaw's grocery store in Boston, Massachusetts. For those of you who don't know what Shaw's is, it's basically a grocery store that's mainly based in the Northeast. I didn't have a car yet, so skeptical of the night. It wasn't that I hated them, it was more so the fear of what could happen, especially to a petite 5'7" girl like me. However, sometimes I'd be given a closing shift, much to my and we closed pretty late. Whenever I did have a closing shift, we'd end up closing at 10, and it's about an hour's bus ride back home. My managers, being the jerks that they were, gave me a week of closing shifts. Whatever, it's a few $100s added to my paycheck, so I couldn't argue with that. It was a Thursday night, and I had just finished stocking a few chips as we had just gotten an extra shipment. It was me. It's about an hour before we close, and the store's pretty much dead except for a few customers. I finish putting the chips on the shelves and get ready to clock out. Before doing so, my parking lot to the store. Living in a decent-sized city, it wasn't uncommon for careless people to leave their carts out in the open. As I'm grabbing a cart beside a car, a woman rolls down her window and says hello back and asked if I could help her. In the car was a mom and what appeared to be her teenage daughter in the front seat. Right away, the mom seemed concerned, looking back and forth before telling me that they need the station just down the road, but she then interrupts me, asking if I could give her money for gas. She's explaining as to how she just came from another state and was in desperate need. Being a dirt poor However, I didn't want to decline help to someone in need, so I take out my wallet and hand her a $5 bill. She stares down at the money and then back at me as if she wanted more when she sorry, and that was all I had. She then says in a more direct tone if I could get into her car and go down to the gas station to help her get gas. As I was about to respond, that's when I noticed the She's sitting in the seat, giving me this dead stare while licking her lips as if she were planning on something. That was my cue to get out of there as something wasn't right. Thankfully, my manager had come out. He immediately pulled out of the parking lot and drove off. I remember running up to him and thanking him for noticing. He also knew something was wrong, as he could definitely see the fear and panic of my face. My manager model of it. I worked at that Shaw's for a good year after that, and never saw that car again.
For a little backstory, everything down in March 2020. I was sent home from my college and I had to deal with Zoom classes. And I also went back to work at the burger joint that I would work at whenever I was home on breaks. I won't say the name of the place, but it was always very busy. So we never had to close down, but other places in the plaza did. We always had some really crazy and nasty people, but the pandemic just made everyone so much worse. At the time, we had this one regular that would come in who we thought had emotionless in his talking and just gave really blank dead stares towards everyone, and just stood there like a gargoyle, really intimidating and statuesque. He would ride his bike up to the walk-up area and look through the sliding windows until one of us got to taking his orders. Also very cold towards us. He would order the same thing every time, but wants it fresh right out of the grease and handled by once again only certain people. And to make sure of it, he'll intensely stare at us through the pickup window. He would just sit in their cars until they left. He used to only come in during the day shifts, but because days were much busier than the night shifts, and with all his demands that he would give us every time, my manager got fed up and told him to no longer come here during the day, thus now making night shifts because of class, and I would usually be clocking out by 10 p.m. It was around 9:30 and I was closing my side down and starting to clean when he then rolled up on his bike. I happened to be one of the few people he let take his order, so as the standard list of demands. But one demand he gave was new. He always orders a side of fries with his meal, and sometimes to put the fries in the carton, we either use a scooper or tongs. He asked us to use the scooper instead of the tongs because it'll give. Being close to leaving myself, I just went over and told the fry guy what he wanted. The fry guy just rolled his eyes, knowing how annoying this guy is, and dropped some new fries in the grease for him. The fry guy went on a break shortly after, and the night manager took over his though, and she used the tongs to put the fries in the carton. She then hands me the order to pass out. The guy slides open the window, and he told me that she didn't do what he asked and that he wants more fries in his bag, since it looked like she didn't put enough in, which she put in, just wanting to leave after I'm done with them. I just oblige and go back. My coworker, who I'm going to call E, calls back and says that I shouldn't let him do that. I then called back saying that we've been letting him control us for months, and it's not my problem to handle a manager's project. This and sees it's the guy at the window. They then groan and they ask me what the issue is with him this time. I explained her the story and she went up to him and told him that it makes no difference what she does. He's getting his order fresh every single time by the people he wants to make his order. Back and then storms in the back to finish her inventory. The guy then pokes his arm and head in the window and tries to get one of the other coworkers to remake his order. Coworker and I both said that we're not going to do that since there was nothing even wrong with his food. Well, he pulls it all over the floor. He sees this and absolutely loses it. She runs over to the window that he's still in and then screams at him how he can't disrespect us like this, and that we for sure won't be remaking his order now, but we'll give him his money back. I call up the night manager and she runs up to also scream at him. As he gives the guy back his money, he actually grabs her arm and then yanks her almost through the window. Now, because of the pandemic, we have these plastic dividers at the top of where the customer window. Now everyone is screaming at this guy to get the hell out of there and that we're calling the cops as he just assaulted a minor. Earlier that week, he had racial slurs screamed at her by a bunch of rednecks because she was black. I felt really bad for her dealing with two big broke out of his grasp and ran to the back. The guy didn't even leave. In his crazy, twisted mind, he thought he was in the right here. He was running in circles outside of our walk-up area and was actually screaming to himself about E and how he's gonna set the cops on us. but we just ignored him. 4 cop cars drove in, blocking the entrance and the exit of the drive-thru so that no one can come in or leave. They talked to him, and the guy just isn't grasping that he attacked a minor and he's crazy. The owner of the company passing. The guy actually had to be escorted off the property because he wouldn't leave. He thankfully hasn't come in since that day, but we still see him riding around the road next to our place, and he gives us menacing looks every time he passes by. In the head, the dead stares he would give us through the windows, the emotionless way he would speak to us, how picky he was with everything, and how quick he snapped and resorted to violence. It was insane. Very fortunately, he didn't get any injury a few weeks later, and I can't really blame her. I feel really bad for her. No one should ever have to deal with being assaulted by customers or having racial slurs spewed at them. She was way too young to have to deal with that.
I used to work at a McDonald's when I was in high school. I'm a female and worked there for less than a year, but I have several stories of crazy experiences. One in particular happened about a month after I started working there. It was in the afternoon, probably at like 5 p.m. Usually, it was decently busy at this time, but would get crazier and crazier until about 7. There were a few people in line, and I took all of their orders. Then there was this one man who approached me at the counter. I was taken aback by this, but said no to the man. I did not want to give him my number at all. The man then just angrily walked off. He seemed to be really upset about it and didn't even order anything, although I had only spoken with him and I went on with work as things were pretty busy. For the next several hours, I was kept really busy, and things finally started to quiet down a while later at like 8 p.m. Finally, there was no line of customers, and things were calm. That's when I saw somebody walk in. Counter again, and I was a little bit nervous. The man then said sorry to me and apologized for earlier. I told him that it was all right, and then asked if he would like to order some food. But he didn't. He said that he didn't mean to get angry and walk away earlier, and then once again I said that I did not feel comfortable giving my number out. The man asked me to hang out with him and get to know him a bit. I told him no thanks and that I was busy working. He then asked me what time I got off. I just said later. The man then turned to look at me, saying something under his breath that I couldn't make out. For the rest of my shift, I did not see him. I got off and went home. The next time that I worked was on Saturday. I started during the busy afternoon and was once again working at the front counter. To catch out of the corner of my eye the man again. He was entering, and I dreaded him getting in line and asking me for my number. But he didn't get in line. The man walked towards the back of the restaurant and just sat down at a table. I noticed him looking at me. I said things were pretty busy, so I easily distracted myself with taking customers' orders. And for the next few hours, I forgot about him. That is, until I looked up once and saw that he was still there. I was just hoping that he wouldn't get in line to order. A few more hours went by, and when I looked up again, I didn't see him. He was finally gone. He also hadn't come up to order anything as I was working, which I was happy about. Things were quiet for the last hour or two, and then I was finally off. It was dark out now, and I walked to my car in the parking lot. Not long after making it outside, though, I heard footsteps coming from the other direction. I looked over and saw the guy again. He was walking towards me at a fast pace. I turned and I realized that I wasn't going to make it. When I got to my car, I quickly reached in my pocket for the pepper spray that I always kept on me. As soon as the man reached me, I sprayed him right in the face. He moved back and grabbed at his eyes. This allowed me to easily Long story short, I did not see the man again after that. I'm also really glad that I had my pepper spray on me that night. For some apartment complex. We are both terrible at cooking, and I order McDonald's all the time. Probably way more than I should, but I like it so much. Plus, they're open really late at night, and it's very convenient. I'm often up late from work as well. If I ordered McDonald's, I would use the mobile app and then go and pick it up. A few times I had it delivered, but most of the time I go get it. The McDonald's is only like a 2 or 3 minute drive from my place. I would say I get it like twice a week on average. McDonald's for my roommate and I. I use the app like always, and I get free stuff all the time because of it. So I left our place by myself, and I got to the McDonald's a short time later. It was very quiet, but there were a few other people there. You can pick up. I found my name and picked up the bag and then left. I drove back home, and after getting back in my place, opened it up. It had all of the food, but then had something else that was really strange. It was a note that was handwritten, and I had no realized that it had my name on top of it. This is what the note said. Hey, I see you get McDonald's a lot. Sometimes I watch you pick it up. You are truly beautiful. Do you eat all alone? Because I would like to join you. I thought this had to be a roommate, and we were both not sure. My best guess was that it was an employee, but I really had no clue. I never noticed anybody watching me when I got it. I felt like I probably shouldn't go back there for a while, but only a few days later, I completely. This time, I was by myself, and my roommate was gone. It wasn't until after I had ordered it and I was leaving to pick it up that I remembered what had happened before. I was a little bit nervous about it, but I decided to go. I left my apartment and drove to the McDonald's. I didn't notice anybody watching me or anything like that. I picked up my order and then walked back to my car. When I got inside, I checked inside the bag for another note. Then I saw it. There was another one and I read it. The note said, "Mind if I join you?" So I left. This was really weird. I was checking in my mirror, but nobody followed me or anything. When I got back to my place, I looked over my shoulder until I had made it inside. Then I finally felt safe. I sat down on my couch. Instantly, my heart started racing. I didn't know who it could be. I walked over to the door and looked through the peephole. There was a man standing there. He was average height, sort of thin, and had brown spiky hair. I didn't know what. He asked me if I was home. I didn't answer him. Instead, I called the police and told them that some guy was stalking me. I went into my bedroom and barely heard him knocking again. I closed the door and waited, hoping that this guy wouldn't try to come inside. Door. He was told to leave me alone, and I haven't seen him since. I also have not ordered at that McDonald's for a while. The guy did in fact work there, but he was not working on the night that he went to my apartment. I still can't believe that all happened. It was again.
Mike Capel here, Patriot Software's founder. My first business startup was in the basement of a factory. We had no customers, just rats, birds, flies, and snakes. We were broke. One day, my nephew asked me to buy candy bars from his school checking account. We wrote the check and prayed God would send more. He did. That's why I created Patriot Software, to help entrepreneurs do their accounting and payroll without going broke. That's patriotsoftware.com. I went to McDonald's one night after a long day of work. It was probably like 10 p.m. and I was really hungry. Of course, you can always rely on
The location that I went to was on the way home from my job in a commercial area. There were a few other stores nearby and some other restaurants as well, but most businesses in the area were closed at this hour. The streets and nearby parking lots were pretty empty, and only noticed a couple of other cars. I got out and walked inside to order a Big Mac. When I entered the restaurant, I saw that nobody else was in there. I walked up to the counter and an employee said hi to me. Then I ordered the number 1, which is a Big Mac. Within probably 2 minutes, my order was ready, and I picked it up and left. I headed out for my car to drive the remaining 5 or 10 minutes back to my place. Then I could finally eat. I was so hungry. But as I made it out into the parking lot, I drive a Chevy Silverado pickup truck, and the car parked next to me appeared to be a Ford Escape, which is an SUV. It was a little bit older one though, probably like 2010 or so. And in the entire parking lot, there were so many other spaces for them to park, but they parked right next to me. I noticed that not only were they parked next to me, but they were parked so close that I couldn't even get in. They were probably within 3 feet of my car, so I couldn't get in my driver's door. I could also see that their car was running, and somebody was inside. I didn't want to bother telling them to move. I was pretty annoyed about it though. I unlocked my car, got in, and then had to climb over the front passenger seat to the driver's seat. As I did this, I looked over at the car next to me. Somebody was in the front driver's seat and somebody else was that they were both wearing these creepy clown masks. I figured it was teenagers trying to be funny or something. I might have laughed if I wasn't so tired and hungry and just wanted to get home. When I got in my driver's seat, I started my engine. But when I did, I rolling down their window. I looked over, wondering what they were going to do, and I did not roll my window down. But the guy in the front passenger seat then reached down and pulled out what looked like a crowbar. I was really confused. Without saying anything, the guy swung. Did not brake. It really took me by surprise, but right after he did that, I put my truck in reverse. I slammed on the gas and backed out of there before the guy had a chance to swing again. Almost immediately after I backed out, the guys next to me did too. Parking lot and back onto the busier street as fast as I possibly could. The bigger street was luckily very quiet at this hour. I cut the corner pretty close, but made it. I could hear tires screeching from the car behind me. The guys chasing me were driving so recklessly that they cut for scenery and landscaping, and these guys drove their SUV right into the rocks. It wasn't that bad of a crash at all, but it was enough to get them stuck, and they couldn't drive out of it. I could see the guys then getting out of their car as I was driving off. I was able to get over I went home. I'm glad that those guys ran into the rock, or they likely would have chased me for a while. Looking back at that incident, I don't know what caused it. I have no idea why they chose me or how. I thought maybe they had followed me from work, but I didn't notice. Hopefully those guys don't do anything like that again. I don't remember it all that clearly, but I will do my best to tell the story. I think I was probably about 6 or 7 during this time. My family went to McDonald's occasionally. It was a very popular fast food chain with us, and one thing that my sister and I really liked, and it was really fun as a kid. I remember that one night I went there with my parents and older sister. We got there, ordered, and then went to a booth that was kind of on the side of the restaurant away from the counter. You couldn't see the front registers from where we were. After time later, my sister and I opened up our Happy Meals first and looked at our toys. Then we started to eat. For some reason, back then, I liked to eat chicken nuggets with a fork. It was just something that I thought was cool. So I got up and walked over to the counter next to the straws and things like that. Meanwhile, the restaurant was not packed, but actually kind of busy. I remember there were some people ordering, and some others sitting all around at tables and booths. So when I got over to the drink machines, I looked around, but couldn't find but no utensils. I was looking all around that counter, focused on trying to find them. That's when suddenly, someone grabbed my wrist. They had a tight grasp on me and began walking towards the door. There were 2 entrances to this McDonald's. One on the left was literally right behind the drink machines. I looked up and saw this woman who I had never seen before. She was scolding me and telling me not to wander off. I was really confused and thought maybe this woman thought I was her kid or something. The next thing I knew, we were walking a small space between the next doors, which led to outside. There was a man in that small area who I guess was with the woman. He told me to come on and then reached out for my other hand. This is when my instincts started to kick in. A little bit late, but not too late. I did what I had to do. I stomped on the woman's foot as hard as I could. This caused her to let me go. The man then reached out for me, but I just barely got away. I felt him grabbing for my arm and almost getting a grip, but he didn't. I got back in the restaurant. They told me to slow down and asked me what the matter was. I told them about what had happened. It caused a whole big scene. The police were called, and they were at the restaurant for a while talking with everyone. The man and woman had gotten away, and I gave as much of a description. I never got all that good of a look at them, and it all happened so fast. I couldn't tell you what they looked like today, but looking back on that, I'm very thankful that I was able to get away from them. I used to work at a McDonald's. This is something that happened during that time. I worked there during my senior year in high school. I was saving up money to buy my own car, and during that time drove my parents' old car. I was a part-time employee who would get like 20 hours a week, if that. So one time, I was working from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. When I got there, things were pretty busy. At one point, in kind of a break in the action when things were quieter, front register and taking orders. The man did not order anything, but asked if I could come out into the parking lot and help jump his car. I found this to be a really odd request. Obviously, I was busy working, and I didn't know why he asked me specifically. That it would be really fast, and then I could get back inside. I said that I didn't know much about cars, because I didn't. I wasn't even sure how to jump a car. The guy told me that he would show me, and said that it was very easy. I suggested that he call his roadside service or something. But I interrupted him. I said, "Look, man, I'm not going to leave here. I have to work. Sorry." The guy looked disappointed, but finally walked away. He then went somewhere in the back of the restaurant and sat down at a table or something. I thought maybe he was going to start asking random, but to ask an employee who is clearly at work is really weird. For the next few minutes, I was busy working and didn't pay attention to where the man went or anything. But a while later, I happened to notice him out the window. From where I was, I could kind of see out into the parking lot and older-looking gray sedan, and just moments later, he drove away. I was glad that he was able to get it started and leave. I worked for the next few hours and was very busy with customers until probably 8 o'clock or so. Then things quieted down significantly, and then finally was off and could leave. When I got off, I left McDonald's and walked out to my car in the parking lot. I parked kind of on the side of the building at the end that was a little bit out of the way. As I was walking, I saw the silver car again. The man then got out to my car. My heart sank. He asked me again if I could help jump his car. Immediately, I said to the man, "I thought you left." The guy said no, he had been there all night. I said that I thought I saw him driving away, but the man denied it. I said sorry, but no. I told the man that I really didn't know anything about vehicles, and I didn't even know how to jump a car. He seemed really set on me helping jumpstart his car, but I was really set on not doing it because it seemed way too sketchy. I kept walking away from him and said sorry, but no. That's when the man started walking closer to me. He was walking sort of fast, and I decided to start running. I sprinted all the way to my car and then got inside. The man actually started running after me. Front driver's door and tried opening it, but it was locked. He was saying, "Wait, don't go." I ignored him and backed out. Then I drove away, leaving the man standing in the parking lot. Something was definitely suspicious about him. I had literally seen him driving away to kidnap me or rob me or what. All I know is that I'm really glad I got away. I called my manager at the McDonald's on the way home and told her about the suspicious guy in the parking lot. I'm not sure how she handled it or if he left, but hopefully the guy did not from working at McDonald's.
When I was 16, my family and I lived in Chicago was a really busy city, and neither of us liked crowded places, which is why we chose to live in a more secluded area. I had only one friend at the time named Tyler, who was just a little older than me, but still fun to time. We'd go over to each other's places and play video games and whatnot. One night, Tyler, his girlfriend Maria, and I had just seen the new Avengers movie, one of the best films in 2019 in my opinion. By now, and we were more hungry than ever. With no other option, we decided to hit up our local McDonald's to go grab a bite. It's not the best food to have, but we were still high school teens and we didn't have a lot of money. Immediately. Like I said, it was well into the night, so finding a table was easy. Tyler and Maria sat next to each other like all couples do and shared their food while I sat in front of them. I glanced behind Tyler and his girlfriend and noticed a man sitting down with nothing on his table. He's scrolling through his phone and looks up at me, and we make eye contact for a brief second before he starts to talk with Tyler and Maria. And started heading towards us, and I thought, great, probably another guy wanting money for drugs. He approaches our table and starts asking us if we could help him unload a few things from his car. Seeing as we were a nice group of teens, and Tyler and I were both pretty strong. We leave the McDonald's and head out into the parking lot, approaching his van. When suddenly, Tyler looks at his phone and apologizes, telling us that we had to go. Insisting that we help him out, but Tyler ignores him and walks off with us until we were far away from the restaurant. I asked Tyler what had happened. He looked petrified and told me that when he was approaching men wearing masks looking through the window. So, I've been working at what is considered to be the world's largest To give you an idea as to how big the establishment is, we have a large play place, a whole dining area the size of a cafeteria, and a large kitchen. It sounds like your typical McDonald's, but it's a lot working the late night shift from around 6 to 12 p.m. as I was still in college and had classes during the day. So the night shift was the only time I had been available to work.
I hope you guys slept good, bro. I hope you guys enjoyed sleep stream. I gotta go clean the house, chat. I got a lot of dishes to do, bro. I got a lot of dishes to do, chat. And then we are going to start the new game today, chat. We're gonna start the new game today. So I hope you guys enjoyed sleep stream. If you guys haven't followed up yet, make sure you guys follow up. And turn live notifications on. I am live all the time, chat. I'm live all the time. If you guys do happen to sub up, then you guys won't have to deal with the ads, bro. Then you guys won't have to deal with the ads. So yeah, I love you guys, chat. I hope you enjoyed sleep stream. And we're out of here. We're out of here, bro. Have a good Monday. Have a good Monday.